see the difference between the approach of, say, Harrison Motorsports and their big, powerful V8 BMW versus some of these folks that are running the E36 with a lot less power but a lot lighter here at a twisty track that still has a pretty long straightaway on it. We're still looking at the general production class rolling through here, just coming into the not quite straightaway on the back half of the lap here, but still reasonably high speed. They're going to go down that right-hander we see off into the distance and then down a much steeper hill into the braking zone. Yeah, they're going to turn left, get the car over. Some of them will elect to take some curbs, some won't. And then we're going to go back up the hill here with this right-hander. And then there's a sort of another downhill right-hander with a blind crest. You just barely see the edge of it up by the Fox Racing Bridge up there, and they're going to come all the way down and back onto the front stretch here. JT, it looks like there's some smoke coming out of the back of that Palomar Racing BMW.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to tell if that's maybe tire rub due to the compression right there as you come down 11 into 12, or it's because on the front straight it looks like it disappeared a bit.
Right. I also wonder if it's the compression and if the oil's getting somewhere it not ought to be, and that's the oil we see burning off as well. I would take either suggestion there.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Appreciate everybody's patience this morning. We are off and running on YouTube and Facebook now as well. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for being with us trackside this weekend as well. Spectator event again for the World Racing League, 98.1 FM. If you're looking to follow us as you move about the facility side by side through the S's here, JT.
Off the leash, and that's the Mercedes from DD Autosports, I believe. Yeah, side by side going through the S's. You do not see that a lot.
No, sometimes you'll see it with prototypes and GT cars in the same field. When you get to events like Petit Le Mans, there's such a speed differential there that if everybody works together, you can normally scoot through fairly quickly. But that's a high-risk move in any combination of cars, let alone ones that are as relatively close as the GT4 cars up in GTO and even the production class is a little bit further down.
Yeah, high risk, little reward there, but they did get around, so I guess yay. Too wide coming into 10A there. That looked like, I want to say Moorhead on, yes, that was Moorhead on one of the open throttle BMWs. Just these GTOs just having to navigate these general production cars, which are still so stacked together here because we're only a couple laps in.
Yeah, kudos to everybody involved, both the GTO and the production cars. Normally, we've got a bigger split than we had at the green flag. I'm sorry, a smaller split than we had at the green flag. The production cars are usually a little closer to the back of the Grand Touring field. Unfortunately, this time, that larger gap between the two meant that by the time the production cars were taking the green flag, the GTO cars were a little bit closer towards turns 9 and 10. And I'm not even kidding. By the very front of the GTO field. This is on board the Shift Up Now 8E Victory. Well, it was on board the Shift Up Now 8E Victory Audi R8 LMS GT4 up over the rise at turn number 5 into the south end of the circuit. Cellular coverage does drop away a little bit headed down the hill here into turn 6. You'll notice the BMW M4 just in front. That was, we believe, the Choice Racing BMW M4 not so very long ago, now in the hands of 9-4 Motorsport. Similar paint scheme, but instead of orange trim, it's got a little bit of red trim to it. Very, very nice looking car, and fairly well sorted car as well. 9-4 is just going to have to wrap their heads around it from a setup and mechanical standpoint. Pickup leaders headed down into turn number 1.
That's the Kingpin 338 on the right.
Is. Sorry, we've got a battle on for the overall race lead. There is the 123 of NFC Motorsport. Caught up in traffic at turn number 12, and it has allowed the ACP Tangerine Associates lights of that Mercedes AMG GT4. That time, the ACP car gets held up by the 7 from Round 3 Racing up at the top of the S's, and it allows the Mercedes to stretch its legs just a little bit. Traffic taketh away.
it's really great watching the GT4 cars do battle. Indeed, any GT racing do battle here at Road Atlanta. A lot of the circuit, really rewards you for loading on some downforce, which, don't get me wrong, a lot of these cars have a reasonable amount of downforce for a low-powered GT car, relatively speaking. But because these are GT cars, the mechanical grip, the commitment, and the knowledge of the track, I think, pays much bigger dividends. So I think we have a little bit closer racing here with this sort of car than we would, say, with like an LMP2 car, for example, or indeed like a Formula car, because you can use multiple lines if you would like to move out and make the pass. That Harrison car still just getting in the way of the ACP BMW. They're going to make their run back down the hill onto the front straightaway. We'll see if the ACP car can pull to within striking distance of the 123. I'm not certain they're going to be able to on this time around.
Everything.
I'm going to go with no on that. That's not possible.
What's going on, man? How's your CPU usage? Just let me know when you sent. Let me know when you send it live, so we can bring us.
Say that 392 BMW there, one of the advantages of being in GP, I don't know if it's an advantage, but one of the features of being in GP1 with that car is you can elect to have a car that's just massively powerful and very heavy. So as anybody who's been to a track day will know, and that they finally got around, and that's the other BMWs. There it is, that Harrison Motorsports M3. It's really difficult to get by, because while you can eat up all of that gap on the brakes going into the corner, as soon as you get back to the straightaway, if you haven't made that pass done and clean, they're going to come back around you, or indeed you're not going to get around them at all. So I think some of this top-end GP1 hardware is going to be difficult for the GTO class to get around. I think that's going to continue to be something we see for the rest of the day, and something we're going to have to keep an eye on for sure.
Happy to report, I think we've got live timing up now.
Oh, don't tease me.
I do not. So
Give Race Hero a refresh, like a manual refresh.
all right.
I had to do that earlier.
Yeah, so that if you've been here at the circuit this weekend and you're interested in following live timing, racehero.io is typically your source. It's a great iOS app, great Android app as well that will allow you to follow along. Typically, that app refreshes as cars come across the line in real time. Don't know what's going on there, but I haven't had auto refresh this weekend. So bear that in mind if you are following along.
There it is.
It looks like, oddly enough, it does look like our live timing banner is updating. So that should be live at all, well, every 10 seconds it'll update, but that ought to be live throughout the day. Race Hero itself, the app itself, just not playing along so far. Race Monitor ought to be available, however.
Yes, and that is now starting to receive data.
Hey.
Everything's turning around.
Yeah, it's smooth sailing from here on out. No
The
technical
people, they love Race Hero. They love automatic updates.
I mean, I do. We have had a change for third and fourth now up in GTO. The 70 from round 3 racing, the 92 from FPRS Motorsports. It's Ford Performance Racing School, for those of you wondering. That is one of the new gen Ford Mustangs.
Oh, yeah.
That now sits up in the top 4. We can talk a little bit more about this later, but there has been a trend over the last year or so in the World Racing League towards the current spec of GT4 cars as the weapon of choice up in GTO. That includes the Toyota Supras, includes the new gen BMWs, those G82s that we like to talk about, the new gen Aston Martins, the AMG Mercedes is also the current spec of that car, and now we've got the Ford Mustang to come along and play as well. No fundamental BOP here, balance of performance. I love to talk about it in the SRO world, which does employ a standard balance of performance around the world. Here, however, any small adjustments are made only to power and weight. A slight tweak for high-placed finishes for your car and engine combination over the balance of a season, just to bring things back together a little bit and even things out. But other than that, you are free to develop these GT4 cars as you like, provided you're meeting that 9-to-1 power-to-weight number.
Well, and then there is a mild adjustment of that 9-to-1 based on your success, as you had mentioned. So some of the cars are going to be slightly over that.
And it's not just that. There are other, slight modifiers for running a tube-frame car as to running a production road chassis as your base. I don't know that we've got... I think that Janetta might actually be
the Janetta gets the modifier
now. Yeah. But other than that, I think everything we have now is all road-based. I'd love to see the Porsche Cup cars doing battle in GTO now as well. We've got the 991.2 from Round 3 Racing. That's the number 70, sponsored by Trimtex. Josh Balicki, I believe, is in that car this weekend. I haven't seen a driver list, but has been for almost the entire season. And then the older spec Porsche Cup car, the number 997, is a 997. Go figure. A little bit further back in the pack, but Round 3, Brad McCall especially, absolutely adores driving that car. And love to see the variety up in GTO. Production classes, no less variety there. If you like, you can sort of mentally split the classes into a buyer's class and a builder's class. If you like those GTO cars, you're free to go out and buy anything like a GT4, a TCR car fits well into the 9-to-1 power-to-weight number. Those Porsche Cup cars can obviously be brought to that number as well. And then your general production classes typically are made up of cars that are built from road-going chassis. Specky 36 fits very nicely there. 46. Fits very nicely into the GP2 class, GP3, the NC Mazda MX-5 Cup cars of yesteryear. AOA Racing fields quite a few of those. GP1 is just fascinating mixed machinery. It's an LS-powered BMW, which, if you are trackside with us this weekend, if you're not in the know, they're likely to confuse the heck out of you. That is a Chevrolet V8 in the front of that BMW. Big wad of traffic down the hill here. Very, very nearly side-to-side contact at the apex. That is the Automatic Racing Aston Martin, the Liberty Autosports Mustang, with two of the Stratus Racing Sebaco NP01s in the GTU category onto the back of that gaggle, trying to work their way through. Those cars rely very, very heavily on keeping momentum up because they don't carry a ton of weight. And with that in mind, any sort of change in momentum to those cars is likely to cost it heaps of time down the straightaway. They just do not have the power of the torque to make that gap up.
They don't quite have the full potential, you could say. I'm sorry, it was on the screen. I just, that wasn't my best word. No, usually Brendan dunks on me more specifically after I make a bad joke like that, but I got away with one, I suppose. So, 7 hours, 39 minutes remaining. Of course, we've got 8 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow, with a little bit of a intermission in the beginning half of the race tomorrow morning to allow for the local rules to be followed with regards to noise. NFC Motorsports still leads the GTO class about 2.5 seconds ahead of the ACP with Tangerine Associates BMW. Of course, the NFC Motorsports number 123, the front runners in WRL ever since they made that step up into the Mercedes-AMG GT4 car last season towards the beginning. And towards the latter half of the season, they were able to get their heads around that car and became actually quite dangerous in the car as far as taking away results from the usual front runners. So those folks, of course, very happy to be out in the lead. The 70 of round 3 racing in 3rd position. Here we are on board the Stratus Racing in P01. They're just behind PC Racing, a GP1 sort of home-built BMW race car here. We're just trying to see if we can keep some cell coverage here as you go into the valley bit of the track, and it drops away just a tad. There we are. They're going to pull right alongside the 44 and still be able to make the pass, and then the pass will for sure be done here as the Stratus Racing NPO1 breaks very late into the next turn here.
That is the way with those NP01s, though. Like we said, you got to keep the momentum up, but lack of weight in those cars allows you to run it fairly deep on the brakes, even coming down from top speed.
Oh,
wow.
Good hold there, coming out of turn 7.
Is that the Lupe Tortilla car? No. Oh, that's going to be the open throttle BMW. Open throttle, of course, have now stepped up into the GTO ranks. I believe that is a customer car being run on behalf of the driver. Out of the open throttle garage.
Tell me more about that, Ryan.
That's all the information I have. It was a little bit of a shock to me as well, but I did gather that much.
Do we know what the entry is under?
I do not.
Maybe under chrono competition? The 62?
The 62 is the correct number.
Yeah,
okay.
It is chrono competition.
Okay, because we have 2 newer entries that are running BMW M4s. We have chrono competition and we have Seagull Speed.
Yes, I briefly wondered if that was a play on Seagull. S-E-G-A-L, but I have no information to support anything like that.
I mean, any Pixar fan knows that seagulls are very fast.
Sure. I believe that chrono competition is based out of Quebec. Yes, if you're telling me that that's run on, well, let's say put together by open throttle, that would make some sense. But my brief research on chrono competition says that they're with us from the Great White North. We've had a few of those over the years. Apex V2R was pretty regularly with us in, I think, a Scion FRS or equivalent.
Yep.
Down in the general production classes. Had them in an Audi TCR car and GTO as well.
And then also Tooth.
Yep, Tooth.
TCR.
Ice Racing Canada.
Yep.
So we've had our fair share of teams come down from Canada to join us. Happy to have chrono competition. It is a BMW M4 GT4, white with just a touch of bright green trim. The 189 from HQ Autosport. That was the BMW that did not go off of the green flag in the general production classes, just now emerging from the pit lane.
Okay.
Having only completed 4 laps.
Still some minor issues and kinks to be worked out of that new car for them, unfortunately.
So real quick.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, real quick look in GP1. That's still being led by the 29 from the Screaming Goat. They've got a little bit of a gap, about 12 seconds to the 392 of Harrison Motorsports. And then you have the 701 from Round 3 Racing, another 3.5 seconds back in third. GP2 is being led by Open Throttle, nose to tail, the 67 over the 66, separated by a quarter of a second last time through. You'd have to go a little bit further back to get to the Libre Racing entry. And then GP3 is being led by HC Autosport, or sorry, the 85 of AOA over HC Autosport. Already a 32-second gap there. And then you have the 75 from AOA rounding out the podium in that class so far.
Yeah, I think everybody deserves a bit of kudos here. not to draw attention away from that, but just pulled up the race control log for the first time. We've got 5 entries on the log thus far this morning, 25 minutes into race number 1, and one of them is the green flag.
Wow.
So for 60 cars around a 2.5-mile circuit in a race with some just drops of rain that have been hanging in the air through most of the morning, I think it would have been easy for this race to get chaotic quickly. And in fact, it's been the exact opposite of that. This has been one of the slowest, kind of smoothest starts to well, I say that.
Oh!
Round goes. Is that one of the other HQ cars?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's their GP2 car, maybe the 187.
Yeah, it's got the right HQ color scheme, and it does kind of have the shape of an E46.
It does.
Yes. So both their
well.
GP1 and their GP2 cars are E46 330s.
The GP1 car, meanwhile, is actually headed back into the paddock again with a flashing yellow light atop it, which is not something I've noticed before on any WRL car. I don't know if that's a sort of the equivalent of a 4-way flasher.
Oh, yeah. Sure enough, Jordan points out
yeah.
under in the braking zone for
That-
10A. Drivers
looks
left.
like an automatic racing Aston Martin to my untrained eye on a camera fairly far away. And survey says it was a 455, by the way. It was a car that spun there at turn 10.
Ah. So that was
HC
the
Autosport,
GP.
not HQ.
The
And
GP.
now race control confirms it is the 909 automatic racing Aston Martin. So this is the older gen Aston Martin V8 Vantage. The normally aspirated car. The newer cars have got the turbo, the Mercedes turbo engine. That Aston Martin, I'm not going to rush to say it's getting a bit long in the tooth, but man, that car has been around for a few years.
I mean,
Development
I'll say
has,
that.
Yeah, you'll say it's long in the tooth. That's fair.
It's 10 years old, I think.
Yeah, it's been developed for WRL. It's not like that car is just, run in the trim that it did 10 years ago. So they're trying to get the most out of it, and automatic racing has been very, very good over the years at doing exactly that. But every now and then with these older cars, you do start to see these issues creep up. And a little bit unautomatic-like, I would say. There was a time when you would say podium finishes and race wins for that team were automatic.
If the car lasted that
All
long,
right.
yes.
All right.
It was one of those things. They did have some reliability issues, but as long as the car held together, they were usually a contender. It's been interesting to see that they've brought the old car here, because at Barber they had one of the newer Vantage GT4s.
My understanding is that the new Aston Martin is a little on the expensive side as far as running costs. I have had that information shared with me.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Very good. Phoenix256 in our YouTube chat says, is a feature motorsports team with one car called Racer Motors. Where have I heard this? Not sure. Racer Motors has been around in the GTU ranks for some time, running a Sebaco NP01. Has historically been a golf-colored or golf sort of liveried car, orange and blue, that pale orange and blue that was made iconic by golf. Haven't been around for a minute. I believe they were trying to enter a new car in GTU. The Ligier JSP4 was entered quite a few times on the entry list, with a lot of questions from our end as to how it was going to get to that 9-to-1 power-to-weight number. And thus far, I don't believe that car has seen WRL action on a race weekend. But they are still out there, still very much involved in trying to be on track with the World Racing League. And I'll hope to see them back sometime soon. I don't know that they run anywhere else, although our man Scott Michaels, who typically joins us on these race weekends as a commentator, good friends with the owner Billy Johnson there. Not Billy Johnson. Confusing him with the Ford driver.
That would be Billy Jack Smith III.
Billy Smith, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Just having a conversation about Billy Johnson the other day, as a matter of fact. It's not a name that would have come up any other way, but I guess I got him on the brain. Josh Bilicki behind the wheel of the number 70 right now.
Currently on board the mighty Audi R8, the V10.
Yeah, you'll love to see it. Shift Up now by AE Victory Racing. Shift Up now, of course, a wonderful nonprofit foundation that is meant to support and give opportunities to women in motorsports. That team has long been involved in the World Racing League. Certainly the organization has, running as a partner organization with a couple of racing teams, now kind of going it alone with AE Victory Racing in an Audi R8 LMS GT4. Love to have this car consistently in the field now. We saw some sprinklings of Audi in the past. Those four rings, both GT4 and non-GT4 based entries over the years, but now this red, white, and blue Audi with, like Ryan says, that beautiful song of the V10 in the back of it is the right kind of car to have in this series. Love the variety, love the look of that car, and a little bit of light development work done to that car as well. A little change to the rear wing, mounted higher up in the air. Changes the shape and stance of that car ever so slightly from the way it would normally run in NSRO spec category.
It almost looks like a Pikes Peak hill climb sort of.
Kind of does,
wing.
Yeah.
They're currently chasing the Bruce Innovations BMW M4.
So as we press the half-hour mark here in the first of our long enduros this weekend, we're 32 minutes in. Now 33 minutes in to our 8-hour Saturday enduro. Checkered flag to come at 5 o'clock Eastern time. That's 2 o'clock for you, Ryan. So you're aware.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Reset, and for JT as well, it turns out. Let's set the top of the field. NFC Motorsports and ACP Tangerine Associates now just 1 second apart, and more or less the same as it's been through the balance of this first stint. Those cars were on the front row together. Third and fourth now sit 13.5 seconds behind the race leader, but still nose to tail. That's Porsche leading Ford. Another second or so back is the 289 from 89X Motorsports. That's the Aston Martin Vantage. The 74 from AOA Racing is a BMW M4 GT4. The older gen of that car, older spec, the F82. So we've stretched things out between the top two and, let's say, the rest of the contenders in GTO that run through the top six. 89X Motorsports is second of the Aston Martins and seventh. Off the leash, which is maybe the least recognizable car in the field if you're sitting trackside with us. That's the green and black Ligier. I'm going to get the nomenclature of that car wrong, so I want to make sure I get it right. JSR2 GT4. It's a lot of numbers and letters. That car, I mean, let's think back to about a year and a half ago.
Ooh, I'm sorry, Brendan. That Ford is just pulling into the slipstream of the number 70, going into turn one, of course. So not there to make a pass, but has drawn very, very close.
Yeah, it's been this way.
We'll see them come through the S's here.
It's been this way for a couple of laps, Ryan. As they work through traffic, the Porsche, I think, is a little bit less attacking on the brakes, let's say. The pace is obviously there in that car with Josh Bilicki behind the wheel, but it isn't really, it's not really an attacking sort of car. You can't chuck that thing around.
No.
You've got to be mindful of the fact that you've got all that weight over the rear axle. A little bit inconsistent, let's say, on the brakes because all of that weight hangs over the rear of the car. And you've got to be smooth at turn-in because you don't want the back end swinging around like a pendulum. So it's a car you've got to drive. You can drive it quickly, but you've got to drive it, let's say, cerebrally and be smart about it. And I think that means in traffic, you can here and there just give up a couple of car lengths. But I do want to finish that point about the Ligier. If you're watching it trackside, not so very long ago, about a year and a half, that car debuted at Sebring. It was 2022, wasn't it? Did run a handful of times last year in red and black colors as well, and it was not a reliable car. I think the team will be the first to tell you that. It just never really stayed ever present on the track. That car's come a long way. They've put a lot of development work into that car. It's gotten reliable. It's gotten faster and more consistent. And you'll love to see it up in the top 10. Drama in GP1, gentlemen. Harrison Motorsports number 392 into the pit lane and slow down the hill in getting there.
That's going to move Screaming Goat, the number 29, with the V8 swap up into first position, followed by Bruce Innovations, and then DC Racing now down into third.
Well, they did have the lollipop out, so it wasn't entirely unexpected, but that's...
Now, they've got the drip pan out at the rear of the car like they're going to fuel it. Now, we're 20 laps into a stint, so no reason to expect that car to be in for fuel at this stage. But it's something you're going to do just as a matter of course. Now, the crew members down kind of on all fours, looking under the rear end of the car and not doing anything in particular. Now, they will put fuel in it.
If that's the fuel range on this car at this track...
It shouldn't be.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be. I mean, at best, it's indicative of fuel pickup problem. At worst, there's something more sinister going on there. Just to correct myself, the 74 is a G82 with BMW, not an F82.
Gotta be careful with BMW racing. People, man. Like, they'll get you.
Oh, and they will. And they will. R Falco 627. I'm used to seeing TBR, that's Thunder Bunny Racing, at the top of the field. Down on power, or have newer GT4 cars caught up? Those Supras in general, the pace is there and has long been there. As Ryan mentioned, they do take a little bit of a power to weight modifier as a, let's say, as the season has gone on for their successes. Some of that is just there are more Supras in the field now.
Well, there's more Supras, and additionally, other cars have sort of caught up. Like, that car is no longer the dominant force that it was. Other people have got their heads around the other cars, and now you don't see the Supras just streak away off into the distance.
Well, remember we have had this conversation with Jason Marks quite a few times. Driver of the GTR number 99, also Hitman Racing, the number 34, was one of the first to really kind of get behind that Toyota Supra effort. There's a lot of support early on, was what he told us, from Toyota Gazoo Racing North America. Remember back in 2022 at Circuit of the Americas, they showed up with a Gazoo Racing trailer. I mean, that they were there to support the GT4 Supras. And it essentially made those cars, I think we called it the easy button at the time. As close to plug and play as you were going to get, right? The tune was going to be there. The support was there from Toyota to get the car into the right operating window. All the setup notes you could want were going to be there. And the car just worked. It was responsive on turn-in. The front end was very positive. So we get a slow Montgomery Motorsports, BMM Montgomery Motorsports, BMW up the back straightaway out of turn number 7, now picking up speed. But I think those Supras were much closer to the performance envelope they were designed for early on, right, where you could go racing and it was just going to be there. And like you said, Ryan, over time, more and more of those GT4 cars, GTO cars, work into their design window, their performance window. Electronics get tweaked a little bit, better understanding of how the TC works, how the ABS works, and how to extract speed out of those cars on a DOT tire. And like we said, yes, the Supras were up near the front. Yes, they've taken a modifier, but for sure that gap has been closed by the likes of the Mercedes teams, the BMW G82 teams, the Aston Martins with 89X in particular, and TLM for that matter. I think TLM scored a couple of race wins this year, haven't they?
They
Barber
have.
And Road America.
Yep.
The AAA, not this weekend.
Hate to see it.
You do. A lot less Australian accent going on this weekend, as I said. A change for third. In GTO and overall FPRS Motorsports onto the podium ahead of that number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche 991.2 Cup. That'd be a good way to say that. Porsche. Let's say Porsche. But like you had intimated, Ryan, that move was going to be made at some point, we thought. That Ford Mustang was just too close to the back of the Porsche and closing up too quickly in traffic. There was a pretty clear pace advantage there.
There was indeed, and now that car can set off in pursuit of the number 2. I don't know if they were being held up by the 70. I think that's a little bit on the aggressive side. But I think they'll make up some time to the 2. But the pace of the 123 and the 2 out at the front is blistering. ACP, of course, have done well here in the past. When we ran the GTO-only event, the number 12 was a car that featured near the front quite prominently.
If you were with us here last year at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for any of the World Racing League weekends, we were here twice. Once in February for a Grand Touring only event that was GTO and GTU. We came back on this very weekend, late July, to run our general production only event, GP 1, 2, and 3. Both events pulled about 35 cars, so in the aggregate, a bigger field than we could otherwise max out here. And it was, I mean, they were very good races, and we got to see some cars we wouldn't normally see. The old BMW M3 from GTR 99 came out to play. We got to see some really cool stuff, but it just lacked that, I think, endurance racing multi-class flavor that made Petit Le Mans what it is, frankly. The giant swings in traffic, cars being held up through the S's where you could easily lose 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds, and managing the traffic, managing risk over the course of a series of long races. Just lacked that spice, I think. Did it? I thought so, yeah.
No, I definitely didn't.
I mean, to
provide balance, I'll say that it was a great race. And it was one of the only long-distance endurance races to only feature GT4 cars. And as a result, it drove like a big Michelin Pilot Challenge race, and they don't do races that are that long. So it's actually quite entertaining to watch.
If you like Michelin Pilot races, then, you know.
Oh, this is better than a Michelin Pilot race, because...
I agree.
Well, I'm not going to go there.
Listen, I'm not saying they weren't bad races or they were uninteresting. WRL races are rarely uninteresting. There's always something going on, such as the depth of just about every class we run in WRL. However, having these big swings in traffic, it adds something at a place like Road Atlanta you just don't get anywhere else. And this is what I love about it. This is why I love coming to Road Atlanta in particular. It provides something you just don't get. Talk general production for a moment. They were on the track this weekend last year for WRL, as we're saying. GP1 currently led by Screaming Goat Racing. That's the LS3 powered BMW. Orange and white was a GTO car back in the day. They've detuned it slightly, trying to tax some of the elements of that car a little bit less. In particular, wheel bearings were a failure point on that car as it was being developed. Very, very quick and really good on fuel over the years. But they've tried to take some of the high loads out of that car, detuned it to run in GP1, and now sits at the top of that field. Bruce Innovations in the 444. That is the BMW M3, the sister car, the M4, running up in GTO. That car's second in class. PC Racing has slipped back to third. The 701 from Round 3 Racing. That's the Porsche Cayman from the all-Porsche stable. Sits fourth in class. Zealous Motorsports was on the front row of the grid, now slipped to fifth with that Palomar Racing BMW. That team out of San Diego, California. Now in their second full season of WRL racing.
It is important to take note
that the pit lane, actually.
Of
Sorry,
that
JT.
701 reported contact earlier with the 392 just before the 392 came onto pit road. And it's good seeing Bruce Innovations running second in GP1 here. If I'm correct in saying so, last year's general production race was the first time they did GP1 in their E46 BMW, and they won on Sunday.
Yeah, I think they had some support. I don't know if it was driving support only, but Choice Racing, Will Choice in particular, was I think involved in that weekend with some flair, as I remember.
Indeed.
Yeah, probably all we can say. No Choice Racing here this weekend. They were with us back last time out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. How's it, Jimmy? Previously Lowe's Motor Speedway, of course. But we ran a 12-hour there on the Saturday. Very, very hot. First time out around the 1.5-mile oval, including the Roval, the NASCAR Roval, in the back stretch. And, first time we've been there. Excellent event. And Choice Racing, really, really good in GP1. I think walked away from that one with a class victory. Would have loved to see them here, but no such luck.
They got a nice 4th place in GP1.
4th place, okay. They led for a long time.
Yeah, it was Harrison that won.
Okay. Harrison has left the pit lane, by the way, but the drama in GP1 has not subsided. Montgomery Motorsports, the BMM Montgomery Motorsports, is Big Mission Motorsports supporting that car. Palomar Racing in the pit lane as well, stationary with the hood up. The Ligier from off the leash is now into the pit lane.
Yeah, I'd lean towards unscheduled because you think those cars would be able to run, 50, maybe 55 minutes.
Yeah.
But maybe they're just going to be cautious early on, trying to confirm fuel with whatever numbers they have.
I think our Harrison Motorsports number 392 is back on circuit. And you know what, JT? I'm putting 2 and 2 together here and maybe making 4. But remember that contact?
Oh, wow. Oh, it's AOA. That's the yellow with the black hardtop.
That can be the 55.
Yes, the 55.
It is. That was 3rd in class. If we've got the number right. Yeah, yellow. Straight off with a brake lockup, long brake lockup on the outside going into turn number 6, and then skidded right through the gravel trap and came to grief underneath our camera. And clearly, I think, made contact with the tire barrier on the other side. Producer Jordan says he is trying to get it going. We don't have the trackside audio in our ears here as commentators. Yeah, I think that's going to be a tough one to get going again. That's a big old gravel trap there at the bottom of the hill, designed to do exactly what it did, which was arrest cars that can't get themselves to a stop at something north of 100 miles an hour there at the bottom of the hill. Fortunately, wasn't able to get the car stopped before it made contact, and now we go full course caution for the first time with 49 minutes gone. I think this is going to be a first round of pit stops for just about everybody.
You have to. This is the most no-brainer yellow flag pit stop situation there has ever been.
I think that's true, but NFC Motorsports is going to cycle right on through. Now the question mark that gets drawn here is your pit crew ready? Ooh, Zealous Motorsports off in the grass on the front straightaway. I wonder if they were caught unsighted with the EVs down the front straightaway. It's done a radiator on that car, guys. It is leaking coolant all the way down the front straightaway. There is a dark trail of fluid you see behind that BMW. If it actually made contact with something, doesn't look like it. I think it just did a radiator in.
No, I don't think they saw the waving white flag and everybody checking up. Well, hold on. It didn't look so bad coming through out of 3 here, but
well,
so
unless it's shoveled.
So it did go off track where it looked like there was a substantial amount of water in the grass.
Yep.
Yeah. It is possible it just funneled a bunch of water from the grass into into the front of that BMW, and it's deposited it as it came back on the circuit. It's very rough out there, though. If it's back up to speed and not trailing any fluid, then maybe he's got away with it. Pit stops, if you are interested, and we certainly are. Shift up now from AE Victory. The GTR 99 is in. Thunder Bunny Racing 225 is in. Bruce Innovations is in with the 444. 89X, I believe that's the 289.
That's the 338 from Kingpin, I think.
Yep, you are correct. That's the blue and white, a light blue and white car.
Right on the back bumper there.
Yeah, no, watching the 99 pull into that box, splitting those cars, that was very well done.
Well, it was very odd because I think what it wanted to do was to follow in the Thunder Bunny Supra, which it kind of did there for a while. Ooh, splash of extinguishment there on the left rear of the GTR car. More on that in just a second. It wanted to follow the Thunder Bunny car in, but the Thunder Bunny 225 was pitted behind it. So it pulled into its stall, and it left the GTR trying to thread the needle between itself and the Screaming Goat BMW. I'm sorry, between the 225 and the Screaming Goat BMW. It was a really awkward moment there. Was able to get cleanly into its stall, but then once it was there, we saw a couple of orange licks of flame out of the left rear. And a quick splash of the fire bottle. NFC is in now, as is most of the rest of the GTO field. The 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates. So those are your top 2 cars. The 766 from Thunder Bunny is in. The 70, who's gotten back around the 92, by the way. So 34th changed hands again. It's a shame these cars weren't able to get in basically immediately under the full course yellow. If they'd been watching our stream, they would have seen that MX-5 fire right off into the gravel. Get those fuel cans ready. Have your next driver suited and booted if that is the strategy, and get that car in as soon as possible. Because in effect, what's happened here is it's compromised or taken away whatever advantage the lead cars especially had built up, which was approaching 15 seconds for our 2 race leaders. That's been basically neutralized, and they've now come in as a pack. 225, meanwhile, from Thunder Bunny Racing has come all the way around the circuit at full speed, and by virtue of having pitted immediately, is actually going to vault all the way up into second behind the now resumed number 123 NFC Mercedes. I think this is going to shake up the overall running order here as well.
I think this Mazda needs a tie rod end.
Oh, yeah. I would say so.
I think they were turning the wheel because of the angle of the tow rope to the truck.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to hold off judgment. I think the front end's still okay.
I mean, if there's a team that knows how to run without a bumper in this field, it's AOA.
That's very true. Take a look at the end of our Charlotte race on the World Racing League YouTube at some point. Look for that yellow Mazda MX-5. Or what was about 3/4 of the Mazda MX-5.
Should be okay.
A lot of damage to that left front, though. Both tires are pointing in the same direction.
If it's anything like the first generation MX-5, there's a lot of air there. Yeah. It's a very flimsy bumper.
It is. JT, I can assure you, it is very similar. There's a lot of not anything back there.
I remember taking off the nose for the first time on mine, and it's like, oh, there's a massive block of styrofoam here.
Yep. Now they have a crash bar too, but yeah, there's just nothing. It's a lot of shape for not much. Well, I mean, hey, I'm not an engineer, I suppose. I'll have Scott tell me tomorrow that I was wrong. So.
He's quite good at that, in fairness.
Indeed.
And now we get pit stops from the remainder of the GTO and GTU field. I thought maybe the DD Autosports number 153 Mercedes and the number 91 we're going to play an alternate strategy here. That is not the case. Just about everybody else is in.
There's the sister Mustang from Ford Performance Racing School, the 91. So I believe, yeah, the 91 is our mainly white-livered Mustang with red and blue trim. Whereas I believe the 92 had been black with blue and white trim.
Now that this car has been recovered, I think we've got just about one more lap under full course yellow, possibly two if we've got any additional work to do. Let's step aside here very briefly on DriversEye Live. 1 hour complete, just about 1 hour complete, in our Saturday 8-hour enduro from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The World Racing League rolls on from one of the great American motorsports venues. DriversEye Live will be back in just a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Thanks for being with us on this fairly gray, slightly cool, but nevertheless classically humid Saturday morning. Brendan Kazmarek joined by JT Tammy and Ryan West. Jordan Worth, the CEO of the esteemed production company Bottom Split, according to Twitter, is our producer this weekend. If you're a fan of iRacing, you're probably a fan of Jordan. It's the easy way to say that. We have gone to and are just about to complete, I believe, our first full course yellow of the weekend. It was 55 AOA MX-5. It's a paler colored car than the 75, excuse me, which is the other yellow car. It's a little bit more gold colored. That's been into the tire barrier at the bottom of the hill down by turn number 6. We've had a round of pit stops as we head back to green, actually, down here on the front straightaway. Big gaps in the field. The safety car has pulled off, and the Stratus Racing Sebaco NP01, number 59, is going to lead us back to green in a fairly disjointed restart here. We're going to have to reset the field for you. It's really jumbled things up at the top of GTO. Inserted cars we didn't have, taken a few towards the back of the running at the moment. A 289 from 89X Motorsports is the lead car in timing and scoring. So you're going to have to go or wait for a few cars to come by you if you sit trackside until you pick up the black Aston Martin number 289. There it is, just coming through the bottom of the compression at the S's, about 10 to 12 cars deep in the running order. Pulls to the inside of the Rockwell Autosports Development Porsche Cayman. That's a stopped, is that a 777 big mission car? Oh man, this is a yellow flag zone too, headed here from 5A.
I don't know how you adjudicate that.
Yeah,
because,
right?
That's you're already 3 wide before you get to the yellow, and you can't slow.
I think the safest thing to do is just come out of the throttle and let whatever's going to happen around you happen. Hold your line and just let the thing play out. I agree with you, Ryan. That was a twist that I don't think anybody would have expected, to have that stationary car and a yellow flag zone so soon after our restart, now ticking over the 1 hour complete mark. But we haven't really sorted things out here down the back straightaway and into the braking zone at turn number 10. 3 wide once again. The 123 Mercedes just clicks through our camera and down the hill behind, just ahead of the number 225, and immediately we go back to full course yellow. And this
Rightfully so, I think.
Yeah, the right move. This would be to go to retrieve that that number 777 there at turn 6, obviously. number 11 absolutely sent it down the inside of turn number 12 there. So tough old restart, and it is tough if you're behind the wheel, right? It's not that your mind immediately goes into go fast mode as soon as you see a green flag, right? You've still got to have your wits about you. But when you're in a gaggle of cars, such as like half the field was headed at turn number 5, it is really hard to all of a sudden throw your proverbial hands up and say, okay, I have to stop everything I'm doing and basically stop racing, right? Get the car straightened out, come off the throttle, don't pass anybody, cool it down, and then as soon as you get to the next green flag, pick it back up again, because you're in that field of 20 or 30, or that pack of 20 or 30 cars. It's very tough to just flip that switch on and off so soon after you go back to green. And then, having flipped that switch on and off once, now all of a sudden the full course is going to go into a yellow flag condition, and you've got to turn that switch off again after less than a full lap of racing. It is not a position I envy for anybody.
No. What I will say is, hats off to WRL for going green rather quickly.
Yeah.
Versus some other race series that are out there, wherein we may spend another 45 minutes working out the wave around procedure.
Yeah, it turns out you actually can just go back racing. Isn't that crazy?
No. You gotta have all 3 safety cars have to be synced up, and then you gotta pull the LMP2s out of the way.
Yeah, pass by, drop back, etc. Yeah.
Lots of
I was still surprised that people were surprised for that Le Mans last year when they had put the regs out in like January that they were going to do that, and I had sent it around to people and was like, "This is going to be a disaster," and I think people forgot because I remember reading the procedure. I'm like, "Dude, this is going to take at least 35 minutes in addition to whatever they have to do under yellow. Like, this is not the move."
Something code 35. I don't know.
Ugh.
We did use it last time out in Charlotte, and theoretically, eventually, Flagtronics integration will allow us to do it everywhere. I don't think Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta is set up for it, but we do have a number of facilities that are. Barber Motorsports Park, we've gone to BIR in the past, uses code 35, obviously last time out at Charlotte as well. And that allows us to go racing quicker. Cut it down as soon as you need to. Go to code 35. Everybody trundles around the circuit at 35 miles an hour, and then as soon as the incident is cleared, everybody can go back to green at the same time. And in theory, nobody really takes an advantage or loses anything. In theory.
I mean, other than if you get the green on the straight and somebody else gets it on the corner.
Yeah. 59 is in, as is the 997. So these were cars that were on the tail end of the lead lap. If you went back through the pacing order to find your overall race leader, that was the number 289, Aston Martin. These were cars that were out in front of the field. And as far as we could tell, had not pitted. The manual resets here to Race Hero to find out exactly what we're looking for, but I believe that the move here, if you're behind the wheel or on the pit box for one of those cars, is to let the field cycle all the way around, catch up to the back of the field, and then come in and pit, thereby picking up, your 80 to 90% of a lap. Those are the type of strategy calls that may not win you or lose you a race, but it can certainly put you back into or drop you out of contention. Got to be really clever sometimes about the way you call your strategy and how you schedule your pit stops or respond to these full course yellows. Not necessarily a slam dunk every time that you should come in or stay out or anything like that. You've really got to take into account your position in the race relative to the rest of the field, relative to the safety car and the split in traffic. Really are a lot of different factors that go into it, and it's the experienced teams and the teams that are willing to learn and really understand that process that consistently come out ahead. Part of the reason we see teams like GTR 99, Thunder Bunny Racing, more lately 8-9 Expert Sports, Round 3 Racing, all really pay attention to those fine details. Trouble getting the 997 restarted. Had to take a push and a bump start to get rolling again off the pit lane, but unfortunately it is going to cost that car a lap. Drops that 997.1. Yes, thank you. 997.1 Porsche Cup car. Down a lap and rejoins something like 6th or 7th in the queue. I don't know if it had issues getting restarted that dropped it off the lead lap, or if that's just where it was going to wind up. But it goes from being on the tail end of the lead lap to dropping off it completely. Not the way I think they wanted that to go.
No, that's when you cut it close like this, you don't leave a lot of margin for error.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this bit them this time.
Yeah, there are ways to get laps back in the World Racing League. It's not quite as cut and dry as you see in IMSA, where you can just stay out and pick up the lap. However, if you bank on a couple of back-to-back yellows or yellows in quick succession and you think you've got pace, hang off the front of the field. If you stay out, you'll ride around about 90% of a lap down, but as soon as that next yellow comes out, you're kind of in the catbird seat as opposed, or when it comes to getting the lap back, or the balance of the lap back. First 45 minutes of this race really felt like it flew by. I think things just ground to a halt over the last 20 or so. No fault of anybody's in particular, but these full course yellows definitely do tend to deflate things just a little bit. You're with us on YouTube and Facebook. A very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us, the World Racing League. If you're trackside here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, thanks for coming out and spending a weekend with us. I think it's fair to say we've lucked out on the weather this weekend. Ryan West, you and I have both been here when it's been 95 plus with 1,000,000,000% humidity, which is not an exaggeration.
Here we go.
It's like 84 here as a high today. It is truly remarkable how well things have gone for us overall in terms of the weather. Cloudy this morning, which helps our cameras as well. At least for the time being, keeps them all in tip-top shape. Love the views we get from around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. If you're interested in following along either trackside or online with live timing, racehrl.io is our typical source. We're having some issues with the auto refresh there. I believe it's just a little bug in Race Hero that's crept up over the last month or so. But if you're looking for a different source of timing, I invite you to check out Race Monitor, where the timing feed is duplicated. A little bit less detailed. You don't quite get the history that you do with Race Hero, but it will keep you up to date and show you that presently Aston Martin leads Mercedes, 89X leads NFC, Thunder Bunny in the Toyota Supra, crept up into third. General production class leader. Well, before we do that, let's go down to GTU. We've got the Stratus 58 leading, 59 leading 60. Now, with as far as we can tell, about a lap gap for the 50. Actually, it's going to be less than that because the 59 came around to join the back of the queue. So it's just something like 50 cars on track there between 58 and 59. Heraflight down there in fourth. General production was our next up on the list here. Bruce Innovations, the number 444, leads 29 from Screaming Goat. That is a change during the pit stop cycle. Let's put the M3 ahead of the LS-powered M3. 44 from PC Racing into third. 701 with a really strong start in that. Porsche came in pretty heavy on the miles for that car. But so far, so good. Up into fourth. Grissom Motorsports in the number 176. there in P5. Fifth Gear Motorsports rides around in 6 sets of black and gray Porsche Cayman. Zealous Motorsports with an off-track excursion down here at turn number 12. At the last full course yellow, up into they're down into 7th after having started on the front row. GP2 open throttle 67 leads open throttle 66. Libre Racing back with us on the grid in the number 16 Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, number 369 into 4th HQ Autosport, the number 187 into 5th Liberty Autosports in the Ford Mustang. Boy, a Chevrolet engine and a Cadillac transmission rounds out the GP2 field. Love these production classes. GP3 being led by the 8.5 and the 7.5, both AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. Open throttle racing number 162 is third in class. HC Autosport, number 455, sits 4th. AOA Racing's number 55, which was down in the tire wall at turn 6, rounds out the top 5 in the class. You may also see the 605 from round 3 racing, or do not take the green. Speaking of green, gentlemen, we're back
Let's
to
go.
it. Yeah.
89X rocketing down through the final turn and up the front straightaway.
Yeah, what you're seeing on screen there is a lap down Audi R8 LMS just ahead of the Mercedes number 123 from NFC Motorsports. Thunder Bunny Racing is the Toyota Supra next in line. So our race leading number 289 Aston has got a few cars between itself and the Mercedes and Toyota Supra that round out the current podium standings. The number 10 from Rockwell Autosport Development is in there as well. That Porsche Boxster is also a GTO car, so it's not just going to lay over and let these cars through. It's got the potential pace of, well, the cars that have now stacked up behind it. Eventually, they will find their way by that red and black Bridgestone-sponsored Porsche, but it's going to take a little bit here, I think. Porsche is also a very tiny car relative to the GT4 cars around it. Punches a slightly smaller hole in the air, and I think would be fairly slippery in a straight line.
Reminds me of the old Grand Am days where they complained about the BOP because they all ran big sedans, and the Porsche was actually fast on the straights here and at Road America.
Very similar. Look out there looking like an SGS car. Real ones, no. They've worked their way through, at least the next 3 cars have worked their way through that Rockwell car, and now NFC escapes out the front with Super Bunny, Thunder Bunny Supra, very close in trail, below the Super Bunny if you're listening. Shipped up now by AE Victory car, again a lap down, sits there third in the queue. 74 from AOA Racing is going to be the next car in terms of the running order.
Of course, I do want to mention that Thunder Bunny Supra, Brendan, driven by Laura Hayes, set a record at Pikes Peak, I believe, for the fastest female driver to ever go up the mountain.
Yeah, she is. She is Pikes Peak's fastest female ever, which is that is a pretty remarkable stat.
I don't know if it's that chassis, but it's certainly very similar to it.
And,
we got a little bit of
off
trouble.
the leash, and that looks like Harrison, maybe?
It is
Yep,
Harrison.
that's Harrison.
That's a 392. I think that off-the-leash car is going to be buried in the gravel here.
And that's going to be a yellow. That's going to be a full course yellow right there. That's a rough spot.
Yes. Unless,
No.
unless that little lip there is going to allow it to
Roll.
to keep the rear wheels, the primary weight of that car off of the gravel trap. But it's really, really hard for our traps here at Road Atlanta in particular to drive out of them. They're very, very deep. We do a lot of motorcycle racing here at Road Atlanta, and you really need good depth, both lateral depth and height, let's say, to these gravel traps to be effective. And unfortunately, it makes it really hard for cars to get any traction and drive themselves out. We'll have to be on our toes here headed down into turn number 1, where there is a local yellow for that off-the-leash Ligier. So far, so good. Flash of the lights from the 8.9.
May have passed the BMW. I think that's Random Vandals.
Yeah, I mean, you can pass going into a yellow flag, but you've got to have the pass completed before you get adjacent to the flag. And generally, it's considered poor form to try and to try and do that, but sometimes it is the safer option to just finish the pass.
Yeah, because you want cars checking up for a yellow and not starting a pass.
I wasn't watching the screen at the time. Did we see how this incident started?
A massive amount of general production traffic mixed in with a little bit of GTO and GTU traffic, just
Double
all
yellow.
bundled together.
Double yellow again, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a good call.
So after what we had called a tremendously smooth start to the day, in 25 minutes time, we're back to our third full course yellow. James Adams in the YouTube chat points out, not just is she the fastest female, obviously won the GT4 class as well. So it wasn't like we're just out here setting qualifiers
Like
to things.
She won the class in addition to,
top 10 overall as well.
Let's see.
Double check.
Additionally, there were anyway. She beat a lot of cars that were in classes that were supposedly higher than hers.
Yes.
Like a lot more heavily prepared cars than a GT4 car did much worse than her. Some read on Instagram bragging about it. Anyway.
I would say that 30 to 40% of my Instagram feed has been made up from posts either from Laura Hayes or from Thunderbunny Racing.
They were
celebrating that in real time.
Well, because she's part of Shift Up Now as well.
Yeah, and Shift Up Now. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, exactly. So like that whole situation there, they made sure to get that the amount of attention I believe that it deserved.
No, and rightly so. I think for a long time the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, people focused on the weird,
right?
And understandably, like there is some truly crazy stuff that has gone up the mountain over the years, and now that it is fully paved, you can do a lot more of that kind of weird stuff. You don't need to keep the gravel in mind. You don't need to send something like a vague rally setup up the mountain, and it's allowed classes like that GT4 Challenge class to allow racers and race cars to throw themselves at it. But it's nice to see, I don't want to say talent outshine the weird, but I think talent obviously has a place at Pikes Peak, and Laura Hayes is and the result from this year, tremendous celebration of stuff that sometimes goes under the radar.
I think that's the greatest way to lead into my idea for next year, wherein we do the High Plains race the weekend after the hill climb.
The track is rented that weekend.
The weekend after?
Yeah, don't ask me how I know, but I know. Yeah.
All right, fine.
They do. So maybe the weekend before, 2 weeks before.
Oh, I
think there's a weekend of practice.
I'd imagine the weekend before it's definitely rented. But for practice, for that reason. Like, there's got to be some tune shop that just wants it to pound around. That's why I figured the weekend after.
We have arrived on the scene down at turn number 1 with the cavalry. And the off-the-leash Ligier heads on its way.
Gonna tuck in behind the Chevsang. Yeah, we see the Ligier move back and forth there aggressively, just trying to assess and knock out any gravel that's possibly
That's
been
the big
picked up.
one. Yeah, that's the big one. Shift Up Now by AE Victory brings the Audi R8 into the pit lane. My assumption here is that their concept is get the pit stop out of the way, top off, and then try and run long and pick up the lap by virtue of catching a timely safety car. Right? So give yourself a window of maybe 20 minutes where if you catch a safety car at the right time, you've cycled through back on towards the tail end of the lead lap. All you're giving up here really is track position. Right? 20 to 30 cars in the queue is not going to be the end of the world when you're already a lap down. But you want to leave yourself that opportunity to take advantage of a field reset at a safety car. The 91 is into the pit lane as well. That's the second of the FPRS Motorsports Ford Mustangs. I think doing something fairly similar here.
Yeah, it can also be used as a good way to get out of a risky situation. If you're surrounded by other cars in your same class fighting for the same positions, where you might be a little bit more aggressive in terms of fighting. This is a good opportunity to use strategy to get you a bit more of a clear track where you're not necessarily dealing with that. You are going to have a lot more general production in front of you, but once you get through them, should be good sailing.
Yeah, and this is how these races get. I'm gonna say it's how they get interesting, but it is how you get the sort of ebb and flow over the course of the race, where not everybody is doing the same thing at the same time, and you allow more of the strategy calls to take over rather than just side-to-side, wheel-to-wheel racing, management and traffic, that sort of thing. It just adds that extra layer to the delicious cake that is world racing. Shout-outs to cake.
Well, thank you for
Careful.
making up that reference.
Thanks. Hey, I like that. The safety crossover? Safety vehicle heads through turns 10A and 10B, will duck to the right-hand side under the Fox Factory Bridge and into the pit lane to conclude our third full-course yellow of the morning. The Aston Martin guns it out of 10A and 10B and gaps the, I'm going to get the number wrong here. It's a BMW number 176 headed down the hill and allowed the lead margin to stretch out to something like 20 car lengths. Headed into turn number 1 over that battle for second that rages on between NFC and Thunder Bunny. Bruce Innovations number 333 is now the interloper in that field. The 74 from AOA Racing in fourth. 89X, that's the second of the Aston Martins, the black Aston Martins in fifth. Round 3 Racing's number 70, that is the Trimtex Porsche, up into sixth. First call of the day for GTR 99. This is the way it goes for them. We see them outside the top 10 for a good portion of the early morning, especially in these really heavy GTO fields, and then all of a sudden, there they are in the top 10. Halfway through the race, they'll be in the top 5. And before you know it, they're in contention for podiums and race wins. It's just the GTR way. Beautiful blue Toyota Supra down into turn 6 and 7. Astro Pup over on the YouTube chat. Driver ID is supposed to be a new feature this year, but didn't happen. It is happening. It is happening this weekend. It is being considered a broad-scale test of the system as a custom development of Flagtronics. Every driver has been equipped with a driver ID puck. I had the system explained to me in some detail by James Ballinger of Flagtronics last night, and those puck assignments are going to be made available to us eventually, so we'll be able to provide you with some information as to who's behind the wheel of our nearly 60 car strong field this weekend. But that custom development, just taking a few races to get itself established as part of the platform. The hope is that eventually we'll be able to pick up that information in real time through our sources at Race Hero and or Race Monitor. But it's a big lift by WRL, Flagtronics, and the involved teams to get that all up and running. And I'm hopeful that we'll have some more depth of information there for you by the time we get to this afternoon. Bit of impromptu crank it up here as we head out of the slowest corner on the track at turn number 7 and up through the gears, climbing the hill under the bridge at turn 8 and towards top speed into the braking zone at turn 10, about 145 miles an hour. For our GTO cars, very nearly 2 wheels off in the dirt at the bottom of the hill here. for the number 89 Aston Martin. Tucked up directly behind the Round 3 Racing Porsche 991 Cup. I think just a little offline or unsighted through turn number 12. These cars very on the limit at the bottom of the hill. I think to IMSA Racing, Petit Le Mans, pretty much every car I think nowadays in the top series is going to be flat out there at the bottom of the hill. Even some of the Michelin Pilot Challenge cars are likely to be flat out at the bottom of the hill on racing slicks. Of course, here in the World Racing League, we run exclusively DOT tires. 200 tread wear is the minimum rating. Maximum rating, I guess, on how you look at that. But does tend to limit the lateral grip of these cars. Obviously, it's a much cheaper and more sustainable solution. And it puts these the heavy cars especially, that we get in GT4 really on the limit of adhesion in those high-speed corners there at the bottom of the hill. On board the shift up now by AE Victory Racing. Audi R8 LMS GT4. Up through the gears, cresting 100 miles an hour before we go underneath the Motul Bridge. Wonderful to see not only a full field of cars around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but actually a pretty healthy camping contingent trackside here as well. It's taken a few tries at this, not this event particularly, but spectator events for the WRL here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta to get some good spectator traction. But boy, have we got it now. Really nice weather weekend in store. Very mild, all things considered. I would say unseasonably cool this weekend. About 85 degrees, cloudy today, cloudy again tomorrow. Kind of taking the edge off things. And thrilled that you all could join us trackside this weekend. 98.1 FM if you happen to be roaming trackside. And I've been asked to make special announcements for the Paddock Grill, which is located just up behind the Michelin Tower at the exit of the final corner. Opens at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's before we do. Matter of fact, here at DriversEye Live, even tomorrow, where we get an 8:30 start, is not the normal Sunday start time. But anyway, get yourself a cup of coffee and some breakfast there. We'll be open for lunch, of course, again as well. And I believe we'll be open throughout tomorrow's quiet hours. More to follow there. On board is this the 80? It is the 89 because it's tucked up behind the Round 3 Porsche. I just love how these Aston Martins have come into form over the last couple of races here in 2024. And I think it really goes to show that sometimes, yes, okay, you can press the easy button to go racing. You can just go get your Toyota Supra and you know that car is going to be quick. But these cars are designed to operate in a performance window. Has become the term that we prefer these days, as opposed to just a straight up balance of performance. And eventually they're going to get there. The Aston Martin certainly have, the Mercedes certainly has, the new BMWs have been right on as well, and you just love to see that variety at the front.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit. You got to figure out how the cars are going to work with these kind of tires, because they were designed to run on racing slicks with their ABS and their traction control. And coming onto these tires, it's a little bit different. Cars handle a little bit different, so you got to figure out a good setup window to make it run. So we're seeing these Astons, start to figure that out, start to become more and more competitive, and that's just how the racing's evolving.
Look at the speed at the bottom of the hill there. These GT4 cars. I know it's not prototype speed. We're not doing 140, 150 at the compression there, but 105, 110 there on a DOT tire. Something like 1.82 Gs at the bottom of the hill. It's just remarkable. You stand on the outside of the corner, right where we are at start finish. Had a couple of spectators on the edges of the Michelin Bridge at start finish here as well, taking some photos. Cars pointed basically right at you on the limit of grip. It's one of the best corners in American. I just love it. Fine two-screen viewing experience for you this weekend as well. The Olympics, obviously.
Yes, indeed.
Got the 5 rings in France. You got the 4 rings with developed now by AE Victory.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing 3 rings, so I don't really know where to go with that. If you get down to 1. Hello to Layla at home. Work that one in there.
Hi to
Not my
Layla,
smoothest,
or to
but
Brenda's Layla at home.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
I guess. I don't know.
Good defense going into one for Bruce Innovations over the Random Vandals BMW. Random Vandals going to try to do an undercut out as they go up the hill, and it looks like he's going to get it on the outside for 2 into 3 here. Yep, and through.
So, Brendan, when you watch the Olympics, do you watch the casual primetime?
No.
Okay,
I'm
good.
out on
Good,
that,
good,
yeah.
good, good.
We're world feed, real time only. It's not
Okay,
happening
excellent.
live. It's not worth watching. Which is how we got into this business in the first place, actually. Back in the day, DriversEye Live was endurance radio, and we wanted to watch some live racing. So we called some live racing.
That we did.
Here we are some years later.
Have we done a eulogy for that event yet?
No, we haven't.
You know what? Can we do
Now
that?
the time.
Can we do that live on the air? I've been thinking about this.
If we want to work this into a WRL centric theme, which I think is appropriate, I think the world of amateur endurance racing has come a long way over the years.
It's lost a friend.
Well, it has. Where I was going to go with that is the 123 gets held up very badly down the hill into turn number 12. And it's going to allow that Thunder Bunny 225 to close right up onto the back of it, headed down into turn number 1. 6 car lengths basically becomes 2. And more traffic for them both to contend with. We'll keep an eye on that. But, Ryan, your point is a correct one. Things have changed over the years. The 25 Hours of Thunderhill was, of course, where we got our start. DriversEye Live, previously Endurance Radio, as we said. Mercedes is able to put a car between itself and the Thunder Bunny Supra. Some have kept up with the changes in the global racing scene better than others. Right? There was a time
I didn't think that was the tack you were going to take.
No, look, there was a time when organizations like Lemons were just the way you went.
Right.
Right. You did. They called it crack can endurance racing. That's what it was. You could, for $500, no more than $500, go buy a car, install some safety equipment that didn't count against the budget, go put it on track with drivers that had some racing experience, lots of racing experience, or no racing experience, in a contact-free environment, and theoretically a risk-free environment or a low-risk environment, and go racing on a budget. And I think that was where a lot of teams and drivers first got into endurance racing, and it was proved in the United States on a broader scale as a really cost-effective way to go grassroots and amateur racing. I think WRL has been a leader in recognizing that there are ways to do that at the higher end and at the lower end and keep budgets in check. And I think it allows for teams, drivers, car builders, you name it, to come into racing with a variety of different solutions and be competitive without fearing that budgets are going to get truly out of hand. Other organizations have not done that and just allowed people to bring whatever they want. And unfortunately, eventually that catches up. Almost every category in the history of motorsports has spent itself out of existence. Almost every single one. GT3 is proving to kind of be the antithesis of that, and theoretically, hypercars, certainly LMDH, has the potential to go that direction as well, to become the GT3 of prototype racing. And unfortunately, I think when you allow people to spend whatever they want, eventually the teams who can't are going to find it pointless to continue spending their money because they're not able to be competitive anymore. And a race that once, featured 60-plus cars, like we have on track this weekend at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, more recently featured something like 20 or 25. And just
not a
isn't
lot
sustainable.
of them were, when we covered it, I don't know, I would say 15, 20 of those entries were in the top class and were like actual money spending operation, like big deal entrants.
Yeah.
Whereas I witnessed what I believe to be the final Thunderhill 25 hours. And a substantial portion, more than 70% of the entrants were Honda Civics.
Yeah.
And while
Team Honda Research West days. And 9.
Correct, yeah. And they were good, and then Spoon brought over one of their cars as well, which, they have always played in kind of the lower classes there anyway, so that wasn't like a huge step down. But there's a lot of interest, I think, in that series that sort of started to wane, and I think it coincided with them trying to, quote, simplify, end quote, the class structure, which did not help anything, I don't think. So, it's unfortunate to see it, and I don't know if there's anything that the promoters could have done to sustain the involvement, because for quite some time, random entrants would show up and were happy to spend the money because it truly was the last place, I think, in the world where they had a run what you brung class.
Yeah.
And I think people were excited by the prospect of that. You had a lot of high-profile entrants bringing goofy stuff and things that had been developed, things that, were interesting. And I do believe that part of it was the interest in doing it the goofy way outweighed doing it sustainably. For example, there was a team that purchased I believe to be running Lola Mazda prototype that had the AER engine in it, like that it ran with in the early 2010s, and proceeded to take that engine out and put a motorcycle engine in it, an engine which anybody who had watched that race ever, people knew wasn't a reliable motor. And it wasn't a reliable motor in a much lighter car, in like a Radical. And so to put that engine into a LMP2 car, which already had, just things like that became more commonplace, whereas, in the earlier days, you'd have people that would show up with a Daytona prototype, a Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, a Porsche Cup car, and those all worked pretty well. But as people started to try to, I think, get too cute, they did spin themselves into oblivion.
Well, and when you compare where that race was with what we frequently see in our races here in the World Racing League, the top class size was not massively different. The top class at Thunderhill versus GTO, 25 to 30 cars is kind of the norm.
Mm-hmm.
It was the norm, certainly, out there. And yet, whereas our GTO fields are regularly finishing 2, 3, 4 cars on the lead lap sometimes after 8 hours, you would get to sunset at that race, and the margin could easily be 4 or 5 laps. And certainly by the checkered flag, it wasn't uncommon to see margin of victories north of 20, if not 25, 30 laps. I think more recently, like last year, the margin was like 80 laps. And that's not an exaggeration.
Yeah, no, one team bringing a GT3 Audi just annihilated them. But there was no competition for it either. They were the only car that was that serious.
No, there was a time there where bringing a Porsche Cup car was the forever solution, right? Because it was the only car that was going to make it through the race without major problems.
That was a question even back then, whether it was going to make it through the whole race.
You throw some brakes at it, and generally it was fine.
Nah, it was a gearbox.
Yeah, that's true. Some spits of rain around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. See it on our cameras. Man, look at this traffic. Around the outside of the Liberty Chev staying.
What's important to note about this traffic is that NFC Mercedes has been slightly slow. The Thunder Bunny, the 225, has been directly behind it this entire time, and that has allowed the 74, the 70, the 89, and the 99 to all catch up. so you can see them all come through shot here.
Yeah.
Through shot here.
Well,
this is all a fight for second.
It is. It's actually just becoming a fight for third here. Thunder Bunny Racing held it quite badly through 5, 6, and 7 down at the south end of the circuit, and now just Mercedes being able to stretch its legs a little bit has put a gap between itself and the BMW of AOA Racing, who is going to rocket around the outside of the Thunder Bunny Supra into third and onto the provisional podium in GTO and overall. Shouts to AOA Racing to pass the, I believe it's still the championship leading, actually it might be GTR, Toyota Supra, but nevertheless, arguably the most successful chassis and engine combination in the field, getting out-dragged by the BMW M4 G82 down the back straightaway. Again, the Supra gets held up in traffic. This is going to allow the number 70 Porsche 991 Cup onto the back of the Supra, headed up the hill towards turns 2 and 3, up over the blind crest at 2, tip it into the right-hander at turn 3, the rain following ever so slightly harder up at the top of the circuit. I think this is still just Scott Michael's head rain at this point. I don't think we're seeing any change in the surface conditions, but you'll definitely be seeing it on the windscreens and feeling it trackside. Sometimes I can just get into a driver's head enough to upset the way they attack the circuit. Oh, NFC's giving up the spot to AOA Racing. Now into second. Big moves from AOA number 74, second place overall. NFC now under attack from Thunder Bunny Racing, who's under attack from round 3, who's under attack from GTR and the 89, and so on and so forth. Great racing in the top 6 in GTO. All of this happening, again, 13 seconds behind the overall race leading number 289, Aston Martin.
I do believe this is indicative of the rain starting to become a...
You think so?
I do, because that NFC car is not
there
great
goes
in
the
rain.
Porsche on the inside of 10A and outside of 10B.
We're starting to see the cars that are better in the rain move to the front.
GTR around the outside of Thunder Bunny now as well. The Aston Martin, we know those Astons are good in the rain. The 888 from TLM Moto, I don't want to say it put on a clinic at Road America, but man, that car was rock solid in the rain on Sunday.
So I believe that was back-to-back laps of GTR moving up a position on the inside. And 10A, as it goes wide on 3, exit, rejoins through the access road into 4. Oh, I hope that car's okay. But it looks like just got it a little too quick into 3.
Yeah, you've got to be careful there. That's a motorcycle chicane at the top of the hill. If you don't watch too much motorcycle racing, they use that to provide a little extra runoff through that turn 3 into 4 area. But the grass between the two circuits is pretty rough.
Yeah.
Seen plenty of modern race cars that tear off splitters, for that matter, end their races over that grass area there.
Continue to dig in and come to a complete stop in the case of my favorite Road Atlanta clip.
Was that a DP by any chance?
It was.
Yeah.
That's
pretty famous for that.
They make excellent shovels. But yeah, no, the thing is the apex at turn 3 is, that's a crest. So it's you aim the car correctly and you should be tracking out appropriately, but sometimes you can very well get it wrong.
Yeah, it's a tricky old corner there, and you really want to push going into 2, but you've got to talk yourself into kind of underdriving the corner so that you get your line right at 3. With enough repetition, you'll get the line right every time, but it's so blind. Even the apex curve is tough to spot, despite being raised up over the top of the track surface. And if you end up wide out there with or without moisture, you can end up there in well to hurt. It's better sometimes just to fail and aim for the motorcycle circuit rather than to try and get it back and risk ending up in that grass, as we talked about. Can really tear apart a splitter. Or
so
worse.
The 70 now has moved to the front of this sort of pack and is now going to start harassing the NFC car. Just gaining a little bit more time there. I think that rear engine on the Porsche, in spite of no traction control, is going to continue to pay dividends here as the surface gets more and more slick.
Well, it's not really the front of the pack because that
Well, the front of
74
that
is-
pack.
Sure, but what was a gaggle of 5 or 6 GTO cars has started to stretch itself out now, particularly
Oh,
because
just about lost it to Ligier there and couldn't quite
we're
corral
off.
it.
Yeah, we're off. And
Keeps it rolling.
And he's back again.
And that's
The fun
gonna
of having the engine in the back.
Now, the one thing I will tell you, and I'm sure they've worked on it since then. That's an ugly. Okay. On the second screen. One thing I will tell you is that Ligier had problems that the connectors weren't insulated for rain when we were at Barber. That was a problem where they were having to go through and tape individual electronic connections to make sure that water didn't get into them. So I believe this Ligier team not going to be pleased with the prospect of rain, assuming, of course, they hadn't already waterproofed all the stuff like they were working on at Barber.
Dominic Johnson, is that the same car that ran off earlier at turn 1? It is. Ligier was perpendicular to the track with the rear wheels buried into the gravel trap about, 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago now, towards the exit of turn number 1. William Hensler, 89X running hard at my favorite venue. Aston Martin working well for Mike and his team. I think 89X and Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta get along pretty well. Not just the Aston Martin, but I remember here about 2 years ago, the Camaro, but for a questionable strategy call on during Sunday's enduro, was, I think, the quickest and strongest we had ever seen out of that Camaro. Clearly, the prep is there, the team is there, and now that they've got a car that has been a little bit more plug and play than that Camaro was, that's interesting, has really worked well for those 89X guys and girls. And yeah, just really good stuff to have two, not just the lead car with the 89, but 2 cars into the top 6. Think about Thunder Bunny Racing. We think of as the let's say the power brokers in GTO, has the 225 into the top 5, but the second car, the 766, down in 19th at the moment in what are identically prepped cars. Consistency out of 89X is good as any other team in the field at the moment. It's really good stuff. In the general production classes, quick refresh timing here on racehero.io. We'll show Bruce Innovation 16 seconds out in front of the Screaming Goat Racing LS-powered BMW M3. The 44 of PC Racing, another 6 seconds back. And the 701 from Round 3 Racing, the last car on the class lead lap. 4th in class. 5th Gear Motorsports rounds out the top 5. Shouts to All-Star Racing and the number 5 with a rebuilt car from a pretty hefty accident last year at VIR around this time of year. Took basically a full year to get the car rebuilt. Joined us last time out at Charlotte Motor Speedway in GP1. Thrilled to have those guys back. I'm not sure if he's here this weekend, but one Steve Park has driven that car in the past. I just haven't seen the driver list yet this weekend to confirm or deny that. That's a big mission in 7th. Number 567 there as well. GP2, Open Throttle 66 leads Open Throttle 67. The only 2 cars on the lead lap in class, as I can tell now. Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft 369 rounds out the class podium. Libre Racing, I think would be the correct pronunciation, into 4th in class. 187 of HQ Autosport in 5th, and the Liberty Autosports Chevstang, as it's being called, Chevrolet-powered Mustang, Cadillac transmission. In 6th, all 6 cars still running reliably in that class, which is good stuff. Now approaching 2 hours into our Saturday 8-hour enduro, just about a quarter of the way through. GP3, 85 from AOA Racing leads 75 by 53 seconds. And the 162 from Open Throttle Racing rounding out the podium. HC Autosport, 455 in 4th. 55 of AOA Racing in 5th. GTU is kind of the odd man out there, just falls to the bottom of Race Hero for whatever reason. 8.5 seconds is your class lead there. Stratus 58 leads Stratus 59. A lap in hand for the 2 of them over the sister car, the number 60. And then 3 laps further back is the number 247 of Heraflight. Is the all-orange Subico NP01. That car has been on and off the pace this morning, but to be within 3 or 4 laps of the class leader, even with those occasional struggles, is not such a bad thing. 89 gets held up very badly at the bottom of the hill by the AOA Racing number 55 that took some damage earlier, and it has allowed the Thunder Bunny Supra number 225 right up onto the back of the Aston Martin, to the point that you really couldn't even see it behind that charcoal-colored V8-powered Aston down the front straightaway. And now it's 2 packs of 2, with the 70 leading 123 Mercedes. It's a little bit wide out of turn 4, and then 89 and 225 in chase down and up the hill at the bottom of the S's. William Hensler again says, very nice views of Road Atlanta. Thank you. Amazing how much different it looks from inside the cockpit. I'm not convinced Road Atlanta looks the same from any vantage point. TV cameras don't look the same, frankly, as our cameras. I think they provide a very different sense of the elevation changes around here, which don't even come close to the way it looks in person. If you're standing trackside, particularly at the top of turn 4, the way the road falls away and then rises up again just as steeply on the other side into turn 5. And that, I'm sure, looks nothing like it does from behind the wheel, which is the view we now have thanks to Shift Up Now by AE Victory Racing. Compression at the bottom of the hill, climbing again skyward into turn 5, out over the curb on the exit. Blind crest. And plunging again down the hill into likely 5th or here into the braking zone for a fairly heavily cambered turn number 6. More spots of rain on the windshield of the Audi here. Into the slowest corner on the circuit, below 80 kilometers an hour. And launching onto the back straightaway again, headed for about 145. A couple of clicks higher than that in the draft. Absolutely top gear before you stand the thing on its nose. Pointed downhill again into the compression here at turn number 10.
Yeah, those M4s are really launching out of 7 and onto this back straight with a lot of momentum.
Nobody launching at a turn 12 there as we get held up behind the 62 from Open Throttle Racing. Allows the Audi to draw up alongside and past the number 62 from Chrono Competition. Like you said, JT, really got the launch out of 7 as we've seen out of quite a few of the BMWs, but all it takes is one little balk in traffic. Play your cards right and keep the momentum up through turn 12 and you can be right on it. You know, a lot of us in the World Racing League and ourselves here at DriversEye Live come from a sim racing background. And I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that Road Atlanta was the place that taught me how to handle multi-class racing. Things like backtiming your lift in traffic to be able to carry maximum speed at the apex. Right, and up and over the exit of a corner, not necessarily tucking yourself up behind the slower car in front of you. Eventually, stuff like that becomes second nature, but in races where seconds matter, sometimes driving in a way that is maximizing your car's potential, even in traffic, can be the difference maker. It's an experience you really don't get many other places. It's just the winding and narrow nature of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta that gives us what we have, gives us Petit Le Mans, and frankly, I think allowed Petit to become the instant endurance classic that it did way back in 1998. A vision of one man, Dr. Don Paynos. Probably wasn't one man, but, you know, I think that was the line at the time.
I liked his visions.
Sure he did too. The American Le Mans series was It was the premier endurance racing series in the world for, through what, about 2009? Probably 2011, really.
Yeah.
With
The
birth
first,
of
the ILMC, I think, was still not quite there. But as soon as it became the World Endurance Championship, I think it started to, you know.
So I would say the 2011 ILMC was, but even that was a collection of other events, right? Where it ran a handful of races with the American Le Mans Series. Petit Le Mans, Sebring featured on that calendar. Obviously, Le Mans featured a couple of ELMS races over the years. Imola, 6 Hours of Zhuhai, as well as part of the Asian Le Mans Series.
I think that's a better format. And they don't do it that way anymore. The WEC is like its own thing.
Yeah.
But I liked the idea of it being like, like the best 2 or 3 races in the United States, the best 2 or 3 in Europe, and like the best 2.
Ooh, car
Oh, yeah.
on the hill. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I think that's a drive off rather than a slide off. But really difficult to tell who that might be. It looks like a blue, maybe BMW.
I'm not seeing a big wing, so it might not be the 24.
That was going to be my guess.
There could be a wing there, and I just can't see it.
Would have been the 24, but see if race control is a better idea. Quick spin for Heraflight down to turn 10, spin center and track and continue. That's not what we're waiting for here, however. It's not the 24. They just come through start finish. Not Mercedes, okay. Is it?
Is that the 167? No, it doesn't look like a Mercedes. It's definitely got more of a sedan body. There comes Matt Connolly through the shot, so not them.
Yeah, even turn 4 is struggling to pick up a number there. Typically, we'd have a corner station just behind the Chevrolet signage on the left side of your screen called 5 Flags, but not so this weekend. And we go full course caution.
Yeah, good call. Especially as we continue to get a little bit more drops on the track.
I was just going to say, I think we're headed for a round of green flag pit stops here for our GTO leaders. And
yeah, we're at the time.
Yeah.
So PC Racing, let's see, the yellow and black M4, which one is that?
289's called this right. They have made it into the pit lane on the first opportunity. AOA Racing has made it in as well. Mercedes from NFC is in, but the 70 Porsche is not. I think that's a bit of a fumble there. Same goes for the 89 Aston Martin, although that may be down to having crew members for both cars versus one car.
And the sister car stays out, by the looks of it.
It did, yes. That's exactly the point, is I think...
Splitting?
Yeah, they either that or they've only got the crew to service one at a time. Or it's just safer to split because you're not putting cars nose to tail in the pit lane, which I think is fair. 225 is in from Thunder Bunny. Really only looks like the 70 that was not able to make it into the pit lane before, or as part of this cycle here. 289 pulls out. Gonna have to be careful here. Navigating some traffic in both the slow and the fast lane.
Ooh, race control said it was the 16 Toyota GT86.
Yeah. That does check out. We've called them in the rundowns, but we really called them out on track at any point today, that Uber Racing Toyota. And confirmed as just a 4-off drivers left, no spin impact or anything like that. I think Thunder Bunny is going to be the next to leave the pit lane here. Then GTR. So where is the Mercedes? They already left? I think they have. 74 from AOA is going to have a heap of time here in the pit lane.
Yep. Mercedes coming out of 5 now.
Okay. That should put that car back up into second. Then, actually, I take that back. It'll be at least third because the 70 stayed out. So I wouldn't be shocked to see the 70 into the pit lane this time.
Yeah, the 70 is 2 cars ahead of it.
Yeah. So the other entity that this full course yellow has kind of bit a little bit is Shift Up Now by AE Victory. If you remember, we had said that they were going to rely on a well-timed full course caution that would leave them kind of out on their own on the lead lap. And had the full course yellow come out maybe 10 minutes from now, I think it would have been pretty well timed for them, maybe 15. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit too early, and they've been stuck. They've been stuck with that one lap margin.
Yeah, they needed their competitors to have green flag stops, but
exactly.
I mean, at least they get to come down and have a shorter stop in their box. So I mean, it's not completely lost, but yeah, their gamble just didn't work out this time.
The remaining GTO cars are in. That includes the 89 Aston Martin, the 70 from Round 3 Racing, that's a Trimtex sponsored Porsche. The 997 is in as well, and the 82 of Random Vandals Racing was the last lead lap car that had not been in. You're with us, trackside. Welcome. Thanks for joining us on this cloudy, I would say unseasonably cool, or at least temperate, late July morning. Happy to have you with us. It's 11 o'clock. 2 hours gone. We're 25% of the way through our first of 2 really long days. What we love here on DriversEye Live, what we love in the World Racing League, classic endurance racing, really good on-track racing, and oftentimes just phenomenal runs to checkered flags. Had really quite a few good races here at Road Atlanta over the years, and thrilled to be able to share it with you all as the rain picks up again down here at turn number 6. It's a bit heavier, I think. Producer Jordan Worth, it's kind of our silent partner, but could chirp in at any moment, Jordan. He's probably been watching it a little bit more closely than we have, but I think this is the heaviest we've seen the rain at any point this morning. If you are with us trackside, by all means, enjoy your campgrounds, enjoy your cooking and your fires out there. I saw more than a few of them both yesterday and this morning as I was setting cameras up. But sometime, come check out action down here on the front straightaway. Come check out the paddock, which is open to spectators. Walk around a little bit. Check out some of the pit lane action. I guarantee you it will not disappoint. At the risk of selling it too hard, one of the things we've said over the years about the World Racing League is every one of these events has the feel of like an IMSA weekend, right? Okay, not everybody has giant, side mount canopy, side mount to the hauler canopies. There's a lot of easy ups that float around, but the energy in the paddock still has a very pro weekend feel to it. And it's a series that just straddles that line really beautifully between amateur and grassroots racing on a budget, but one that is well promoted, that's friendly to spectators and friendly to the broader interested public, and puts on a really good show all the same. So come check it out here at the North End. Stop by the Paddock Grill while you're at it. Take us with you around on the PA or 98.1 FM. It's going to be a great day. Already has been. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy, and our man Jordan, the Professor Worth.
Jordan Worth, of course, honing his skills in road racing recently.
I've heard Jordan Worth is going to be honing his skills not in road racing sometime in the future.
I mean, he does both.
Well, I don't know. That's his announcement.
Oh, I didn't know there was an announcement coming.
Not really an announcement. I don't know. Whatever. It's
okay.
It's Jordan. We love Jordan.
Jordan's great.
Jordan. Aren't you
Brendan's
doing...
about to announce that you're
No,
gonna
I'm
do
not
something.
announcing anything, but you're doing something cool coming up, right?
Oh,
I don't know if that's live over the stream, but... Okay. Yeah.
wow.
A foosball tournament, you say?
Polo. He's going to be covering
I was
polo.
gonna say he's gonna be covering the World
Yeah.
Series of darts live.
Heck yeah.
Hashtag for the fans.
It's also how R4R calls strategy during endurance races. Darts.
Yes. So is that another producer that we've launched into a just stratospheric career?
Yeah.
Wow.
So. Rest in peace, Zach.
Yes.
Look, I think it's fair to say that the World Racing League has launched a couple of careers over the years. Why shouldn't it also apply to our producers?
Indeed.
I don't know what careers they've launched.
It very nearly launched my NCAA professional commentary career.
Was that not happening?
No.
Oh.
Something about they only want to guarantee about 6 hours of work per week, but still require that I be there on those specific days. And if there's any clashes, I have to make them the priority for 6 hours a week.
Tough one.
Yeah,
You
which
hate
I
to
was
see
like,
it.
that's not quite going to do it for me.
I mean, when you're dealing with the 337th ranked NCAA men's basketball team in the country.
Hey, they're pretty good in water polo, I'll have you know.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Somehow for a university with a name like that, that doesn't surprise me.
Gonzaga does, in fact, play here.
University of the...
Yeah. Well,
Anything like that. Arts and sciences,
Big,
of the dentist,
big
whatever.
pharmacy school.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I know somebody who went there, but I think it was electrical engineering, maybe?
Very expensive.
Yeah, sure. Would you call it Stockton's premier institution of higher
I
learning?
would.
Yeah.
It's them and the Institute of Technology. So.
The Institute of Technology. Wow, that's a
Actually,
claim.
that's not true. San
That is a
Joaquin,
claim.
San Joaquin City College, or whatever they call it now, is also.
Listen, this is entirely too parochial for an East Coast-based production.
I mean, perhaps.
It's UJT and Palomar.
Pretty much. Oh, and Zalus.
Oh, Zealous, yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're in San Diego, so they don't even know that Stockton exists. But they hardly know that Sacramento exists. Sacramento is just an abstract to people that live in Southern California. It's just a thing you talk about. It doesn't actually. It's not real.
Dominic Johnson, thank you. I learned more about the ins and outs of racing from you guys than I can't read it. And I've learned out in the last few years. I like to think we take a balanced approach to talking about racing.
Which is sometimes we talk about racing and sometimes we don't.
That's exactly it. When you have 15 hours of time to fill, sometimes you talk about what you see on track, and sometimes you just talk about racing, and sometimes you don't even do that. But it does allow us to, we call it podcast mode internally. It does allow us to touch on some of the current events in motorsports. It allows us to touch on some opinion-based stuff that, we're not interested in making everybody share our opinions. We don't even share the same opinion often, but it does allow for differing viewpoints and different understandings of how the racing and motorsports sphere kind of operates. And I think that's a healthy thing. Now, we do all put it behind the World Racing League name, which is an interesting move, but RJ has been, and others have been very friendly to us, kind of having the opportunity to chat about motorsports in the past, and this being a good place to have those types of discussions while also watching some really interesting racing. So, all good things.
Speaking of all good things, that looks like lights out on our safety car.
They are. The LED headlights do flash in our cameras a little bit, but the safety lights themselves are off. It's going to be the 167 who leads us back to green. I'm sorry, 176 who leads us back to green on track, which makes our overall race leader, the 289, about 10 cars deep off of the final corner now. It'll be the first of two charcoal-colored Aston Martin Vantages with not much of the NFC Mercedes. Yes, 7/10 of it, about 3/4 of a second, let's call it. Which is a good thing, because when you get any deeper in the field than that, it is just an absolute mess of traffic down the front straightaway and into turn number 1. It does this every time. So far, we've been able to get back to green pretty quickly, with one notable exception. Stay green, the most important thing. There is the NFC Mercedes, with just the 60 Stratus entry in between it and the overall race leader. DTR 99 is now the third place car. That will have changed hands in the pit stop shuffle. Thunder Bunny racing into fourth, and 9-4 Motorsports with the debut of their BMW M4 GT4 up into the top 5 on rotation. Also on rotation, the Stratus 58. That's the lead GTU car. That low slung black and blue prototype. I go through the mental Rolodex of Stratus colors and numbers in my head. Look at this. That is truly absurd. Mostly GTO cars there, trying to work through one or two general production cars. We're about to go 4 wide down the back straightaway before the 3 wide GTO cars work past the open throttle BMW. They'll go around what is nominally turn 9, in this case actually a corner, because you've got a third of the track to operate in. Into the braking zone at 10. Off goes ACP Tangerine Associates.
The 2.
That was your pole-sitting car not so very long ago, through the gravel trap and out the other side, is going to head into the pit lane. Looking, that car all up at the front end. I think it's got damage to the right front corner of that car. Flash of the blades, asked what make and model the prototypes are. They're Sebico NP01s. It's not a spec class. It's designed to maximize the weight that cars can run, and therefore the power they can run at. But they tend to make their performance differently to the big GTO cars. A little bit less reliant on power, more reliant on momentum and aerodynamic grip, and that's kind of earned them their own class in GTU.
A little bit of debris coming off here.
Oh, yeah. Fender liner? Or,
Yeah,
it's too big for a dive plane, yeah. Blowing around in the gravel trap at the exit of turn number 5. Anyway, those Sebico NP01s aren't even spec themselves. You can buy them with the Evo kit, now that that car's had a few years to it, and then you're free to develop it basically however you like. Stratus car
came a really nice slide deck on the stuff that comes on that Evo kit now. Was available on the racers page.
Speaking of development, Ryan, you had made a point earlier about the Ligier not having the connected or the connectors sealed for rain. It is interesting, and one of the things I love about the World Racing League, that you do still have active development of race cars. It's not like you homologate your car and declare it to run at a very specific or in a very specific configuration. Right? Sometimes there are changes made to race cars in the middle of race weekends. Make them more reliable, sometimes get more performance out of them outside of just the base setup of the car. You can still do whatever you like as long as you're running it in the same power and weight configuration that you declare at the beginning. And it's very cool to see that as something that we've kind of lost over the years in professional endurance and sports car racing.
Yes.
Thank you for coming to
Oh
the
no! The ship sting!
That car has been off pace for the last few laps. And off and on the circuit, driver's left at the bottom of the hill. Now he's going to have to climb the hill on the other side. We are pointed, this camera is not level to the horizon. We are pointed downward, so it makes that climb into 5 look much flatter than it actually is. Does get up over the other side, though. I think our 55 AOA Mustang may be either has an exhaust issue or may have dropped a cylinder. It's not a happy MX-5 at the moment. First time we've ever heard of Sebico. How long have they been in the business of building these cars? I will let somebody give that exact answer. I believe they took over the project from Milan in 19, maybe? Somewhere in that range?
Yep.
Hey! We did it. That car was built by Elon on the behalf of NASA. It's racing NASA, not space NASA. If space NASA is still space NASA.
They
Government
are.
NASA. Yeah, okay.
So the inferior NASA.
Yeah, it was built on their behalf to be a budget-minded sports racer, basically. Closed-top, two-frame chassis with very modular bodywork that's gotten even more modular over the years. But Sebico's has been hard at work doing a lot of development to that car. We've seen it in endurance racing trim before. Really requires some effort to get consistent, let's say. Not necessarily up to speed, but more consistent.
Does Bruce have a down tire?
I think it's got worse than that.
Bodywork?
No, that's a right-left rear suspension, I think, or hanging bodywork, but it's grinding the car to a halt.
Oh boy, that's...
I think they've had something collapse at left rear there.
Hopefully not with help.
It would be an odd place to have help all of a sudden.
Right.
But it looked like the left rear corner tire and wheel were no longer upright.
Yeah, maybe hub failure or something. I don't know. But
remember, this car is not. It has championship-winning caliber. This Bruce Innovations M4 was previously a championship-winning and multiple race-winning car at the hands of JTR Motorsports Engineering, who's moved on to bigger and better things. Speaking of launching careers. And it was fairly reliable and very, very quick in those hands. But this one looks more, if anything, like it's likely to be a random failure there, just at the left rear.
I believe this may also be a full course yellow spot.
Yep. So, Jim Davis yesterday in the drivers' meeting made a point to say,
"Oh,
geez. It went over."
Was that one of the Mustangs? The 91? Exit of turn 4 here. Driver's right underneath the Chevrolet banner here.
Red flag, gentlemen. We've immediately to red. It's going to take the drivers a few seconds to see it. They get to the flag until they get to a flag station, but it'll be announced over the race network as well, and it'll be reflected in our timing tower shortly here as well. So this is a race stoppage. And drivers do exactly as they're told. We've got some practice with this over the years. Anytime there's ever a safety question, let's get the EVs out there to the incident site, pull off to one side or the other, leave the center of the track open for EVs and come to a stop in a predictable manner. And fortunately, that's exactly what we've done. So fine work by everybody. We'll send our recovery vehicles out to the turn 4 area. Obviously, we'll send medical out there as well. The good news is, in looking back on it on the YouTube stream, it was pretty low speed.
Yes, it looks like it kind of clips the tire, the tires, tire barrier, and rotates it up. It looks pretty low speed. Hopefully the driver's okay.
Yeah, it is possible it's been in the wall harder prior to that. But it almost just looked like it trips over itself. So this is on board the Screaming Goat number 29. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I think you'll find that this is the brakes.
Yep, I think you're right. I'm a feature over the years, rather than a bug, I would say. Reported in the race control log, the car that is inverted at the moment is the 290 Ginetta.
Yeah.
That is not something I was convinced I'd ever say. When you think about Moorhead Speedworks and just how straightforward their approach to racing is, and how, I mean, with the guidance of somebody like Johann Schwartz, just how clever they are about the way they go about their racing and how they choose to attack and defend and make their strategy decisions, they are almost always a shoo-in for a top 5 if their car stays reliable. Very, very unlike Moorhead Speedworks. And unfortunately we don't know that it takes that car out of the running, but likely takes that car out of the running. One of the most interesting cars in the field, that Ginetta G56. LS V8 powered tube-frame chassis. I'm sorry, it's not a tube-frame anymore. That car's a monocoque now.
No, yeah.
The 56 is. 55 is not. The 56 is. With the everything, weight, engine, everything pulled very, very far rearward. Almost more of a mid-engine car with how far back the engine sits. Driver sits much closer to the rear axle than it does the front. Means you've got a ton of bodywork that hangs out over the front of the driver and front of the car, past the engine, before you actually get up to the axle. The car's been very quick right hands this year, including what will probably end up going down as the most thrilling race win of the season in the closing hour at Eagles Canyon Raceway back in February, our opening race of the year, in constantly changing conditions. We went wet to dry something like 4 times in the final 90 minutes. Not unlike Le Mans was this year, but more dramatic and faster.
Those are the transitions that get you in
You know,
an NBC gig, you know?
I was just going to say, we're in full transition mode here from the professor, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. Our man Jordan Worth is settled in for the weekend.
Yeah.
I heard there was a cube transition somewhere. Cube going. There we go.
There.
Good
We need
stuff.
like the old spiral Batman.
Yeah, I like the spiral or the checker one.
Listen, you get a lot in terms of coming to the racetrack, right? A sense of speed you don't necessarily get from cameras. The fine views from around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the dramatic elevation changes, the trackside camping experience, obviously. But what you don't get is the fine work of Mr. Jordan Worth. Unless you happen to be watching on your phone, which of course we encourage as well.
All right, since we have the opportunity, I'm going to talk about something that is looming on the horizon here. I don't know if you've been paying attention to Racelog here, but currently the leader of our race, the 123 from NFC Motorsports, is looking at a 3-lap penalty for passing under yellow.
I think it already happened. Race Monitor is showing 289 leading 99, leading 84. The 123 is 25th. All just like that. We haven't even moved, and that car has dropped to 25th. Oh no, Jordan.
Heck yeah! Look at it crawl.
That pass under yellow was at 10:17 this morning, so we're about an hour past that point. The 119 also reported for at the same point, actually. They picked up a 2-lap penalty, and that is now final. So that is, wow. Find a good way to say this. 123 has won a lot of races over the years. NFC Motorsports, they've really found a way to minimize mistakes, maximize the pace of the car, and maximize strategy, and pit stop execution. They've done a really, really good job at doing that. But we saw a mistake at Charlotte that resulted in some contact and cost them a few laps under penalty. And now another error on track that cost them 3 laps. And with nearly 30 cars in GTO, it's really difficult to see a world where they get all of that time back. Now, we've still got a long way to go, but 3 laps is massive. And considering we've also already run, 2.5 hours almost, the minutes click by and it gets harder and harder to pull that much time back. That's a tough pill to swallow for NFC. But I'm also confident that they're going to work at it and use strategy to get as much of that time back as possible. So don't write that car off completely. Don't make it just on track noise, because I think before the end of the day, there's a chance that we see that car back up into the top 10. The other issue we're going to run into here, guys, is we've stopped running cars around the track, and the rain is still falling, with more on the way, as the professor just noted. Yeah. I think we're going to see a slightly different track condition when we go back to green here in a moment.
I, for one, am looking forward to it.
I, for one, welcome our...
Unfortunately, I will not be able
through.
to again see a Ginetta pirouette down the hill coming out of the front stretch, which was a feature last time.
Was it?
Yes. 3 full spins all the way down into whatever that is, 17.
It's 12.
12, whatever. Stayed on the track the whole
Not
time.
every final corner is 17.
Well, it's in the southeast.
It is in many cases, but no.
It is. It's in the southeast. It's a road course. Probably 17, whatever. It's in the southeast. It's a road course. Probably 17, whatever.
Wonder if we may have a little bit of barrier repair to do as part of this incident down at turn 4 as well.
Maybe we'll get some live telehandler camera action.
Look at the rain down here at 1. Definitely picking up. Look at the rain down here at 1. Definitely picking up.
It is. You can tell by the saturation of the flag how it doesn't move in the wind the way you expect.
It's very astute.
You can tell by the saturation of the flag how it doesn't move in the wind. These flag stands, of course, covered, unlike others throughout the country.
And powered, I learned. Yeah. I actually learned a lot. Our friend Dave, who is the contractor for Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, helps manage our audio and visual
best sound system in the
systems. Game. I would agree with that. Had some chats about how not just the sound system was put together, but the trackside corner network as well. I last flagged here in something like 2014. It was all hardwired. It's no longer the case. Like a lot of places, I think good investments being made here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I also had the thought that we've put some years on this surface now. It's not
Didn't they just redo it when they did the whole tower and everything?
No. It hasn't been repaved since 2007.
I thought they repaved it when they did the renovations.
Nope.
Oh, well.
It looks fresh because I think they repainted all of the concrete to white. And obviously all of the tire barriers were cleansed of their red Georgia clay and painted into white and blue as well to go with the blue and yellow curbs. That kind of changed the color palette of the facility. But the surface stayed the same, and it's now in its, I think, 17th season of racing.
Incorrect. So, I'm looking at a Facebook post from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in 2017 doing a partial track repave.
That's partial, though.
True. So some of the surface here
Okay.
is, 7 years old. Other parts of it are older.
Interesting.
In fact, what you're looking at right here is on the racing line, at least, this is the newer pavement.
How much was done? I see the post you're talking about here, JD.
Yeah, they didn't tell me.
Need details. Yeah, admittedly, I actually don't remember. And when you search at Road Atlanta repave, everything that comes up is the Speedway down in Hampton. It seems that we've made enough progress down there at turn 4 to allow one of the tilt beds to come out and pick up the number 333 of Bruce Innovations here at the exit of turn 7. BMW M4 that had all of our attention up until we Jordan again with the masterful timing picked up the incident down there at the bottom of 4. It's truly remarkable. But kind of knocking out 2 simultaneous issues here, picking up the Bruce Innovations car and also getting the situation sorted over at turn 4.
As noted in chat, someone's saying mechanical suspension driveline failure going through the S's as the cause for the issue for the 290 with the driver sounding fine.
Wow, that car had a YouTube onboard that we tend not to pick up the YouTube onboards just because of the latency. If you go back and watch it, it appears to be a left rear suspension failure at the worst possible point. Something just collapsed the car under load, headed through the right-hander at 4, and it completely pitched the car backwards. Driver just an absolute passenger. So still the least likely car in the field to say, had an incident like this, but it makes a lot more sense when you acknowledge that there's a good chance it was a result of mechanical failure rather than any sort of driver error, contact, or judgment error. So happy to hear that reports are generally positive there as well, although I have no official word. Friend Chad Moorhead, who frequently pops into the YouTube chat, certainly has other things to do at the moment, but I have no doubt that with enough time, we will get some type of update there from the Moorhead Speedworks crew. The safety car has now for some time been out on circuit and stationed itself at the front of the race-leading car, and this is the procedure in the World Racing League. The idea being, when everybody is stopped and the course is secure and we're not launching any more emergency or recovery vehicles, we'll send the pace car out to park in front of the race leader to pick that car up and gather the field behind it. When it's an on-course red flag, as opposed to our red flag to come back from the quiet hours tomorrow, it'll be 2 pace laps. So it's pick up the field, go by, start, finish once, and then come in. As opposed to out and in. This is out by and in is the word from RJ Till yesterday in the drivers' meeting. While this was all happening, or as this was all happening, I was about to make a point that our good friend Jim Davis had made the point to the drivers yesterday that there are multiple pull-off points if you find your car in mechanical strife, on driver's right in particular. One of the cars we had yesterday come to grief was able to use what would be referred to as the back door at turn number 7 on corner exit. There's a large paved area just to the inside. There it is, to the left side of the shot, where if you make a hard right-hand turn, you can pull yourself up to the gate. And without a change in flag status, they can actually just pull you back through the skid pad area up towards the paddock area at the top of the hill. Similar one at turn number 9. There's an escape road off to the right. Turn 5 has an escape road at the bottom of the hill as well. So there are quite a few opportunities to take advantage of that. I don't know that the particular situation that was affecting the 333, that Bruce Innovations car that had the suspension failure at the exit of 7, would have allowed it to make that turn. Or I'm not sure that the failure happened at a point where it would have even had the opportunity to do it. It seemed like the car had basically completely lost useful drive out at turn number 7. By that point, it was not going to make the hard right-handed turn into the paved area. So did leave it off to drivers left. I think many years ago, I remember watching a Peugeot take out an Audi during an ILMC version of the Petit Le Mans here.
Well, good news from chat. Moorhead does confirm the driver's okay and is getting checked out at medical.
Very good. Very, very good.
Yeah.
Excellent news. I knew we could rely on Chad. Thank you for taking the time to do that, Chad. I know it's never a good thing to see your vehicle inverted and your driver hanging out there with after an impact like that. But once you get all your ducks in a row, taking the time to come and update us here is really appreciated. We had a race here on DriverSeye Live about 2.5 months ago up at Mid-Ohio as the Bonetta and its associated bodywork is pulled away. It's a heavier hit than I thought, actually.
The front looks relatively okay, but the back is torn.
It was a pretty hard hit backwards into the wall, and then it did eventually trip over itself and roll over. But the heavy impact wasn't the side impact that turned it over. It was the rear impact first into the tire bundle that sent the car airborne in the first place, and that's what's done all the damage at the rear end, unfortunately. Anyway, to make a point, we had a Formula V driver involved in an incident during one of our SCCA broadcasts on DriverSeye Live. About 45 minutes after that race was over, both the driver that went inverted and his son were in the YouTube chat to say, "I'm fine, here's what happened." Huge kudos to the safety workers and the safety team. Took really good care of everybody. I think that drivers and teams who take the time to do that in club and amateur racing, it puts everybody's mind at rest. Okay, we have as official as it's going to get. Everybody's safe, and all good things. Love to see it. Fortunately, this should be the end of the cleanup effort down there at turn 4. I think we've got race engines restarted now. Fortunately, this should be the end of the... Certainly hear what sounds like V8 here on the front straightaway, perhaps at NFC Motorsports Mercedes. And just about any time now, we have the safety car rolling along with the number 289 Aston Martin. So had the NFC car taken the race lead from the 289?
That is what Race Hero was reporting to me. Race Monitor has something entirely different.
Okay, let's wait and see on this. So the trouble is that the 123 is parked partially on the start-finish line. And it's difficult to tell if it's clicked over this lap or not. My guess is probably not. Now it will have 73 laps complete, 75 for the 89X. And as cars get rolling again, this will mean that 89X comes through to complete 76. So it is a 3-lap penalty for that NFC Motorsports Mercedes. However, by virtue of having been in the race lead and coming back from full course caution, that first lap is essentially already undone.
Yeah, so now it's going to be 2 laps.
It's a
and
2-lap penalty.
30 seconds being at the tail end now.
Yeah, 2 laps in the length of the field, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I suspect we probably don't pit here collectively, right?
It depends, because the field's not stacked up yet. So if you can come in before stacking up, might as well top off.
Well, it's only been 13 laps, but it's also been 40-something minutes. The only real place where I think this works out for you is if you haven't done a driver change yet. You've had the same driver in the car since the start. You're coming up to the 3-hour limit for a single stint.
So keep in mind, you're saying 40 minutes, but they also have had the cards turned off for 20 minutes.
Exactly. Well, that was my point, right?
So, yeah.
So it's not so much the time that would bring you into the pits. Obviously, it's only been 13 laps, and you haven't been running for a good portion of the time that we've been, since the last pit stop. It's the time on the race clock, where if you haven't done a driver change, this is your opportunity to come in and make that. Trouble for the Audi. That car has not restarted. This is the shift up now by AE Victory Audi R8 that is stationary on the left side of the circuit. And we're not trying anymore. Ryan, I don't know if you know any of the helmets better than I do within the Shift Up Now team.
That is Aaron Vogel, I believe.
Okay, yeah. We've essentially given up on restarting that car. I'm looking at the number 290 Ginetta G56 work its way through the paddock on the back of the tilt bed. The left rear wheel is not attached to that car. I don't know if we saw a wheel as the accident was developing, working its way through the circuit or down the circuit at all. But was it JT who said hub failure? One of the two of you said hub failure. And I wouldn't be shocked if that's exactly what's gone on there. It's done so much damage to the left rear corner of the car.
Indeed it has.
Flat left rear tire for one of the open throttle BMWs. It's come back with only a tiny amount of tread on it, more or less on the rim. Well and truly bailed out of a potentially bad situation there. Ability to bring it back more slowly, not giving up heaps of time, and come in and get both a top off of fuel and change that left rear tire is a luxury that not many are afforded. We'll probably still lose a lap. I didn't catch the number. We'll need some finer details there, but in terms of absolute time loss, this is pretty fortunate.
I think we're going to work our way around to 2 7-hour races this weekend.
Yes. There's our Saturday quiet hours taken care of.
Wout Van Aert just blew everybody away by a minute in the individual time trial.
Oh. No time trial here.
No.
Seems as though the rain has let up just a little bit again from around the circuit.
I can almost guarantee that this individual time trial is what Scott is doing instead of broadcasting. Wait for the field to sort themselves out. This is the 701 stopped on the left side of the track here.
Something
Now I
going on
forget,
down
Brendan,
there.
is
6
this
and
the
7
one
where
that's
cars
the
keep
X
coming to grief.
Continental Tire Challenge car?
Oh, I have no idea. Maybe
I know
Pirelli
one of
World
them
Challenge.
was.
I think it was World Challenge. That's 701.
Whichever, one of the challenges.
We can discuss challenges further in a moment, but I'm happy to say, gentlemen, ruined my normal intro. We have a guest. Chad Carnevale joins us out of the number 338 Kingpin Toyota Supra.
All right.
So first off, welcome.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Yeah, let's bring that mic just a little closer to your mouth.
And
There we go.
no one's ever heard of me for good reason, I'm sure.
So I haven't. You don't even have a belt with your name on it, so
No.
I was clueless when you and Sadakal came
Sure.
in the backside of the door there. But thanks for coming up.
Pleasure.
We'll talk Chad Carnevale first, and we'll talk Kingpin second. Your background, how'd you get into racing? What is your kind of place in racing at the moment? And
Sure.
what are you here for?
Started in karts as a kid, and then took a long break to do school, and then came back to autocross in San Diego.
Okay.
All of my teammates are in San Diego. So we did autocross in a parking lot, and then that kind of turned into track stuff, and here we are now. What brought us to this race is Rob Walker and Rob Walker Racing, which is awesome. Rob does a lot of pro racing, TV type racing, and so we're out here having fun with him this weekend. So yeah, that's how we got here.
I think we've seen Rob Walker Racing. I certainly know Sadakal has been behind the wheel of BMWs in the past.
Yep.
Kingpin, we've seen the 11 car in the past, but I think this 338 is a new entry for the team.
That's
Is
correct.
that purely associated with Rob Walker Racing and you guys?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so Rob has done some work Kingpin Racing in the Super Trofeo
Oh, okay.
series, so that's how he got to meet Tyler, who's supporting us this weekend. So yeah, it's been great.
Is Tyler in the 338 with you guys, or is he on the other side in the 11?
He's not in the 338. I don't think he's driving the 11 today. He's setting bogeys for us and doing all that kind of stuff, but yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. What's that been like? Obviously, you come from an autocross background, you get into the circuit racing stuff, but while this isn't necessarily big boy IMSA racing, these cars are pretty heavy. They move around a lot on a street tire and have a good amount of power. What's that been like?
So we all came from kind of a Porsche background. We started in autocross, and then we do track days and PCA, POC stuff out in California.
Okay.
And we've done, we started in Lemons, of course, and then outgrew that pretty quickly. And we spend most of our time in Lucky Dog.
Okay.
But I asked Rob, hey, where can we go that's a little bit more competitive? And that was about a month ago, and now we're here.
Wow.
So the car to me was fast. Our Lucky Dog car is an E36 M3, so it's 260 to the wheel, something like that. Fast, fun. It does everything you want it to do. But this car is fast. The brakes are insane. The competition here and the intensity of the racing is quite a bit heightened from Lucky Dog. So you have to go from a boy to a man pretty quickly. Everyone's really nice and generous on the track, but the difference is, if they show you they're going to pass you, they're going to pass you. Yeah, there's no fakies here. So, but yeah, the environment here has been awesome, and the level of intensity is quite a bit more. So,
do you feel it down in the paddock? Like, is there a level of I don't want to say tension down there, but I guess intensity is the right word, where you can't be making too many mistakes? Like, there's just too much depth there?
I mean, I don't do this for a living, so I don't have that type of intensity. Or Rob is here for fun and brings us out here for fun. So I don't have that. Tuesday morning I'll be back at a desk.
Sure.
But no, I don't get that. I do get the pro paddock feel. I did come to some of Rob's races, and it feels like that in SRL. So. But no, the tension, no, it's just fun. Our team's been great. Everyone's super supportive, and so it's just fun. And go out there, be safe, have fun.
Very cool. The level of competition, I'm sure you get that sense when you're out on track. A lot of times we look back at these races at the end of 8 hours, and sometimes it's just little strategy calls. When you pit, whether or not you choose to pit under a full course yellow, as we actually just come back to green here with 89X leading the way. But those split-second decisions as a yellow comes out can sometimes win or lose your race. I know you guys aren't in that place right now.
Sure.
But are you are you trying to develop more of the on-track experience, or are you also immersing yourself in that strategy call, that pit box type headspace?
Sure.
Let's say.
I think I'm just out here as a driver this time, since this is my first time in WRL. We're letting Tyler kind of run the show in terms of those strategies, and we just, he puts us where we need to be at the right time. Lucky Dog, we run our own team, right? So we're on the ground at midnight putting clutches in cars and stuff like that. So we're doing all the strategy, but here I just show up and I sit in the car, which is amazing.
Gotcha.
You can imagine.
I think we're getting just a few drops of rain around the track. You've been out on the track this morning so far?
Yeah.
Can you feel any of that, or is it just hitting the windshield and staying dry?
Yeah, kind of the latter there. It's hitting the windshield. I'll give it a couple wiper wipes. I don't feel it in the car, really. Yeah. It dries pretty quickly. So no real effect there.
Do you hope for a little bit of rain, or are you rather see it dry right through?
I would rather see it dry all the way through, just because this is my first time at this track,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's still a lot to be learned, and, that big scary hill that everyone comes down right there. So if that stays dry, I'll be happy.
Are you? So I remember the first time I came to Liverpool. It was mind-boggling.
Yeah.
This TV never really does it justice. Trackside cameras don't share it.
100%.
Even the Encores, in-car cameras never share it. I assume the same for you.
100%. I mean, I stopped videoing myself inside the car, because when I'd watch the video or show it to anyone, they were bored within 2 turns, right? It just was ridiculous. It does not tell the story of what's going on out there at all. But this track on the East Coast kind of feels like Laguna on the West Coast, where you walk in, it's grandiose, it has the story, and it's just an amazing place to be.
Do we see you in the car again before the end of the day?
Yes, we have 2 more drivers, and then I'm back in after lunch.
Okay. Well, I hear driver ID is on the way, hopefully for us later on today. So we'll look out for Chad Carnevale back behind the wheel of the 338. Thanks for coming up in the meantime.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
All right, we'll see you.
Always great to have entrants here coming through to give us their story. Of course, we at DriverSeye Live, it's in the name, DriverSeye. We really want to tell the driver's perspective. At some events, it's easier than others. So we are happy to have you up in the commentary booth to come have a chat, say hi, say what makes your racing clock tick here.
Was mentioned in the drivers' meeting yesterday as well.
Excellent.
The turn 1 end of the tower, 2nd floor. Yep. So 89X still leads the motor race, as we know. 0.2 of a second in hand over GTR. So that's nose to tail for the race lead. As far as we're all concerned. And change for the race lead. There is GTR. Through on the black charcoal-ish colored Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Supra leads Aston Martin. Man, I mean, this isn't the first time Aston Martin hasn't led today, but it feels like it's been hours. We've been calling that 289 through in the race lead now for the better part of, close to 3 hours. And finally, that GTR 99 comes alive, and like we said earlier, find it outside the top 10 in the first hour or two, and just gradually works its way up until all of a sudden, there it is fighting for the race win.
Keeping an eye on the P01s behind. The 59 has got around the sister car.
Yeah.
That has Dakota Dickerson on board at this moment. So that's going to be going quicker.
I've heard J.R. Hildebrand is in cars this weekend.
You mean James Ryan Hildebrand?
Is that it? I actually
don't
know his.
I don't know. I just made that up.
No. Yeah, I have no idea.
But you believe it, though, so that's,
No.
Truthyism.
Well, yeah. What about R.C. Enerson? Anybody know what the R.C. stands for?
Oh, I thought that was just a really rude name. Like he was kind of a git.
I thought his parents really liked R.C. Cola.
Remote control, maybe. It's not Richard Childress.
You don't know that for sure. Until you do not know that 100%, you cannot say that.
That's true. But we can't wildly speculate on something that is verifiable information.
That reminds me of fans of a particular
it's Richard
podcast.
Clayton.
It's at RC Racing, not at Richard Childress Racing.
Yeah. Richard Clayton Enerson. Let's see.
Yeah, I feel like Scott would have thought that joke was funny.
J.R. Hildman is John Rambo.
Wow.
With one L. Anyway, back to racing action.
I'm trying to. Was that AOA getting around the 289 right there?
Yeah, 289 must
in
have stumbled
traffic
somewhere.
in turn 4 into turn 5.
How did it lose
That's-
that much time, though?
That's crazy.
It's not just that AOA's gotten by. AOA's cleared them 4 other cars. And 9-4's gone through. It's dropped the 289 all the way to 4th.
Yeah, and the 92 is directly behind now.
The 70's in there as well. I missed the 70. So it's actually dropped them to 5th in class. And as
6th
you say, the
overall.
GTU cars are right there.
And here comes, oh no, the Mustang's going to stay behind. So that's going to demote them to 7th overall because both GTUs have got through.
Yeah.
But that Mustang is looking pretty aggressive. Looking
one
pretty
lap.
good.
And makes the move, headed down the hill from 11 into 12.
The 167's going to get them to check up just a little bit here.
So let's remember something here. Let's assume the 289 did a driver change on the last pit stop about 15, 18 laps ago. Since then, they have only been out in clear air, right? It was a short run up to the red flag of something like 10 to 12 laps. They started at the front of the pacing order, got a big jump on the restart over I think it was the GTR car, and were able to stretch the margin to the point where they were never really under pressure or having to worry about traffic. That obviously changed pretty quickly here on the restart, and I just wonder if combined with maybe some water on the windshield from these spots of rain that have lingered over the last 45 minutes or so, if it's just put that driver in a little bit less of an attack mode, more of a self-preservation sort of mode, and allowed some of the other GTO cars to scoot away off the front.
Yeah, the surface might be a bit greasy in a couple spots here, and it's the other drivers that have already been in the car for a bit. They know where the grip is. They know how the car is going to handle coming onto these curbs and that sort of thing. Whereas a new driver might be a little bit more nervous with the sudden feelings, so they're going to be a bit more cautious.
A quick housekeeping note here, as we get some really good racing between the 74 and the 70 for second overall. Come back to that in a second. Those of you working with / expecting driver ID from Flagtronics, today is kind of the first day full-scale deployment of the system and test of the system. We're not really in full operational mode yet. However, a couple of things need to be done. First, a firmware update is going to be pushed to your Flagtronics units. You need to do that yourselves. If you already haven't done that for today, check out Flagtronics on YouTube. There is a WRL playlist on the Flagtronics page. Please take a look at that and see what you need to do to configure and update your units to work with the driver pucks. I have been told we will not quite have access to the driver ID list today, but the hope is that we can have that for tomorrow. We just don't have the infrastructure set up for a large-scale pull of that information. This is more about ensuring that all of the individual elements of the Flagtronics and driver ID deployment work as they should. And then we'll work on application of all of that here as time goes on, hopefully by tomorrow. Thank you. Coming up to the end of the third hour of racing, jumping on board the Scream Goat Racing number 29. LS-powered BMW M3 leading, just on track anyway, the LS-powered Pontiac GTO-R. Real ones will remember Prep 2. Back in the glory days of Grand Am, I guess. That GTO-R was, it was a pretty dominant GT-based car. Two-frame chassis.
Until one Mr. Will Turner arrived with the Prep 2.
Sure, yeah. But they're 2005, 2006 before they transitioned to the GXP-R.
Right.
An absolute mess of a race car. That GTOR was really, really quick and found new life in the hands of Matt Connolly Motorsports, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania. I actually think he's from Bethlehem. But,
We'll let it slide.
sure.
Quick general production updates. GP3 is still being led by the 85 AOA over the 75 sister car. 162 open throttle, just a couple laps back, sitting in third. GP2, the 66 has pit several times under these full course yellows, taking advantage of that, dropping them down to third in class. The sister car 67 leads over the 369 Chat Teabag Messerschaft 369. GP1, round 3 racing did have a little bit of a problem. I believe we saw them on a tow rope under full course yellow. They're back out, but they are unfortunately 9 laps down. Screaming Goat has taken the lead from the 444 Bruce Innovations to a 20-second gap at the moment. PC Racing rounding out the top 3. But to note, Harrison in the 392 through pit strategy here has worked their way back into fourth. Currently 2 laps down from the lead.
That car is down but never out, having suffered a pretty big shunt at Road America. They were able to get that fixed in time for the next event, and then that car's still competitive since then.
Yeah, unfortunately they did have that issue earlier in the race. That did knock them down, several laps and down the GP1 field, but they've worked their way back up and they're in a good spot right now.
Long-time engine support's never fully out of it. They used to run the Spec E46, similar to many of the other runners in class, and GP2. And I believe this car has been a work in progress for some time. And so now able to get the V8 BMW firing in all cylinders. Trying to see how many racing cliches I can work into the mix here.
Lots of traffic here in turn 10. Liberty Autosports is going to split some of the GTO cars here, and that's going to give, looks like the 70 a run on the Bruce Innovations car, the E46, the GP1 car. So that's definitely going to check up the 70, which is chasing the 74. Now, good second and a half ahead going into turn 1. Just being a little bit cautious there, getting out of the way of faster cars. You can see the 74 trying to reel in the 99, our leader overall and in GTO. And you can see directly behind the 74 is that 59 of Stratus Racing, the leader in GTU. At the hands of Dakota Dickerson at the moment.
I do want to give a shout out to HC Autosport, GP3's fastest car, currently running 4th. Coming out to partake in some GP3 action this weekend. GP3 doesn't quite get the number of entries that it used to get, but I think still a lovely class. 2 of the AOA Racing Mazdas out front, followed by the 162 of Open Throttle Racing. They're about 2 laps down. But HC Autosport, currently the pace, or the class of the field pace-wise.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see that the 605 was listed on timing, but hasn't come out to race. It's a bit unfortunate. That's usually a pretty successful car in GP3.
Yeah.
It was cool to see it show up, but unfortunately, just for whatever reason, it's not racing at the moment, or today so far.
Also nice to see PC Racing having a trouble-free race so far. I think in trying to get that car back to where it's reliable, they've stopped looking for pace as much and are now currently running a little bit behind where they're used to in GP1. Typically, PC racing the class of the field in that particular grouping. Now behind the 29 and the 444 of Screaming Goat and Bruce Innovations, 2 relative newcomers to the GP1 class.
Good run.
To see them with a reliable run so far. I think some issues with the gearbox and issues with the oil cooling system typically plaguing that car. Here they come, back up the hill. Jordan Worth, as always, providing excellent camera coverage here. Very, very heads-up production. Yeah, indeed. A cerebral producer, if there ever was one. I will say it's nice to see an NPO1 in a color that isn't black and gray with some flashes of blue on it. Having an all-orange one stands out from the crowd. That's your race leader and the AOA Racing BMW coming through the shot there. The number 99 followed by the 74. That is the fight for the lead in GTO. 99 just going to get down the inside of the Harris Motorsports car. It's going to be a little bit tough for the AOA Racing BMW to come through there. We'll see on the next camera if they're able to make the move stick, and they do. They go through together, so no trouble in the traffic there. They're going to catch another gaggle here shortly.
Keep an eye on the top speed of the 70 there.
Now, a little bit of smoke and or dust being thrown up here.
Looks like possibly the Libre GT86. The blue car going a little wide in turn 1 there, just hoping to facilitate passes for faster traffic. And here we go. Yep, the 70 does get around the 59 again. I've noticed that these past couple of laps that the 70s just has much better top speed than the GTU cars on the back straight. It'll get by, and then Dakota Dickerson will pass them in the quicker parts with corners.
Oh yeah, look at that. Stretches way ahead, and then we're going to go late on the brakes here and reel in a lot of that distance. And I think able to get back to the throttle much earlier as well.
Just gonna check up because the Matt Connolly Camaro up ahead.
Yep, that's a Pontiac.
Yes.
Put respect on that name, JT. Come on. Fortunately, with the Prep 2 chassis, it's whatever you want it to be.
It is, yes.
Just run through the cell phone dead spot there. The 70 now right on the tail of the number 74. So that's the Round 3 Racing Porsche having closed up to the AOA Racing BMW. And just lurking in the back there is the number 92 of FPRS. That Ford Mustang.
Yeah, so just into the shot here. That's 1st through 6th, I believe, overall.
Yeah.
All within... I'd say 7 seconds. And the 74 gets through the 99 on the back straight here. We've definitely seen how strong that the BMW M4s are on the back straight with their top speed. That's going to put the Supra here a little bit vulnerable to the Porsche.
Yep. And that Porsche, again, they're going to have to brake a little bit earlier, but they can get back to the gas, in theory, a little bit sooner than the 99. Of course, that 99 with the advanced traction control system, the 70, all in the right foot, trying to control the rear tires.
This is about to get a lot more chaotic, guys, because the GTU leaders are right there.
Yep, and this is the 296 at the apex. You see the smoke. That, I believe...
on the racing line.
Oh, no, everybody's going to have to check up here.
That's a fast track racing, I believe.
It is.
Oh,
right front.
My goodness. It's just, what do you do here? Everybody's checked up. There we go. Finally moves off the line. Not a whole lot you can do in the S's, of course.
No, you see that obviously come into play every time there's a slower car in front of a faster car. That was just a really extreme example where the racing line constantly goes left and right as the road winds its way down and back up the hill. It's just so hard to get offline. Unless you can get off track properly, which is possible, but with a down tire, not advised. Absolutely tears up a sod.
And you don't want to be pushing a car that has a down tire.
No.
Just for control reasons, and to try to pass a car that's limping like that can be a bit risky. So it's better to wait, be a bit cautious, and once the track opens up, go around.
So the 70 has gone through on the AOA car. So it's now 70, 99, 59, 50. 59, 74, then 58.
And the Mustang got through as well, so the 92's up there.
Oh, sorry, the 92, then the 74. Yeah, you're absolutely right, JT. Great call.
Yeah, because we've had all.
What happened to the AOA car? Why didn't it go?
I think they were just a bit caught out by the fast track BMW, trying to decide what to do. And I think they just really got caught out there and left them vulnerable going through 6 and 7.
I mean, the thought would be you would want to back up a little bit at turn 5, let the 926, the yellow and black BMW kind of scoot away off the front of the field, or off the front of that gaggle, and then gun the throttle as you come through turn 5 and pull to the left to make the pass on the slower car. That's kind of how you manage traffic through that. It just didn't make sense to me that they wouldn't have gone as soon as they got past the apex of 5. To the point that they let 2 or 3 cars pass them. And I can't imagine they were on like a pit limiter or anything, but very interesting. It's cost them quite a bit of time. Never mind the positions. If we want to quantify it, cost them all about 12 seconds. Cost the AOA car about 16.
Update from Moorhead that the driver of the 290 is already back at their trailer, perfectly fine other than being a little sore.
Yeah, understandable.
Unfortunately, they're going to be a bit more so tomorrow. But
yeah,
that's great news.
Is that a pun?
More so. Yeah, that'd be good.
Chad Morse, though. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. Anyway.
So, Porsche now leads our Saturday 8-hour enduro.
Oh, Zalus in the BMW.
88.
Yeah, backwards. That's an interesting place to be backwards. Maybe out wide over the curb and looped it on the throttle. This makes sense to some degree. You don't have you're accelerating up over a hill, but that curb is super aggressive. I mean, you can see how tall the serrated edges are just from our trackside camera here. And the right-hander at 10B is not necessarily flat, so easy to get out wide over that curb and maybe just loop the rear end on the throttle.
The 70 has now eked out a 2-second gap over the 99.
So Ryan,
Brendan,
we've got some time here. I want to revisit a conversation that we all had back at Eagles Camp.
All right.
The opening round of the 2024 World Racing League season.
Powered by Continental Tire.
Nope.
No?
Well, no. Just GP classes are on a spec Continental Tire. More on that later. You and I had, and I think JT as well, had a conversation about Ford Motor Company.
Ford. Yeah.
And their racing exploits and their attempts to build a customer racing, I don't want to say empire, but a customer racing platform centered around the Mustang that would allow, in much the same way as Porsche has a ladder with aggressive customer support, would allow somebody to buy a vehicle, get Ford-based engineering support, run in Ford One Big Series, run GT4, GT3 cars, run in series like WRL, right? Open the playbook up, essentially, for how you go racing and how you go racing with Ford.
Yes.
We are 5, nearly 6 months on from that race date.
Yep.
We've seen the debut of the Mustang Challenge.
Yep.
Alongside IMSA events, among others. We've seen the GT3 Mustang kind of pick up its pieces from the Rolex 24 and the 12 hours of Sebring, quite literally.
As I say, figuratively and literally.
Bungie and latch them all back together, develop the GT3 car, develop a GT4 car, put a bunch of cars on the grid at Mid-Ohio for the debut of Mustang Challenge, and now, in the most important race of them all, put 2 GT4-ish cars out on track in the GTO class of the World Racing League, one of which runs on the podium, and the other of which has featured regularly in the top 10 throughout the morning. My question for you, in your humblest opinion, success for Ford?
I don't have any of those.
Are we at the point of calling this a success for Ford?
They're doing what they said they would. And I have since listened to a podcast where Mr. Jim Farley, friend of the show, has... I've interviewed him. Well, I haven't interviewed him. I've stood there with a camera while he was interviewed.
Yeah.
Which is basically the same thing. Sure. And I have listened to a podcast with him since where he was very forthright about, I looked at what Audi has done in the past and what Porsche continues to do, what BMW does to some extent, and that's how we need to build success around this brand. Mustang's something that has, a lot of clout to its name, and we want to continue to build that. There's no other... The Charger is becoming a sort of electric, car, and I would say that car, substantially long in the tooth, from a production car standpoint, has been around for about 20 years, mostly unchanged. And with the disappearance of the Camaro, the Mustang is kind of it. So it's free to become whatever it needs to be to stay competitive and relevant on the global scale, as opposed to just domestically. Now, again, it's still the most popular convertible rental car. They sell a ton of those, obviously. And with a 4-cylinder engine, it's reasonably fuel efficient. But they really need to continue to push that car. The investment they made in that vehicle, the platform for it, was done back in, call it 2005 or 6. The chassis of the car hasn't changed hugely. They've changed the suspension setup over time. But the bones of that car are still pretty similar to the one that I own. You've changed the body, of course, and the interior's nicer, but a lot of that stuff is kind of interchangeable. So it's money they've already invested in the car, and they're now just trying to squeeze every last bit of juice out of that in order to be relevant globally, which, of course, they had done about 5 or 6 years ago in actually doing the first global Mustang, the first Mustang with right-hand drive, for example. And so this is, I think, a good faith continuance of that and trying to ensure that car stays out there. We're in a situation right now, frankly, and you and I have spoken about this before, where motorsport in the United States especially has never been, I think, more on the forefront of people's minds, especially separate from NASCAR. In the 90s and 2000s and even the early 2010s, if you mentioned the word racing in just a regular everyday context, people's minds instantly only went to NASCAR, and that was all they knew. I think this is the first time in several decades where that's not necessarily the case. The idea that you can do road course racing is now more out there, and I think Ford has positioned themselves to be able to take advantage of that. Say, you know what, we do have a lot of cool road courses in this country, and we have a way for you to take part. It's not a Formula One car. They're about to be in Formula One as well, which I think also is a big, part of this. They really want to go top to bottom the way I think you ought to, if you're going to do a successful racing program. Now, have they been successful so far? No. The Ford Challenge, I think they wish they had more cars available to have more entrants for that. I think they are here putting forth an effort to try and hopefully sell a handful of these sort of WRL spec cars. I think they would like that. And I think they would like that GT3 program to start paying more dividends as well. So they got to work for it. They're still in the process of getting it going, but nothing's instant like that, especially when you have a...
would you say...
Yeah.
All right. You guys hear me?
Yeah, you said, would you say?
Yeah. Sorry. My internet cut out 3 times.
Tease.
Anyway, no. So, when we got back to when we got to the points of discussion, particular points of discussion that you and I had, one of them was about that customer racing program and building that up around the Mustang. Mm-hmm. I think over the years, the coolness of owning a Mustang had waned a little bit. And, you know, the 4-cylinder, the V6, whatever, right? I don't know that it got less cool to own a Mustang, but it felt like there were other brands, other types of cars that had maybe taken a little bit of the spotlight away. And it would have been easy to write off the development of a Mustang racing program as just a thinly veiled way to bring more Mustang owners out to a car corral at an IMSA weekend or an SRL weekend or whatever. Just get people together and put Mustangs in a place where they could be seen and you could make it cool to own a Mustang again. I think you made an excellent point in saying that that market space that the Mustang operates in as a vehicle
I believe what Brendan's going to say is that market space is now drying up and that they are the only game in town.
So you can make that car into whatever you want, essentially.
Right.
The competition level, the competition in that marketplace has gone away largely entirely, right? You're doing this at the same time that you put, you know, a V8 in the front of the car, develop a GT3 car, send it to Le Mans, and have it podium its first time out in a 24-hour, you know, major international 24-hour race. Put the Rolex to one side because it was literally the car's debut, right? You develop a GT4 platform. You develop a spec car, one-make challenge platform a la Porsche, a la Lamborghini, Ferrari. Oh, backwards car down there at the bottom of the hill looks like a Supra. I think that is the most interesting note to make, is that it's not just about having a useful platform for people who want to race Mustangs, but it feels like it's kind of becoming just cool to have and be involved in Mustang as a brand.
Well, it's a lot cooler since they, I mean, frankly, were very open about, this isn't a muscle car anymore. And that was in whenever they did that redesign, 2015, 2016, or whatever it was. And they put the independent rear suspension in, where they're like, you know what? Yeah, no, that's not what we do anymore. I think to some extent they saw that GM was successful in migrating the Camaro to the same platform as the Holden Monaro, etc. A platform that actually handles pretty well.
Yeah.
That also underpins the Cadillac ATS and CTS and all those that were in performance trim, pretty stout cars. But again, they don't have to compete with that anymore. They don't have to compete, generally speaking, with people trying to buy a Dodge Challenger. That's over. What they're competing with is, frankly, the Supra that we see here. They're competing with probably not the M4, but they're certainly competing with the 2 Series, the M240i, the M2, cars of that nature. You know, that's where they got to be competitive. I grew up, and a Mustang was like an affordable, you know, sports car that, or a muscle car, I guess, that, you know, you could buy if you were even lower middle class is probably a stretch, but generally speaking, if that was your priority, most people, if they had a full-time job, could make that their thing and go buy a Mustang if that's really what they wanted to spend money on. Now, if you want the V8, you're going to have a tough time getting out of that dealership for under 50 grand, which, again, the way the markets work, the way the money is worked, et cetera, slots you right in at the same price point as all these other cars that we see here. You know, you're at Boxster Cayman money starts around 60. Supras you can get for, you know, 40 to 45. It's having to become more relevant in that market now, as opposed to the traditional sort of go fast between the red lights, Detroit, drag racy sort of market, because, you know, that's starting to dry up now as well.
But as a sports car, Ryan, I mean, that is where it exists in motor racing and motorsports, right? That is the platform that they have, I think, very intelligently to do with the car and how they're trying to develop and sell it. And I think there's a lot of credit due there. I think, you know, you could have discussions about whether BMW has done that successfully or not with the M2 series, the M4, the M8 in GTE, the M6 in GT3. Like there were years there where it didn't feel like it made a whole lot of sense.
Right.
Putting numbers and assigning them to classes and categories, and it just, you couldn't really make sense of it. This feels like it makes sense. That the mission matches the design and the execution matches the mission.
It does. And at the end of the day, there's parts support, not just for, GT3 and Multimatic, of course, is going to make sure that if and when there's a customer GT3 Mustang, which I understand is coming, I understand they've already sold a handful of them, Multimatic's going to make sure parts are available for that. And I think at this level, when you have the Dark Horse race car, a lot of those parts are going to be the factory parts, and Ford Racing, for those of you who aren't in the sort of Ford ecosystem as far as, performance parts, you can go to fordracing.com and buy performance parts for older Mustangs. Like, I could still go out and buy the SVT suspension system for an O2 Focus. Like, I can go online and just buy that from Ford. Like, they've always made stuff available in much the same way that, like, Mazda has for their sort of, for the Miata and stuff like that. So, they've got all the right stuff there. Excuse me, and they're doing the things they need to do to get this platform relevant on the global stage. I think at a time where, honestly, especially we saw back at Chicago, manufacturers in the racing space, at least, are starting to have some questions about, well, listen, Chevy doesn't make a sedan anymore. I don't even have a silhouette racer, that makes any sense for NASCAR at this point. So are we going to start transitioning to SUV-shaped racing cars? Like, is that what makes sense? Is that why we're going racing? Like, or are we going to have to make something relevant and continue to sell it so that it makes sense to continue to show that off? And so, for example, when I worked at Toyota for some time, it was ingrained in us that, like, yes, the Camry is still the best-selling sedan, and we worked our tails off trying to get this thing to be perfect because nobody buys sedans anymore. And so we're still going to be the best-selling sedan. It is vital that you continue to sell this car correctly, because we will absolutely stop making it if the sales continue to drop, because that's not what people want to buy. So I think there's this attitude of, from like a, efficiency standpoint, making it cars generally, it's easier to make them go fast and it's easier to make them efficient versus an SUV. So, Toyota, for example, they put a lot of effort into the Camry to make sure that's a car they can continue to sell. Ford is putting a lot of effort into the Mustang because it's their last car. Everything else they make is a truck or SUV.
It's a fair point, actually.
Like, that's the only option. If you want something that's, low to the ground at the Ford dealer, that's it. You can look at a Mustang, or there's nothing else, really.
It'll be interesting to see where racing does go. I think motorsports will always have a home for sports cars, obviously. There is too much money to be made in both the sale and retail of the cars and the parts. Follow all of that as we go side by side between the FPRS Mustang and the BMW M4 through the final corner. So I think there will always be a place for stuff like that. But you're right, how it gets marketed and sold and promoted in higher level national and international boards, it might have to change. Or promote brands. I don't know necessarily that we're going to promote specific cars anymore. I mean, it felt like we haven't been for a long time.
I mean, on NASCAR, certainly, I don't think we are.
Sorry, contact out of turn 12. The two Mercedes got together of the final corner. So it's the 157 is the car you see arrive first, checked up behind the Liberty Autosports Chev Stang. As it got out of the throttle, the 123 did not, and just punched the 157, in the center rear. Really upset the car as it unloaded coming out of 12. They were all line astern, so I don't know that really even the 123 would have known that the DD Autosports car was going to come out of the throttle, but really hairy moments there, and something north of 100 miles an hour at the bottom of the hill.
Indeed. That's
stagger.
never that's a dull moment when you're trying to go too wide at that part of the circuit.
Well, and let's not forget that 123 is in something of recovery mode here. Laps are
right
due to a penalty. It's more like 2 laps at this point, just as things have worked out. But you want to stay on it. Don't concede time where you don't have to concede time, because time continues to click away as we work towards halfway here. So no reason to necessarily come out of the throttle other than you leave yourself at risk for things like exactly what just happened.
So, Brendan, to polish off this discussion
Yes.
about the Mustang, I want to ask you a question that starts with a slightly underhanded comment, which is, I was not alive enough to watch the 996 Cup, whereas I think you might be more aware of it due to your advanced age. So, so even though you're not that much older than me, but I couldn't tell you what a 996 Cup race ever looked like. I never watched one. Was there, I understand that the 996 was semi-successful at Le Mans, sort of in that time span. It was one of the few GT cars you could get, but was there buzz around the 996 Cup series at that time, or was it just kind of a thing that existed? It certainly wasn't what it is today, right?
No, it didn't have quite the international platform that it does now. I think the first I really remember the 996 Cup, and therefore Carrera Cup series kind of coming into a broader awareness, certainly here in the United States, was when they came to run alongside the USGP at Indianapolis in 2000. So the first year, the Porsche Super Cup also came along with the F1 Circus, ran 2 races at Indy.
Right.
We said, oh, yeah, this is kind of cool. As years went on, you saw those drivers get behind the wheel of Porsches in international road racing, right? GT class, Porsche 996, GT3, I guess it would have been RSR at the time.
Right.
In the American Le Mans series and at Le Mans, obviously. That car was ultimately only really ever engineered to just beat Ferraris.
Right.
It wasn't really asked to do much more than that. And it wasn't so much the buzz surrounding the Porsche Cup as it was the buzz surrounding the development of the Le Mans bound cars.
Okay.
It was around the same time. The 996 lasted something like 7 years. And then Ferrari came out with the F430, which was designed to go beat all of the Porsches at Le Mans and in the American Le Mans series. I mean, ALMS was its full-time racing assignment.
Yep.
On behalf of
4 wide there.
Ferrari with Risi, exactly. And when Porsche finally developed the 997 as an answer to the 430, everything else came along with it. So the RSR came first. We're going to develop this car, right? Now we're going to develop the Porsche Cup car. And the Porsche Cup car gradually replaced the 996 in all of the Carrera Cups. But even to that point, the 996 Carrera Cup just existed as in a vacuum, largely as a way to identify talent for Porsche.
Right.
I mean, it was they were sending drivers to Germany to go race in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany because that was the major platform for Porsche talent development, even as compared to Porsche Super Cup. Porsche Super Cup was a place to promote the brand. Porsche Carrera Cup Germany was a place to develop the talent, and it did that really, really well. It was the development of the 997 as an answer to Ferrari in international racing that started to push the development of Porsche race cars within their sort of one-make silo, within the Carrera Cup sphere, the GT3 Cup Challenge sphere, and now built it out to where they've got, I don't know what it is, 10 or 11 international or national series Carrera Cups around the world. But it really took that international push for them to build up the 997 and start making their race cars intentionally race cars.
So I guess you can kind of see where I'm going then. And that's that we're early days of this, right?
Yeah.
Right now, this is the Mustang Challenge, I would say, is probably a lower budget, what's the Ferrari Porsche Clinty Challenge thing with the 296 Cup or whatever they call it.
I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the exact name. So
but the Ferrari Challenge, the one traditionally that was the competitor with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, for example. Or the Maserati. Anyway, the like Ferrari one-make series, right? This is a competitor to that, I think, more than the Porsche Carrera Cup, which I think is a much more serious situation. And I think almost anybody would tell you that the driving is of a higher caliber in the Porsche Carrera Cup, even the United States Carrera Cup, than it is in like the Lamborghini Super Trofeo or the Ferrari Challenge series.
But the earliest years of the national series outside of Germany were still that.
Correct. Exactly.
I mean, here in the
And
United States and France, Italy, etc., it was just go race Porsche because you like racing Porsches. Germany and the International Super Cup were the places to go to prove talent.
To prove. And so I think that's where we're at, is until the Ford Mustang, I don't think they'll have truly become Porsche until they have that international recognition of this one make series, or until the GT3 car starts like smoking everybody and everybody starts buying it. I think it's a good idea to try to be playing in this space and be a competitor. So they're making the right moves, but again, we're in early days. We're in 996 Cup days where this is not a whole thing yet. It's still, limited in these pockets. People who know about it know about it. And going into a crowded space, I believe.
So the only thing I'll say, and we can wrap up the conversation because we've got a round of pit stops on the way here. 289's already been in, 74's in, 11's in now as well. We've looked through another hour. I think the difference between where Porsche was at in the mid-2000s and where Ford is now is that from you're building this from a marketing perspective, not a let's figure out how to make our race cars better perspective, which is where Porsche was at in the mid-2000s, right? Those 996 Cup cars were the equivalent to what a Porsche is now. If you were to draw that same line with Ford, you'd be talking about the FR 500S Cup that ran with a Grand Am in 2009, 2010. Right? That's what a 996 Cup was like relative to where Porsches are now. That's what the Mustang was like relative to where Mustangs are now. And so you're not necessarily figuring out how to make good race cars and reliable race cars that amateurs and gentleman drivers and potentially also talent development drivers want to drive. You're figuring out how to market it and give yourself a real presence, a Porsche-type presence in international motor racing. And being able to focus exclusively on that and knowing that the initial execution of something like that has gone, I think it's fair to call it successful at this point.
Sure.
Is very cool to see. It's very cool to see at a time when Audi is shutting down customer racing, right? When the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series has garnered some mixed reviews from people who participate. They get good cars, but it's sometimes tough to watch. That Ford has taken and adapted a really sensible blueprint to doing what they wanted to do with both the Mustang and its presence in international motorsports. And now we get to see it as racing fans. And that you now really do have kind of a worldwide approach to motor racing that, by all accounts, just about everybody else is kind of taking a step back from.
I will say, I'll put my period on the end of this, and then take a little break before JT has to depart. And that's, it's jumping the gun a little bit, but Multimatic was developing a driver by the name of Sebastian Priaulx in Porsche Carrera Cup United States. He's been sort of farmed out to a customer team, and then now that there's been a shuffle in the Ford drivers, wherein one Ford driver, I believe, is going to go develop the Aston Martin Valkyrie prototype, it sure seems like they've now pulled Sebastian Priaulx through Multimatic's sort of path, and I would anticipate that he'll be a full-time driver in the Mustang GT3 program.
Yeah, we can leave that Multimatic discussion for another time because we're going to have, a bunch of time to do it tomorrow.
Right. No, I guess my point being, in the absence of, the Ford Challenge has been a new thing, obviously, but Multimatic acting on behalf of Ford.
Yes.
Somewhat. They've done it once now. They've already done it. They've pulled somebody through their program for Ford and done the thing.
Exactly. And that's why I'm saying we can table that till tomorrow, because I think Multimatic has a non-zero place in this discussion. A truly relevant point. JT, you sound like you wanted to say something.
I did. As you may have noticed in the background on the shot here going into 10A and 10B just a few moments ago, we got to see the 455 of HC Autosport make a pass on the 162 open throttle for third in GP3. They had been consistently knocking out 2 seconds a lap over the past 20 minutes or so. So it's great to see that effort of them being able to reel in that BMW and make a nice clean pass to get through up into the third position there.
We'll pick up our Ford discussion another time and inject Multimatic into that as part of the international motorsports scene. We've got things happening during this pit stop cycle. Stratus 59, your GTU leader, has been out of the second place position in the overall running order, and will begin to just slip back through the field ever so slightly. I think the most important thing we're learning at this exact moment is that the number 70 from Round 3 Racing is going awfully far on a tank of fuel relative to everybody else in GTO. Same with the 92 from FPRS Motorsports. That 89X 289 kind of kicked things off for us in terms of the pit stop cycle, but same with the 766, but just about the top 3 cars, let's say 70, 92, and 89, all stretching this run significantly further. And that could really come into play here as the race wears on through the afternoon. That's not to say I don't think we're going to get another full course yellow or something, but the more these strategies separate, the more likely you are to see a separation of strategies even at course yellow, where somebody pits, somebody decides to stay out. 74 obviously was in fairly early there as well. So, yeah, really interesting stuff here. Really good news if you're in that 70 camp to see just how much earlier your competitors are pitting than you, how much more fuel they're using relative to you. Excellent if you're in the Ford camp. That is.
Yeah, to be going longer.
Yeah, much longer. In a car that, okay, the Porsche you can kind of put to one side and say, well, it's a car that runs without traction control. It's all on the right foot. Being smoother on the throttle can yield you, you know, substantially more fuel mileage gains without necessarily giving up time out on track. But the Mustang is a GT4 car. It's running with the same or very similar electronics package to much of the rest of the GTO class, and to have separated itself that way is really impressive.
So let's bear in mind the success ballast that the Supras have had to deal with. As you know, we had a text not too long ago from Harold T, saying that they basically have 120 extra pounds on that Supra. So that's not only going to be hurting their no, absolutely not. That's hurting their top speed here on this back straight, and it's going to be costing them just a little bit more fuel every single lap than, you know, the rest of the cars. So that's definitely helping, you know, your BMWs, your Ford Mustangs, your Porsche Cup car. As you know, unfortunately, you know, success is being nipped a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the Supras that will have taken some weight, right? The Mercedes will have taken some weight over the year. We've seen the Aston Martins with the success that TLM Mona has had over the years, or over the last few races down at Barber and at Road America. Will have added weight to the current gen Aston Martin, but really hasn't held back the 89X team either. Porsche, I think the Porsche has taken a few. I wasn't involved in Mid-Ohio, but didn't the 70 pick up a race win back at Mid-O as well?
It did, absolutely. It won on both days.
Oh, there you go. So that's 2 race wins. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The
stay out.
225 is in. I thought that car had already pitted. Did not. It's just that far down the running order. It does tend to come into its own later in the day, similar to kind of a GTR. We'll see the 225 up front early. You know, drops down a little bit through the middle portion of the race. Driver changes, conditions change, gets a little bit warmer, and then they kind of release the shackles on that car towards the end of the race and begins its climb back up the running order.
Yeah, you usually tend to want to backtrack your driver lineup towards the end of the race. To, you know, if you're going to be in a position where you can get a good finish, you want to be able to maximize that as much as possible. Reports possible issue in turn 7, the next corner from the previous camera. Possible, 88 Zealous spins on the exit and possibly light impact into the tire wall.
Yeah, I think it's made it all the way there. There's just a little bit of separation, probably from bouncing back against the stack of tires. Not the first time we've seen that car backwards on throttle this weekend, having looped it around not so very long ago up the exit of turn number 10. Fortunately, where that car's come to rest, I think we can do this without a full course yellow. There is the old adage of, well, if one car can do it, so can another. However, that's in a fairly protected area and a high visibility area for quarter marshals and flags. So if everybody plays nicely, I think we can just drag that car back into the gate there behind the turn 7 corner station. 70 is in. Is your overall and GTO race leader?
That's a good call, just in case, because of what we just saw in turn 7.
Yeah,
that's a you got to cover that just in case. Even if we don't get a full course yellow, it's.
Well, remember that 70 kind of fumbled the pit stop call under just as we were coming to full course yellow a little bit earlier on in the day. I think it was the second or third yellow we got. Everybody else in GTO pitted except for themselves and I think like 2 other cars. And they were left pretty far down in terms of track position on the restart. This time, like you say, just in case, you know there's now a non-zero chance of getting a full course yellow, right? Because you've got a car that is stopped out on circuit. My guess is they also had to pit, but you know, at least now you've protected yourself against something like happening like what happened earlier. 62 is now also on the way into the pit lane. It's a chrono competition BMW.
Yeah, and all it takes is, you know, one driver acting unsafely. Where, you know, if there's any sort of risk involved towards safety crews, you know, WRL will not hesitate to do full course yellow if they see any drivers misbehaving at all. They will do hot pulls as long as everybody plays safe.
Yes. 92, I was going to say, has inherited the race lead. Technically it has, but it is now also into the pit lane. This will eventually hand the race lead to the 52 if they don't come into the pits this time around. There it is, 92. Ford leads a lap in the World Racing League. You'd love to see it. And just to be clear, no tribalism. You get that Ford is the center of a lot of tribalism in international and national motorsports. I don't care. I just like to watch racing. Anyway, they do lead the lap. The 70 has already been released. The 52 has come through and takes the lead. That is the black and yellow BMW M4 GT4.
One of them, anyways.
G82. The F82 is in the paddock stationary. That car was pushed. That was the fast track car that had the issue on the left front, was pushed into the paddock very slowly. And I assume is now still at the attention of fast track racing crew.
Yeah, because that tire went down very early in the lap.
So, the 52 is the next car to pit area. There's a non-zero chance we could see the DD Autosports Mercedes into the race lead. And I appreciate that it is fully on pit stop rotation, but I did not anticipate saying those words at any point today.
It's awesome because, you know, this is a relatively new entry. And, you know, they're, even if it is in rotation, the fact is, you know, they're still within that lead lap. That all it takes is a, you know, properly timed full course yellow for them, and they could still definitely be in the fight for a very good finish.
Let's head towards turn 1, guys. The 92's been released. The 70 heads into turn 1 with an absolutely massive head of steam, and I think they're going to be nose to tail, but Ford leading Porsche as they head up over the hill. There they are. They'll get to turn number 3, and if the 92 is clever, can just fade left in the braking zone at turn number 3. The black Mustang there, tucked in behind one of the general production BMWs, I think the CHC car. Anyway, they head down the hill. Ford leads Porsche. They've jumped the round 3 991.2 Porsche Cup car in the pit stop rotation.
Keep in mind that Porsche's going to have a lot of power here in a second.
Yeah. Be very interesting to see how this shakes out relative to the GTU cars as well. Smaller fuel tanks on board those Sebico NP01s mean a quicker pit stop.
Inside 6 and inside of 7, they're going to get the run here. And unfortunately, the Mustang's going to have to tuck in behind traffic.
Porsche's already through.
question is, where's the 74 now?
74 is a bit further back. 58 is going to come through, and I think, 59 has already come through, and I think now leads the race effectively. Is that right? Yeah. Such is the difference in pit lane time for those GTU cars that it's essentially allowed them to vault the top 3 or 4 cars that they were behind in the overall running order.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll have to pit a little bit more often, but
Yes.
they also are taking less fuel. So in this case, what we've seen is because, you know, pit stops were basically, you know, put back to 0 after the red flag. We're just seeing the first pit stops after that. So we're still going to see them running very quick at the front and having, you know, relatively quick pit stops as well.
Yeah. Outright race leader is in. That's the 52 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. Comes to the attention of that All County Paving crew.
And that means we have a new leader.
On the road we do. Hasn't just missed the coming across the line to lead the lap. If I were in the crew down there, I'd have cell phones at ready. So I want to share my joy with viewer and spectator alike here. It is not very often you get to the 4-hour point, the halfway point in one of these races, and both you have a situation where the strategy has separated itself and fuel mileage has separated itself, but not to the point where the field itself has strung out, right? Where we're turning cars over every time somebody comes into the pit lane, or we're turning the standings over every time somebody comes into the pit lane, right? We've had something like 6 different leaders on this pit stop rotation, and it's going to cycle through into a car that hasn't led the race yet, right? With that Stratus number 59. The 153, I'm not sure has ever led a lap in the World Racing League. That's likely to happen this time around. We are 4 hours in, 4 hours left to go, and I don't know that we're any closer to understanding who's likely to win this race than we were 4 hours ago.
Oh, but. Oh, you say that. I'm glad you said something. We're going to give me about approximately 36 business seconds. And
so here's the problem. We haven't even completed a full round of green flag stops yet.
That's fine. That's fine.
No, it's
okay.
not.
That's great.
Our projections are going to throw out pure garbage.
All right, so 10-second lead as the Mercedes does not pit, stays out.
Let's see. Up the overall, which that makes sense. 59, which, yeah, go figure. Makes sense. Dang. All right. Well, it is, unfortunately, pretty evenly split.
Can't imagine why.
The 909 will certainly come last.
That does feel to be a certainty at this point, yes.
Unfortunately, yeah, they came out a little bit ago at 12:10. They came back out, but unfortunately had an issue. They had to use the cut through and use the infield to head back to the garages.
Yeah, we failed to mention that, but it is correct. The 88 has also made it back to the paddock. Zealous BMW.
Well, keep in mind, it did so by rejoining the race and then entering
the
pit lane.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Once they got it back onto that cutoff there, he carefully rejoined after traffic passed and came down the back straight.
Now, Brendan, does our system would Race Hero having problems affect the projections?
Shouldn't. I believe the API is up, but we also didn't get data for a good portion of the beginning of the race.
So the one interesting thing there is to glean from this, and I believe there is one, is that the 123 most likely outcome is a top 3. According to the data that I have in front of me, at least, which again we've already spoken is iffy at best, but it definitely shows the 123 as it will finish higher than 5th. So that's a lot of faith in the pace of the 123, I reckon. I'm certain Brendan has responded to me, but I don't currently hear him. So, look at me. I am the broadcast now. 4 hours and 5 minutes remaining here as Brendan sorts out his Wi-Fi situation.
It's a visitor situation. Just give me a second.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, all right.
Much better Wi-Fi situation than a Wi-Fi situation.
Good
Hi
joke
to
there,
Brendan's
JP.
Layla at home.
Hi, Brendan's Layla at home. I hope you're enjoying women's slalom kayaking. Maladin Charot currently taking the course. He has 7 touches so far. Just going to go through the first gate here. Makes it around cleanly. It's a red gate, followed by a green gate here, which you can go through straight. Oh, she hits it!
All right.
Fastest lap of the race for the 59.
Thank you. Yeah, 130.674. I have a man who is likely capable of doing mid-130s in just about anything, I would think. Unmute the mic. Chris Pies joins us from behind the wheel of the 997, which is not something I think I thought I would be saying at the beginning of the weekend, but pretty cool gig you got yourself there, man. Welcome.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, 997. Can you believe it? I've always wanted to drive a Cup car, and I've driven 2 over the past couple days, so it's been pretty cool.
Doesn't drive like the Ginetta, I assume.
It's closer to the Ginetta than you thought.
Really?
I think. Yeah. It's probably the closest thing to the Ginetta that I've been in since the Ginetta. It's raw, it's loud, it's hot, it's everything. There's faster cars out there, but I guarantee you we're having the most fun.
I believe that, and I've heard that from more than just you. Brad McCall is a big proponent of running that car, even though it's, even overshadowed a little bit by the in-house stablemate, the number 70 there. But so we last saw you, for those of you who don't know Chris Pies, Chris took the fight to a NASCAR driver who will remain nameless a couple years ago at Circuit of the Americas, kind of won the hearts of WRL fans the country over. Very, very talented driver. Not a full-time racing driver, right? You just do this on the side for fun, but nevertheless, cool to see you get behind the wheel of whatever you can. Back in the WRL after, I don't know, it's been a while since we talked to you.
Yeah, last time we talked was about mid last year, but last race I did with WRL was Coda at the end of last year.
Gotcha. So you're back behind the wheel this time, as you said, no longer in the Ginetta G55, but the 997 Porsche Cup. It's a 997.1.
Correct, 2007. Yeah.
Got it. So the first year of the 997 Cup car, I was going to ask you, does it drive as raw and uncomfortable as it looks to drive? You said it's raw, loud on the. What is it like? Like, what is that experience like of running that car on a DOT tire in a trim it's not really ever meant to be running?
It is. There's a surprising amount of grip. However, in the rear, it likes to slide first before it grips. So coming out of turn 1. My steering wheel is almost straight because it's like 4-wheel drift going through there.
Interesting.
Coming down turn 12, right at the apex, my steering wheel is straight, and the car is just all 4 wheels just drifting out nice if I do it right. So you have to be ready for a little bit of rotation, but not be scared of it because it will hook up and it will grip.
And you just trust it.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm totally getting there. Yeah, there's been a couple of times where I've had to put a little bit of opposite lock in it because it's gone more than I thought it would, but fun, absolute blast car to drive. The noises it makes. It's like driving at this point, what is it? Almost a 20-year-old car.
Yeah.
Dash is old school LCD in there. Nothing to go from one of the BMWs that I drove at Coda last year to this is just like stepping back in time. It's amazing.
So that car, as you said, it's not the quickest, right? You're probably having the most fun. Is there time left in the car, or are you at just such a disadvantage without modern TC, modern ABS, and a car that was designed to be fast 17 years ago, not necessarily fast today, that you're just kind of getting the most out of it? You think you're going to?
I think the biggest difference between this and what you see a lot of the new hardware that's out here is the new hardware and the technology that's behind it, the traction controls, allow drivers to get to the edge and stay there more reliably and safely.
Okay.
While our car has traction control, it's a very...
Oh, it does?
It does. It's very rudimentary. It's on or off, basically. I ran with it off because it was interfering too much. And when it cuts in, it just cuts timing and cuts power. It doesn't just stay at the limit. It just totally axe comes down and there's no more fun. So the quickest way is to completely turn it off. But I think where I'm noticing the biggest gap in the car is at that limit. We just don't have the mechanical grip that a lot of these high downforce cars, like the number 70, the sister car, newer car, all sorts of bells and whistles. It just has more lateral grip on her than we have. And that's the biggest difference that I can see.
Could you feel it when you got behind the wheel of the number 70 the other day as kind of a one-off during the test day? Was it like you were getting behind the wheel of a different car, kind of bringing yourself up to speed? Was it immediate? I mean, what was that kind of transition?
I was actually very surprised at how quick I did. Maybe one lap at 70% pace, and then second lap I was pretty going on it.
Okay.
With a little bit of chicken on the bone on the outside, just in case. I was amazed at how compliant that car was. It felt very much like the BMWs, the Club Sports. Yeah. It felt a lot like a Club Sport in terms of just general dynamics of it. The way I can compare them is that the 70 is a posh English gentleman that you'll have a nice dinner with. The 997 is kind of like your little bit of a raunchy uncle that gave you your first cigarette when you were 12. One's more fun to be around, but it's slightly, not necessarily PC. So the 997 is just an absolute hoot to drive. The amount of noise and the amount of feelings you get in that car is just unbelievable.
We had a long conversation earlier about the development of Porsche, the development of Ford. We don't need to rehash any of that, but it is interesting you bring up the difference between the two cars. We obviously have, our sim racing backgrounds. iRacing is the sim of choice for just about everybody. You've got a 991 in there. You've got a 992 in there. None of the old 997s. But those two conversations are related because we were talking about the development of the car and what it was like from both a driving and a marketing perspective to watch the one-make Carrera Cup cars step their way forward. Very few people get to just jump into one or jump into two back-to-back and really see that progression, right, in the way the cars are built and designed to go quickly. I think those Porsches are a little intimidating in a simulator, right, because you don't really get a sense of weight. They just feel heavy and kind of lumbering. They're really tricky on the brakes to kind of wrap your head around. But they obviously go quickly to some degree. You have now driven two Carrera Cup cars back-to-back over the course of the weekend, the 997 and 992. There's obviously a few iterations between them. But is it as natural a transition for a racing driver to make as you make it out to be? Or is there still some finesse and understanding of racing dynamics that has to come into getting into a newer gen Porsche and going quickly?
Yeah, it's not just if somebody's very experienced with like a mid-engine car and then just jumps into a cup car, it can be a little bit different, backwards thinking with all the weight in the back and nothing in the front.
Yeah,
the tendency to understeer in certain spots, like coming through turn 12 in the newer car, is you just have to plan for the understeer. You just know it's going to happen, and you set up the corner, get all the rotation done on the entry, and then just hammer the throttle, knowing it's just going to understeer right to the exit. In a mid-engine car, that's not the case. It'll rotate all the way through. You can set it up and drive it a little different. The big difference between the real-life car and the sim that I can say is the reason the sim is so much difficult, or at least especially the old 991s, the legacy one, right? Is you don't have the G-forces. I was amazed at how when you're in the car, you can feel things start to slip, and you can account for that well in advance. Where in the sim, by the time it starts slipping, it's too late and it's hard to catch. So I was pleasantly surprised just how easy the number 70 and the 991.2 is. And it probably has something to do with the tires. I think they're on Yokohamas, which is a fantastic street tire, and almost frankly an R compound. So it's got a ton of grip and it's very progressive. It's the same tire we ran into Ginetta, so I'm familiar with it. But yeah, I was just shocked at how compliant the car was, especially over curbings too. It just didn't care what you drove over. It just did what you wanted it to.
I think I'm right in saying you kind of straddle the line, let's say, between amateur grassroots racer. Have you done coaching? Do you do any coaching?
I've done it online a lot.
Okay, all right. So you kind of straddle that line, right? Where yes, you're out there for your own fun, your own enjoyment, but you have a pretty in-depth understanding of racing, vehicle dynamics, multi-class racing, obviously, and so you bring that to the table. If you were an amateur racer, let's say, running in the WRL, you're running a GT4 car, a high-end GP1 car, could you jump into compare and contrast? Can you jump into the 997? Can you jump into the 991 and have it make sense to you, or do you require some real understanding of like, okay, what the car does and this is why it behaves that way in order to get comfortable?
Based on my experience, I've been pretty quickly adaptable.
Okay.
At this point, I've driven in the past 2 years. I've probably driven 4 different types of car.
Okay.
In GTO alone, and then also some Miata sprinkled through there, the Champ car and such. And I've kind of surprised myself at how sometimes I get up to speed relatively quickly. But it's just time. It's just feeling where the car wants to do at the limit, and knowing what that feeling is when it's starting to understeer, when it's starting to oversteer. When I'm out there driving and I get an oversteer situation at a correct, I'm not thinking that I need to turn the wheel. It just happens like walking down the street.
Yeah.
And so I credit that to just WRL. I mean, I'm a product of WRL. This is the series that I've raced in the most, and I love it to death. And it's just wonderful to be able to have this avenue, to have all these different types of cars go and race at some of the best tracks in the country, frankly. And I mean, just look at as last time I looked at, I think the top 5 were covered by like a blanket.
Oh, it's been ridiculous today. I've so enjoyed today.
Yeah. So it's that kind of dynamic of just getting in anything. If it's got wheels, drive it and make some mistakes, learn, but and get faster from it. But yeah, the sim as well is just if anybody's on the fence on whether or not they should try up sim racing or anything like that, or if it helps develop, absolutely. I think you can attest to that as well. And it's so much fun to do, and we love it. I love it to death, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been an adventure for sure the past few years.
I'm interested to hear you say you credit yourself as a product of WRL. I think that's high praise for the series and what they do. But I also think that there's a real, let's say, real track record of making drivers better, right? Not just because we have a no contact rule, and you need to be mindful of all that. It makes you safer and a better judge, but also the depth of talent and the depth of fields are so high that you find yourself pushing yourself further and further. Obviously, I am of the personal opinion that you're pretty close to the top of that. We've seen you pretty close to the top of that and able to get the most out of whatever it is you're driving. To that end, I'll let you go here in a minute, unless you want to stay around, because by all means. This 997 Cup car started out as kind of a crazy experiment with Round 3 Racing. They were able to get a couple races under the belt. Unfortunately, had an accident here last year in the rain with the original. Was that a 997 or a 991? It was a 997.
I think it was a 997.
Yeah, maybe a .2. Anyway, whereas the 70 has been up to pace and out there, the 997 struggles for pace. Mark Martin says that it doesn't swap ends because it's down around 200 horsepower.
Yeah, well, that's true, Mark. Yes, absolutely. It's not the fire-breathing monster that it could be. It's definitely got a muzzle on it.
But are you sitting there as somebody who has been competitive at the pointy end of WRL and other things, hoping or wishing that you were closer to the top, or are you kind of looking at it as like, look, we're getting the most out of the car. I don't think there's a lot of time left in it. Let's just enjoy driving it for what it is and get on with it.
Well, I mean, it is a race, so we're trying to do as best as we can.
Of course.
But the philosophy, for instance, I did the first 2 stints this morning, and it was hairy the first 30 minutes or so. Oh my goodness. But recognizing, and that product of WRL, and all I know is endurance racing, so I know it's an 8-hour race. And so giving a little give and take in the beginning of a race goes a long way to preserving the car and making sure it's there for the end. I mean, I think we've made up 5 places, not on pace, but because of attrition, and we've put the car in a good spot to be able to run the distance. So, yeah, it's just being smart about it. Another thing I wanted to say about WRL and what's fantastic about it is in one stint in a WRL GTO car, you will make more passes than some people that just do pure sprint racing and do an entire season in other series, right? So the amount of experience you can get in such a short amount of time in WRL is just, it's wonderful.
When you come to a place like Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, you feel like this is kind of the zenith of multi-class and endurance racing with the way you've got to manage the traffic throughout a stint, throughout a lap, or do you find yourself more frustrated?
Oh no, it's great. I mean, it's very easy to get frustrated, especially going down to the S's and you come up on a slower car. But you got to be patient. You got to learn to back up your car at some distance, so when you come out of 5, you're on full chat and you're passing
discussion
them.
earlier. Yeah.
Right as you're coming out of the corner, you're basically treating it as though you didn't get held up, and so you can blow by them. I've seen a lot of people that will go park their car right behind the slower car, and then now they're starting from basically a standstill, a drag race up the hill. And when I get to the back of them, I've got a 20-mile-an-hour difference, and so it's just so much easier to get by. So
I said earlier, JT and I were talking about it in particular. This was the track that taught me how to multi-class race because of stuff like that, right? Where you would see cars. The 74 did it actually earlier in the GTO lead, second place in GTO, something like that. Got held up behind a slow GTO BMW that was in some trouble. Parked it right behind the car, and as soon as they came out of 5, 3 cars were whizzing past it going up the hill because it was doing 40, and they had all backed the corner up to get the run out of the going up the hill there. So you learn a lot. I'm sure you learn a lot fairly quickly. You seem to have a good understanding already. Obviously, we know this. But are you watching that kind of development throughout the race weekend where you're seeing drivers learn around you kind of in real time, or is it just to use a line from JTR a couple years ago, C-car fast car?
Yeah, there's definitely some C-car fast car out there, but overall, I think over the past few years in WRL, and this has always been an event that I'm basically do whatever I can to attend. The quality of driving has just been ratcheted up quite significantly. And I mean, if you looked at the qualifying, the top 20 were within like 2 seconds of each other for GTO. I mean, I've never seen that tight of a spread for qualifying. So, and it's being reflected in terms of the competition, and it's really good. It's really healthy. I love seeing some big name pros come down to WRL and just for seat time, for competition, whatever the reason is. It just gives us mere mortals the opportunity to weigh ourselves and see how we do it in against those legends basically, and it's been a lot of fun. There's a lot more respect out there, I think, from maybe a few years ago, and I think that's just because people have gotten better, and there's the skill level, the skill cap has gotten higher
for sure
here in the series.
For sure, the depth of field is there to support it as well. Like you said, and 20 cars all operating in that same kind of performance window, all very close to the fastest car in class is pretty remarkable. Mark also makes a point. Mark Martin says Chris can flat out wheel a car, needs to be in Sprint Challenge or Carrera Cup. Doesn't Mark running Sprint Challenge and or Carrera Cup?
He was running. Yeah, he was running quite a few cars there. And so thanks for the kind words, Mark. I appreciate it. Yeah, I ran with Mark with W2W for a few years in the Caymans.
Okay.
Those cars were so much fun, and I still remember the first time I ran here with Mark in the Caymans. I think it was the purple car, the 981 MR, and we were fighting right there at the podium, right at the end. It was absolutely an absolute blast.
So to Mark's point, you strike me as a particularly humble guy. Like you're not really 24 BMM Montgomery cars leaking some fluid at the left rear. You strike me as somebody who is humble and realistic about racing chances and racing future. I think there are a few people in the paddock who happen to believe that you could go compete at a higher level if you wanted to. A, do you want to? And B, if you would like, I would like you to take this opportunity to promote Chris Pies, because I think you deserve it.
Oh, I appreciate it. No, I would love to. I would absolutely love to. But like everything in motorsport, it's the finances have to be there in order to make the jump up, and that's one of the reasons why I think WRL has become so popular. Is in terms of bang for the buck, you can't beat it. I mean, I'll probably be in the car for at least between practice and the 2 races. Knock on wood, so far as the car is good, and I fully expect it to be round 3. They've been around forever, and Brad and his team is just big shout out to them. They're phenomenal. It's my first interaction with them, and they are just absolute professionals in what they do, and they're a pleasure to be with. So hopefully I've found a more permanent home now instead of being a mercenary. But it's down to finances at the end of the day. That's what racing is. But if an opportunity ever came around to take it into the next level and dip my toe and see what it would be like in a more professional series, I would absolutely welcome it if it were to come up.
I'm glad to hear that. I hope things do progress that way for you. But if not, certainly seems like you're enjoying yourself. Also, I can't let you go without mentioning this. We've now completed the collection of drivers that were in Split 2 of the Majors 24. I don't know if you caught Kate McKee from Screaming Goat was also in our... Yeah, absolutely. So I knew you were there because I saw you in the pre-qualifying list in LMP2. I think he did a P2 as well. But I saw him connect while I was in the middle of a stint at night. I was like, Kate McKee? What? I didn't know he was here.
What? So I got asked to run LMP2 in that series, and I was dog slow, and it hasn't been that way. Oh, I'm not a prototype driver, and for some reason they put me in the fast car, and I was like, okay, sure, let's see what happens. And at one point we were 3 laps down.
Oh wow!
And somehow through some really well strategy and cautions, that was one of the draws, we ended up getting back on the main lap, and we ended up finishing like P2, 30 seconds behind the leaders. After being 3 laps down, after 6 hours. So, yeah, what a...
You were second?
Yeah,
By chance, did a hypercar almost take you out like 2 laps from the end?
Maybe.
I don't know if you remember that. I'm pretty sure I almost wrecked second place with 2 laps to go. It wasn't good. Not one of my finer moments. I didn't realize that was you guys. Anyway.
Oh, it was all good. We got the coin and everything, too. So
oh, nice.
Pretty neat.
Was it is it cool?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I got it and was like, man, that's a nice little piece of hardware. I wasn't
pretty
expecting
cool.
anything. So,
That's pretty cool.
But that's what makes... I mean, I'm one of the biggest cheerleaders for sim racing.
Sure.
Like, it's just so much fun to do. And, I mean... a couple of clicks and you could be racing a prototype on Circuit de la Sarthe, or you could come here and race an Audi 90 at Road Atlanta. I mean, it's just, what else can you do that? And the other nice thing about it is we constantly see professionals. I mean, I guess in the latest news with Formula One being hot, Max Verstappen does sim racing. What other sport can you, as a mere mortal, race against some of these guys that are at the absolute top of the sport? None, except for sim racing.
Yeah, not just sim racing. I mean, racing in general. There's, like you say, there is no other sport in the world where you, as a mortal, somebody at the bottom of the feeding chain, proverbially, you're right, head-to-head, on track, in some cases, in the real world, also with professionals, people who make their living doing this, people who, the bulk of the sporting world or the racing world aspires to be or become, right? And frankly, I've always felt the same as when I volunteered as a quarter marshal. Like, okay, could I, as somebody who enjoys whatever sport, let's say golf, get involved in the Masters or the U.S. Open or, I don't know, whatever major event as an official, right? Somebody who can be there right up next to what's happening, be fundamentally involved in what's happening, and be rubbing shoulders with the guys who are all making it happen. I don't think there's another sport that's anything like that. And it's just racing. And feel very fortunate to be here. I know that you obviously appreciate and feel the same about where you're at as well. And just thrilled to have you as a part of the WRL paddock, and thrilled to have you up here with us on DriversEye Live.
Yeah, and thank you guys at DriversEye Live. You guys been around for forever. You're the ones that tell the story out to the greater world, and without you guys, we would just be another league that we do it for ourselves, and that's the reason we do it. We do it to have fun.
Sure.
But the fact that we can share this with other fans of the sport is just wonderful, and thank you guys for doing that.
Thanks, man. Chris Pies, driver of the number 997 Round 3 Racing Porsche Cup car. Appreciate you coming up, hanging out, and
always a
pleasure. Do we see you in the car again today?
Maybe. It depends on how things all play out, but I'll be ready. So in case I get the tap on the shoulder, I'll be in there.
Very cool. Chris Pies, thanks for coming up. JT Tammy, I think still with us. Ryan West will take us just rested 1 o'clock now into the second half of the Saturday 8-hour enduro at Road Atlanta.
Absolutely, and not a ton of movement. JT almost certainly going to tell me that I'm wrong. I'm okay with that. Not a ton of movement that I have noticed. Screaming Goat still at the front of GP1, followed by the 444 and the 44. So that's about where it is. The 369 of Chattanooga Touring Wagon has moved up into second position in GP2, splitting the two open throttle racing BMWs. So they've made a little bit of headway here. One of the AOA racing cars dropping off of the podium into fourth as HC Autosport and Open Throttle Racing move up in GP3. And GTO, we've got the GTR number 99, followed by the 70 and the 92. Again, we saw the 70 and the 92 sort of doing battle. as the 92 was coming back out from its green flag pit stop. The Australian native DD Autosport having fallen down to 6th position now in the 153. That is currently the best Mercedes-Benz on track. 74 of AOA Racing in 5th position in GTO. That we saw them at the front, and the 89X Aston Martin in 4th position in GTO. In GTU, you have the number 59 followed by the 58, followed by the 60. JT.
So GP1 has been interesting in the last 5 minutes. Screaming Goat has been running consistently shorter fuel stops than what we would normally see in GP1. It's been interesting because Bruce Innovations has finally come down pit road after leading that class. However, they had a tire going down by the looks of it on their end lap. They were quite slow, smoking, and unfortunately they have not come back out, I believe. Let me refresh just to double check. Yeah, they're still on pit road, unfortunately. That's allowed PC Racing to get a lap on them and be promoted into 2nd place. Screaming Goat has come back on pit road. Unfortunately, you can see the camera. They're still in their box there.
Yes.
So it looks like, yep, they get released here. But yeah, that's been a bit of drama there for the 444 from Bruce Innovations. Both cars, unfortunately, have been plagued by an issue so far today.
I'm just trying to think about how far away from my face the microphone needs to be so that I can yell drama like you did when somebody goes in the pit lane, and I think I'm settled on pretty far. So PC Racing, we're going to see here the white and blue BMW coming through, so still a ways back, but firmly in 2nd position here. Now back on the lead lap, I believe.
They are. Yeah, and unfortunately, we did see a longer pit stop from the lead AOA car, which did promote the 85 into the lead. HD Autosport, as we had saw earlier, had been running quick, got around the 162. That's been promoted up into 2nd now. Unfortunately, the 70 is unable to really stay with the 99, though they were quicker last time by. It has been good watching in the background, though. The 70 and the 92 have been dicing basically this entire stint so far. As you see the 92 get a bit loose there on the entry to turn 6, but yeah, they've swapped positions several times. Looking like both drivers are having a lot of fun behind the wheel this stint.
Jordan, is it possible to get a weather update? Is that something we have the technology to do? Perhaps we could spin up another server. As you can see here, there is no weather on the horizon. None to speak of, anyway. So we may be dry from here on out, which probably isn't quite what they want to hear in the 70. It seemed like the 70 was making up a lot of time when it was slightly damp out, but we appear to be out of the danger zone for the wet weather here.
To some degree, it's a little bit disappointing we've had kind of a run of guests recently, because I just heard it, JT, over the loudspeaker here. The dicing on track has been really good.
Oh, yeah.
Really good.
It slices, it dices.
It does. It does both of those things. And this 70 and 92 battle, I'm not convinced that isn't going to feature later in the race as a battle for the overall win. But man, they are just inseparable.
It's
Porsche Cup and the 92 Mustang.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the features of WRL, why we love it so much. But I mean, if we saw this kind of dicing in like an IMSA race or whatever, we'd be at the high
losing our minds.
And just yeah, absolutely. But in this racing, this is a lot more probable, and it's it's fantastic to see just how close these drivers are, these cars are, and just it's unfortunate that it's a bit normalized because we're just kind of so used to it. But it's
red flag, guys. Sorry, red flag.
Turn 2 cars stopped.
That was very sudden.
Is that the
car smoking? It says
Rockwell Porsche. It's a little
it's
too
the
far
one
away.
at the top of the hill in front of the corner station there.
Yes, the driver pulled off immediately in front of the station where there would be a fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
So very heads up driving there. It looks okay from our camera here.
I don't even see smoke. But I want to be clear here. This is pretty much standard operating procedure in WRL. We've been covering races with the series since 2017 in one form or another, and virtually every time the word fire has been used, it's resulted in a red flag.
Yes.
It's just the standard procedure. Do not take chances. Dispatch vehicles as quickly and immediately and directly as you can, and go with the situation, because it's not going to take care of itself.
No, and safety has always been a cornerstone of WRL. That's we've seen it with how draconian you could say pit lane infractions can be.
Great point.
How the clear cut line is between all right, we're allowing hot pulls as long as you guys can behave around safety vehicles. Safety is paramount for this series, and that's why one of the reasons why we love this series. And so when you have something like this start to crop up, they are instantly going to get involved, even if it is detrimental to on-track racing. It's paramount that we take care of the drivers, we take care of our corner workers. This is not something that can be messed around with.
Yeah, and the consistency in application, I think, earns the series a lot of credit, and its race director and stewards a lot of credit. The pit lane, like you said, pit lane penalties and things of that nature are all handled in a pretty aggressive manner for the right reasons, but they're applied fairly. Red flag situations are applied basically. I mean, there's obviously decision making and discretion that goes into it, but it's never at the compromise of anything else, right? It is just, okay, problem, red flag, right? Deal with it, and make sure everybody is safe first and foremost, and then everything else comes second. So I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. It will be interesting to see what this means as far as the progression of the race goes. I think we're pretty much smack in the middle of a pit stop cycle. We're also 3.5 hours from the end, and I think it would be foolish to not begin sort of back timing your situation to the end of the race here. Whether or not you run this fuel run out, or you bring the car in and top it up. I think it's a less cut and dried than this decision might otherwise be. I think main goal here is stay on the lead lap. Kind of your primary concern. We'd settled into a really nice with the race here as well.
Yeah.
To the point that this one, it actually kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't even looking for it. I just happened to pan to my left and saw the red flag peeking out from behind the canopy on the starter's tower here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just surprised JT's still here.
Yeah, you gotta get going here.
Well, we'll be here when you're done, probably.
Indeed.
So, where are you racing today, JD?
It's a hill climb.
Oh no.
Coppa Carrori in Italy.
R Factor 2?
Yes.
Huh. Better you than me.
1964 C2.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm out.
It's a boat.
Well, good luck with that.
Thanks.
I will say one of the most fun events I ever did was I think a series you and I raced together, BOR. They did a Targa Florio special event. You got one lap in it was like a 1974 Carrera RSR or something like that. And first and second place were separated by 3 seconds after a 37-minute lap. So I'm into the old time trial hill climb sort of thing.
In May, we did 3 laps at Targa. It was it was
Sounds
good for me for
exhausting.
about 4 minutes.
Yeah. Sounds exhausting.
Yes.
Was it time trial style or actual like wheel-to-wheel style?
Wheel to wheel.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Yeah, no. We have 2 hill climbs this year.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Sounds
I
like a
will
blast.
Step away and go do
I
that.
will be
Ryan-
back as quick as I can.
We'll do picture in picture.
No.
There's an idea. Ryan West and myself, Brendan Kazmarek, and Jordan Worth also here.
I was hoping we were going to see Jordan live take JT's Tammy off of the graphic here, but I don't think that's how the graphic.
And
works.
even Ryan West.
Indeed, it's been like that all day.
It's quite good. You're trackside.
Yeah.
You're obviously enjoying yourself in the fine weather we've got here this afternoon and through most of the morning at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. But you are missing out on the Professor Jordan Worth's fine production over on YouTube and the World Racing League Facebook. Speaking of production, I think it would be a fine time to knock out an ad quick. Go say hello to our friends at Continental Tire, if Jordan is so inclined. We can take a quick break here under this second red flag of the day and the upcoming full course yellow to get us back to green flag racing, hopefully sometime soon. But in the meantime, we'll say hi to Continental Tire and rejoin you on the other side of this break from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta, and as is tradition, I have to tell Jordan which ads I got, which was just a Continental Tire ad. Jordan, do you use Continental Tire? Might have gone too fast there for him to rebust
I had
himself.
to press the button. There we are. Yes, I do use
Excellent.
Continental Tire.
There we go. A relevant ad. There we go.
Relevant.
The Spec Tire of our general production classes.
Indeed.
A new feature this year in the World Racing League.
The smart choice in tires. Cross Contact LX Sport.
Is that your Ryan Eversley impression? Ron Heckman impression?
No, that's Heckman, dude. Come on. Come on, man.
It wasn't. It wouldn't have been good for either one of them. But
I mean, you know, and we're back to yellow.
We are.
I was just asking JT while you had stepped away, Brendan, how far does my mic have to be from my face so that I can yell like Lee Diffie?
I don't know how they do it.
I think he has a
I
hand
start
mic,
yelling
and
and
he
I
does
get
the
immediate
thing
clipping.
that comedians do, and he just holds it further away.
Yeah.
Like he has
You
to.
might
Like,
be right.
there's no.
Either that or they've got really good compressors.
I don't know. They got to do it live, like by hand. It's on like a 1 second delay, and they're like in there mixing it.
Yeah. So we do go back to yellow, full course yellow. It'll be 2 laps projected here under a double yellow condition. The safety car is going to pick up the 59.
Yes, and the 92, I believe, just cut to the pit lane
No,
there.
92 is in. The problem is the 92 is about to go a lap down to that Stratus Stevico NP01. Not so much an issue in class, but definitely an issue in the overall. So that's an interesting call here.
I don't think they're racing for the overall, if I'm going to be honest, Brendan.
That's probably fair.
I don't think that's a thing that...
What they can't do, though, is let the 99 or the 70 wouldn't be there, but they can't let the 99 come on.
Right, which I think they're safe.
And not pit. 91 stays out, so FRS splits the strategy. 225 is in. 74 is in, so that'll be Thunder Bunny and AOA Racing. The Rue Helmets sponsored car. Don't know much about Rue Helmets.
Oh, Rue Helmets a big open throttle provider. I believe an American-made helmet, and they provide sort of all the features that you get from the more expensive helmets at a much more reasonable price.
They also sponsor the number 74 AOA Racing.
They do.
BMW.
So, big deal.
It's not their tagline, is it?
No, I have no idea what the tagline is.
Sounded like a slogan.
Rue helmets, a big deal.
Yeah. I think they're doing tires on the 92 here. I look very, very far to my left, down towards turn number 1, and indeed that black and blue Ford Mustang is up on the jacks.
That doesn't mean jack.
So in comes the 99. In comes the 70. I don't know if we can see this from the turn 12 camera, Jordan. You can pick this up. The 55 AOA MX-5 that comes through here was parked more or less on the grass coming down the hill.
Yeah.
I think it shoveled a ton of grass onto the pit lane entry. And I was going to say you're going to have to be careful, but 70 just barreled down the hill.
Yes, you can.
Yep, see it right there.
Yeah.
Wish we could illustrate
right above the porta potty.
Yes, correct. Yeah, south and east of the Mission Foods banner. Other tortilla chips are available,
but none are shaped like motorcycles and formula cars.
True. The number 10 has been recovered to the paddock on the back of a flat tail. I think we should be headed back to green this time. 225 is on the way. 92 is not. That is the Mustang that you see with the lights blinking, and now it goes.
I was going to say, that might be a problem.
I think it is a problem. I think it's dropped the lap to the... No, sorry.
Well, 99's right there.
99's still stationary.
So is the 70.
Okay, so let's make this make sense.
And the Stratus is coming in as well, so they're going to unlap themselves from the Stratus.
If they can make it around in time, yes.
Right.
Minute and a half. I don't know that that's a given. Pit stop times on those GTU cars are so short.
Well, they got to do a BOP adjustment to their virtual fuel tank.
Sorry. The 70... See the Pontiac GTO-R there in about mid-pit?
Yes.
Facing us? That's the Matt Connolly Motorsports car. It's basically had to pit in a way that is like double parked.
Ooh.
The 74 AOA car was too far forward. The 68-speed Syndicate Aston Martin was too far rearward and literally could not get the number 40 GTO-R into the pit stall between them. It's got 3 tires inside the yellow line. I think that used to be the NASCAR. It might still be the NASCAR. You got to have 3 of the tires inside the line. It does, and it began fueling, but it meant that the 74 couldn't get out. Imagine being double parked in a city street. It's kind of the position we somehow found ourselves in there. It clearly cost the number 50 from Matt Connolly Motorsports time. Definitely just cost the 74 time as well. Really interesting. 225 comes through.
The 153 has stayed out.
Yeah, let's
which I think is curious.
Well, it is, other than the fact that that car has such a fuel advantage that I think you just play into that. Right. If you're in this position,
I mean, you're hoping for another yellow, basically.
For sure. But they're on the lead lap.
Right.
I don't know. I think you just play into the fuel game. You could probably do this in, for sure in 2 more stops if you're that car. I'm not sure that's true for everybody else. Even the ones that just stopped. Very, very interesting stuff. Anyway, it's going to take time to make sense of what you're seeing trackside because we've got to wait for the whole field to come through and reset timing. Also, Race Hero is still not auto-updating for us, so yeah, we need to let that happen. I think there's a chance where there's a world here where the 58 is the overall race leader.
Can we get Chocolate Man on the horn?
Chocolate Myers?
No, Brian Ghirardelli. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway.
Green flag is out, and 3 hours and 20 minutes on the clock.
We are back to green flag racing at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The remaining, where are we at here? Roughly 50 cars roar back to life down the front straightaway. And we get to make some sense of what we're seeing on timing and scoring.
It is the 153.
Well, in GTO, yes.
Yeah.
58 and 59 still lead overall. So let's put that to one side. 4.5 seconds is the margin. That is blue NPO1, blue prototype leading gold prototype. Is the simplest way to put that. Meanwhile, in terms of the GTO field, as Ryan intimated, the 153 from DD Autosports, that's the silver Mercedes, leads the class by 21 seconds from the 89 of 89X Motorsports, which is kind of flipped from when last we really paid attention to it. The 289 has dropped quite a bit of time. Where is the 289? Hmm. 289 is down to 12. Lost a couple of laps. We'll have to look into that. There's penalties there, if that's just been the nature of things over the last little while. So top three in GTO, 153 silver Mercedes leads charcoal black colored Aston Martin 89, leads GTR 99, which is your blue Toyota Supra, third in class, fifth overall. FPRS is the blue and black Mustang. Both the Supra and the Mustang have fresh tires. I can confirm that. That is typically the way. You get to about halfway, change the tires on the GTO cars. They won't quite last a race distance. And even if they do, things get a little bit dicey towards the end, particularly in these summertime races. Round 3 racing in the number 70. It's the Trimtex Porsche. Now sits fifth in class, 7th overall. And then the AOA Racing BMW rounds out the top 5 in that category. The general production classes. It says changing the sort on Race Monitor. Screaming Goat Racing leads PC Racing by 18.5 seconds. You're looking for the LS-powered orange BMW from the white and blue BMW M3. Another lap in hand over the 444 from Bruce Innovations. But the Screaming Goat and PC Racing battle is what you see on track, right around 15 to 20 seconds. Good stuff in GP1. Good recovery from Harrison Motorsports as well. Spent some time in the pit lane very early on and now finds itself fourth in class ahead of the 567 from Big Mission Motorsports. GP2 led by Open Throttle Racing from the 369 of Chattanooga Tornwagen Meisterschaft. Those cars are a second apart on track. Last time they came across the line. That is also pretty remarkable stuff. And a good recovery from the 369 as well. Keep an eye out for those two cars trackside. It'll be green BMW and red and black these days? Red, black, and silver BMW 325 as well?
Sure, yeah.
I've got to prompt a quick refresh here in our timing tower. Get the flag condition back to the right color. Stand by for that. GP3 led at the moment by AOA Racing number 85 ahead of HC Autosport 455, who's in a pretty decent battle with the 162 of Open Throttle Racing as well. About 15 seconds apart, they are in the battle for second in GP3. GTU, we know, is led by Stratus, top 3 positions, 58 and 59. Also the race for the overall positions there as well. There we go. Color change on the ticker. Reminder, if you're with us trackside, feel free to go check out the Paddock Grill just up behind where we are here in the Michelin Tower. The exit of the final corner. Not sure how late they're open this afternoon, but I'm sure go up, grab some late lunch or a beverage. Go say hi, and certainly check them out tomorrow morning if you're in need of coffee, as many people will be after a long day of on-track racing today.
And we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification here on your WRL Racing Network.
We're not going to pause, but it is 98.1 FM if you'd like to take us around or beyond the immediate vicinity of the circuit. I don't know how far it goes. That is the FM frequency for the weekend. You pick up RPA coverage
from DriversEye Live, you happen to not be in shouting distance of a PA speaker.
Have you never listened to baseball on the radio, Brendan?
Sure.
So the baseball feed is the feed, obviously, but then multiple stations carry it. So then the commentator at the game says they're going to pause, and then the local station cuts in with the station ID, and then comes back.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I listen to MRN.
Okay.
I listen to races, college football.
Yeah,
and it's all the same. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I
You
get
just
it.
didn't want to do the bit with me. That's fine.
I didn't. I just wanted to get through and say it was on 98.1 FM because that was the part that mattered.
All right.
One moment here, Ryan. You're gonna need this for just a second. Enjoy.
Hey.
Brendan says that just as I put a mouthful of food into my mouth. Outstanding there. But 3 hours and 14 minutes remaining here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. One of the great racetracks in North America. I do believe that Road America is what Formula One drivers refer to when they talk about, and they talk about this a lot less now that there's 3 Grand Prix here, but especially before COTA, and then even at the beginning of COTA, they talk about, North America has a lot of really great tracks. They're just not set up for Formula One racing, and they got a lot of flow to them. We love North American tracks. Dorian Pin with Mercedes, of course, in the W Series, or the whatever they're calling it today, the sort of women's F4 series that they run alongside the Formula One. She's talked about enjoying her time at North American circuits while doing some endurance racing. So I think this really is one of the tracks that people refer to when they talk about, oh man, North American racetracks, they just got the natural elevation change, they're flowing, they're fast, get a good rhythm to them, and I really think this one sort of stands out as, I think, the idea of what people are talking about when they say that.
It is one of the tracks that people refer to, Ryan. You are correct.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
I have somebody with me here who might have an opinion on Road Atlanta, among other things. Oh, no, I got it wrong. Dang.
Oh, dang.
We'll try it.
She might be a female, too.
That's also correct. Does not run an F4 car.
No, I don't.
Okay. It's Sarah Montgomery, anyway.
Hey!
Does run an Audi R8 LMS GT4. The shift up now by 80 victory.
Nailed it.
Audi. Yeah. No, listen.
You're well qualified. Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. Ryan, I was super bummed to see you not here at Road Atlanta
Wow.
today.
Rude.
Okay,
I mean, yeah,
wow.
I know, right? I know. What are we going to do, though? What are we going to do?
It's fine. I know we're not important, so it's okay.
Hey, I'd have preferred to be there, but hey, you got to talk to the gentleman next to you. I was maxing out my travel allowance. Apparently, Brendan doesn't like it when I fly myself first class everywhere, and he said, you spent too much money now, so now I have to stay at home.
It definitely wasn't the 4 events that people backed out on over the last 2 months.
Totally wasn't that.
Had
Not
nothing
that at all.
to do with it.
Not that at all. It was me. Sarah, did you see when for a while I was having luxury cars every time for my rental? That caught up.
I noticed.
So.
Oh yeah, your credit card notice or your work credit card notice too, didn't it?
Exactly. Brendan's like, wait a minute, I can't auto approve this.
I believe it.
I auto approve everything because I have no control.
That's
we work on the honor system.
That's what they all say, right?
We were actually just. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ryan.
No, I was going to say,
He's
Sarah.
I'm over this.
Sarah, we were actually just talking yesterday about the practicality of Brendan renting himself an airplane to fly to races. So,
that's
it's all over the place.
I mean, he could have his luxury rental car if you can have your private plane to fly.
Yeah, see, there you go.
No, it's only for Danville, Virginia. It's only because it's a nightmare trying to get to Danville from anywhere unless you just fly yourself into Danville.
Okay. I mean, I could see that excuse being used for every racetrack, but that's okay.
It's specific to there, and maybe Mid-Ohio.
Yeah.
Because
you always have to drive an hour wherever you go.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
This time I flew into Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Okay.
Which is an hour and 45.
I never thought about that.
Well, I had, and I was like, I don't know. This time it actually turned out to be cheaper to go into Greenville. And then I saw your post in the WRL Racers group about
I
the
try to
chaos.
help all my people out.
Sure. And then I realized, well, actually I picked the right time to try this. It didn't necessarily work out in my favor, but I don't think it worked against me, so whatever.
Okay.
I don't know. I
That's
do that
good.
in the future.
Yeah.
Let's talk about racing.
Sure. Racing.
Remember that? Do you remember that time you weren't racing at turn 6?
I
don't know if that was you.
It was not. I was in
maybe.
the start. I
Okay.
had the whole first stint and then passed it over to Aaron right as soon as the red flag, right before the first red flag came out.
Yes.
And then Yeah, she got like 4 or 5 laps and had the best center of her life because she sat out there and just looked amazing the whole time during that red flag. So yeah.
Were you just sitting in the pits watching me in car camera, just admiring Erin? Is that what was happening?
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's how you always should. I mean, she's great. You know. So.
It was great until it came time to get the car restarted.
Yeah, it was definitely that. So turns out there was a relay that completely burned up in the car.
Oh.
So luckily it didn't cause like a big fire, but apparently these Audis are very finicky, as we've certainly come to learn. But we thought at first it was like a brake pedal switch, and now look, I race a lot, but when it comes to really deep diving into the mechanics, not so much my thing. But yeah, so apparently there's a switch in the Audi, and most of the other GT4s do not have this for the brake pedal, and that's what they originally thought. They thought that the brake pedal was not talking to the computer of the car. And so it was very confusing, and that's why they thought they couldn't get it started. But by the time they got it pulled back, they realized it was the relay for all the brakes. The ABS wasn't talking to the brake pedal. So that would have been terrifying even if it did restart. So kind of glad it didn't.
You would have found out sooner or later.
Yeah, and that would have been Erin, and that could have just been very bad. So it's kind of a blessing that it didn't restart and that it would not have worked.
Did it not restart just because the electronics said, hey, something's not right here, we're not going to allow the car
So
to
it did not
continue,
even recognize that the brake pedal was being depressed.
Which it takes to start the car.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the car would not even start because it did not even sense brake pressure. And I'm sure Erin got one hell of a leg workout, you know, trying to press that pedal down as hard as she could to get it to start, but it didn't do anything. Nothing turned over. Yep, exactly. So we got it all, we think, sorted. What we're going to do now is do a few laps. Of course, don't tell our competitors this, you know. No, we're just going to do a few laps and then pull it in and make sure everything's okay and not burning up. And then we'll go back out there, probably send our new driver, Erica Hoffman, out to do some laps, just to get comfortable with the car and get ready for tomorrow.
You know, I hadn't even realized you had lost as much time as you did. I remember the car being towed back, but then look up. We did a lot of interviews, in fairness.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say
and
thanks for pointing that out, but yeah, that's okay.
Well, it happens, right? It is still endurance racing. And to be fair, Shift Up now by AE Victory is out on an island. It's the only one's running the Audi R8 LMS GT4.
Yes.
As you said, it's a finicky car. We've heard that from multiple people trying to run both the GT4-based car and just a road-based car in the past. But you're finding your way with it, as you said. Like, you're going to send it out there, make sure everything works okay. Are you still developing the car, or is what you're finding now is just like, oh, well, that shouldn't have failed, but it did?
Well, it's going to always be a car that you have to develop. But yeah, we have learned a lot. We have talked to other teams that used to run the Audis, and they were like, don't run the Audi.
That's what everybody says.
But here we are. So we're going to make it work. We have done 2 really good test weekends at Buttonwillow during what we would call our little off season.
A good test weekend at Buttonwillow?
We were the only car out there, and I almost killed a squirrel, but I didn't, so that's good.
I'm disappointed that you didn't tell me you'd be there, because I would have come and hung out. It's like a 2.5-hour drive from my house.
But you couldn't have rented a car, right? Because that would have been on your
exactly. Well, I'd have driven my road car. That'd have been all right.
Or you just rented the jet. Use the jet.
Yeah, the jet.
Oh, there's no jets here. No. I want to be very clear. There's no jets here. I'm not telling Ryan he can't go to races anymore, and then also flying. I don't fly anything, but I could be. Just not a jet. Anyway.
Yeah.
You had the car out of Buttonwillow.
Yeah, sorry. It's just like the thing that you see in the movies, like squirrel, and then pause. Anyways, the squirrel is what actually made that, you know, us swindle off into whatever we're talking about. So yeah. So anyways, testing at Buttonwillow went great.
Yeah.
We did a lot of improvements, and it's unfortunate because the car handles way better now than it ever has. Like night and day, total difference in obviously for the better. And I just wish it showed in our performance today. Even qualifying yesterday, I drove like what I thought was a great lap only to be starting in 20th place, you know? So it's just frustrating, especially at big tracks like this that have a lot of straightaways. Oh, there's a Miata burning up on the straightaway.
Yeah, a lot of smoke out of the 75 from AOA. Also real bad sponsored, it turns out. Into the pit lane now, which is good, but you can see in the camera there off in the distance, quite a bit of smoke. Looks like a little.
Yeah, it doesn't look like oil, so that's good.
Have you... The rear wing sits higher on the Audi than it used to.
It does. You noticed?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for dumb details.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Obviously, it's not a dumb detail because it appeared to be worth doing for you. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, my friend yesterday called it an ironing board, but so if you need your clothes ironed, that is, bring them over. We'll make it work. But yeah, so we definitely got a bigger and higher wing, as you noticed. Our canards on the front, which are basically on the very outer edges of the front bumper, for people who don't know what canards are, they're basically very expensive carbon fiber little plates that just give a little more downforce for when you're turning.
Similar to a dive plane.
Yeah, exactly. That's more relatable, I guess. But yeah, so
I love the word canard. I'm a big fan,
is fun.
So thank you for that. Yeah.
Canard's fun, and then now we have plexiglass windows where we didn't have that before, so now it's a lot more toasty in the car than it used to be. And yeah, so it's we're trying everything we can. We have brought in engineers, called all of our friends in every race paddock we know that knows anything about anything, to try and help us make this car faster, and which it is, and just on a track like this where there's a lot of straightaways, just hard to show that, but we're making small improvements here and there.
Is that where you think most of the gains are to be made, is under acceleration down the long straights?
Yeah, and it's funny, in the corners, I'm not leaving and they're not catching me, but as soon as we get on the straight, it's like I just come to a full stop and they're just driving around, but that's just how it goes. We're trying to make it work. I know that big wing on the back doesn't help as far as making us faster on the straight, but if we can keep up in the corners, we've at least got something better.
So I appreciate that we at DriversEye Live may be more interested in the technical development of a race car than most. However, I think it's worth asking, are you finding it's down to you guys are short on power, or the gearing's wrong or something? Or is it there's something fundamental to the car as it's currently configured that is just costing you time specifically down long straights?
Yeah, and I think Brian and I have talked about this a little bit, but it's such a cool car. It's like big V10, it's got all the power you could ever want, but we have to run the smallest restrictor plate that Audi makes for this series to be legal, plus adding weight and everything else that we have to do to make it legal, just because it has so much power naturally from the factory. So it's all a game of where can we, whether it's a bigger restrictor or add more weight in certain places, to make it make sense. And I think where we're at now is a good balance, but we just need a little more power on the straightaways. But
I have bad news.
It's not going to change.
This isn't not a BOP series.
Yeah, so
just gonna throw power out.
Yeah, it is. Well, it is what it is.
But it is interesting because it is a natural, let's say, BOP.
Yeah.
Right, where your power number and your weight number match. Yes, there's some success in there and some very light modifiers in GTO, but generally speaking, everybody should be working from the same baseline. And it just seems like there's something about that R8 LMS GT4 that just doesn't.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense that would be the case in an Audi, but certainly if you guys haven't figured it out by now, it just doesn't make sense that it's something not that obvious.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, like I said, you can notice some of the changes we've done. We've done more to the suspension and just you'll notice that it leans a little more left and right in some of our photos, which is, I mean, believe it or not, it handles way better than it did the first few races. So I'm not complaining. It's very fun to drive. So I think it's cool. We're making progress step by step, little by little, and that's all you can ever do, right?
I wish you off for the Montgomery car here at the exit of the corner.
Not me, Montgomery.
Oh, sorry. Montgomery Motorsports. Yes.
Yeah.
Ryan, go
Just
ahead.
clarifying.
I wish I could. I mean, I'd have to find it. It's a lot of effort. I swear, Sarah, and I think I've mentioned this to you, that I listened to that podcast with Steve Dinan. And he talked about when Carbon ran that car, having to adjust where the roll center was in the car based on the track. And he went into pretty specific detail about what it was they had to do, and how if they went from somewhere like here, it was difficult, but on a street course, the way the car was set up naturally actually worked out pretty well for what they wanted. I wish I knew when that was that they talked about that.
Yeah, I know, totally. But I mean, luckily, our roll level is definitely a lot better. I said, the car was so bound up and so just confused and off balance the first couple races, and the team has worked so hard to make it better. Like, literally, what's the thing? Throwing spaghetti on the wall, see what sticks.
Right.
That's what we've been doing, or they've really been working hard and hustling to make this work. So like I said, it's way more fun to drive than it ever has been. I feel like it hasn't tried to kill me as much as it did the first few races, which is always a positive thing. But yeah, it's a lot more fun to drive. So whether we're winning or not, I'm still having fun.
I want to turn slightly towards Shift Up now, which is obviously the primary sponsor on board the number 119. Forgive me, I haven't seen an entry list all weekend that includes driver names, and obviously we're working towards driver's ID, but
That's
driver
fine.
ID, but we're not quite
Yep.
there yet. It's Erica Hoffman.
Correct.
Is the new.
Yep.
The first time.
Yes, first time. Yeah. So from what I am understanding, she's raced McLarens before in the UK. So
Okay.
she is Canadian and came here. I'm not even sure how the connection happened, but Aaron invited her to come and drive the GT4 with us this weekend since we knew she had GT4 prior experience, and it seems like she's having a great time. I feel like, bless her heart, I've literally been throwing as much information at her as I possibly could to help, because it is a lot of information. It's an intimidating series if you've never done something like this before with, all this traffic out there, slow and fast, and, just learning the car too. So not only are you trying to not die out there with traffic everywhere, but trying to learn where buttons are on the in the car. So it's been a lot for her, and I think she's, slowly improving, and that's all you can ever hope for in a teammate.
It kind of strikes me now that as part of the Shift Up Now and WRL experience, you've been around for quite some time. Obviously, you run multiple different cars.
He's calling me old.
No, you've been on TV.
I'm kidding.
That's fine. I don't, whatever. Sorry.
I'm kidding.
How old are you? No, do not.
I'm 30, if anyone cares. I don't care. That stuff doesn't... It takes a lot to offend me, but I'm 30 years old.
No. Hold on, I'm going to pause this real quick. Does Sarah act the way 30-year-olds are supposed to act? Because I'm pretty close in age to Sarah, and I'm like, way...
Are you 30 yet, Ryan?
Very close.
Okay. Yeah, I thought. Anyway, you've been around a lot longer than that would suggest.
Yeah,
You've
there
been
you
around
go.
racing for a long time, doing, all kinds of things. But you've settled into this place with World Racing League and Shift Up Now. It strikes me that you've been at this for a while, running with different cars, different teams. It's been a minute since somebody has just jumped in, right, and said, "Okay, you should come do this. Here's an opportunity. Come run this car with us."
Yeah.
Shift Up Now, it almost seems like it provides, in this circle in particular, kind of like a built-in coaching opportunity as well. You've got all this experience doing all sorts of different things. Somebody like Erica can come in and say, "Okay, first time, what do I need to know?" And you can just brain dump. And say, here it is.
Bless her. Like I said, that's what I feel like I've been doing. But I won't forget, like when I first started in the series, I was in a GP3 car and stayed in a GP3 car for forever, and then eventually moved into GTO in the M4 and was like, oh my goodness, we are going so fast. I remember being so overwhelmed by the closing speed between that M4 and the Miatas out there and being intimidated, like, oh my gosh, this could go so wrong so fast if you're not careful. And I can't imagine for someone who's not used to racing, them coming into this series or just any series in general, but just being overwhelmed, like drinking out of a fire hose. I mean, it's got to be super intimidating, to be honest. So, I mean, as much as I try and goof around and make things happy, like obviously there's a important state to everything, but just try to make it fun, just so they're not like crumbling and dying and crying whenever they go home, At least make it to where she's like, okay, Sarah's, trying to help us out. But I mean, it is a lot to take in, that's for sure. So that's the whole point of this from, Aaron's aspect of wanting to bring in girls who maybe don't have the opportunity to run in a series like this, and just, hey, here's what it's really like. Learn the car, and you can put it on your resume to maybe hopefully get other opportunities.
So what do the mechanics of that actually look like? I don't spell out the business plan for us as far as Shift Up Now is concerned. It is a registered nonprofit, and I'm sure there is a plan there. But what is the mechanics of being a young driver with an opportunity, let's say? How does that transform into being a part or becoming a part of Shift Up Now, and kind of being able to soak in all the experience that older drivers, the more experienced drivers have the ability to pass on and kind of operate in that same collective?
Yeah.
What does that actually look like?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, ultimately, we're just trying to help other females in racing, right? You know, because when you look out there, it's like all guys, you know, and like slowly trickling in, there's more females getting into driving, things like that. But that's just the whole goal. And ultimately, Aaron has the final say of who is put in the car. But it's just all trying to help each other out and make each other fast. You know,
that's very cool.
Yeah,
it's very cool. Are there scholarship type opportunities there for young drivers through Shift Up now, or is this a, hey, let's place some people in cars, let's get some experience behind the wheel of something like the Audi R8?
Yeah.
And as you say, add it to the resume, and then you can present that to.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, this is a scholarship, right?
Sure.
Like, even though it's not you getting an actual check as we pull in, like I said, remember?
Oh, this is it.
Yeah. So like I said, it's not Shift Up now necessarily giving, or Aaron. I mean, it's really mostly Aaron giving someone cash to do something. But I mean, who wouldn't want a free weekend? And
it's funded. It's completely.
It is.
I mean,
yeah.
not completely, but
Yep.
oh, that's very cool. So
Yeah,
that's where I wasn't
mean, there's
sure.
like puzzles and pieces of everything helping put it all
For sure.
together. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's really special what this whole program is, and just trying to help women, and you know, just make it to where it's reachable in a sense.
And if nothing else, in addition to adding the experience, the on-track experience for drivers, it's been, in my opinion, from the outside looking in, a huge boost in visibility.
Yeah.
I know Pippa Man was a big part of that as she went through, you know, her time in Indianapolis and in IndyCar. But even since then, it feels like there is a real push on to take female drivers at every level, whether they're running Shift-Up branded cars or not. Somebody like Laura Hayes, I think, has been a big topic of conversation over the last month or so.
Heck yeah,
for
she should
perfectly
be.
valid
Yeah.
reasons. But Shift Up as a brand has been a big part of pushing that forward. And it's been very cool to see that consistently ramp up over the last couple of years, in addition to what you guys are doing on track.
Yeah, and you know what's even better is founder Lynn Kehoe is helping us this weekend with all of our catering. And let me tell you what, she is about best cook and knows exactly what your girl needs when she gets out the race car.
I'm just going to have to take your word for it, Sarah.
Yeah. Like cottage cheese lemon pancakes this morning
no.
for breakfast. Like, I mean, and then a protein shake. I mean, she just knows
That's
what she's
awesome.
doing. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And her girl is helping her out, Lori and Nancy. So it's pretty fantastic.
A real team effort.
Yes,
down there.
that it is.
So, as this car develops, as things go for the rest of the weekend, hope is to come back and push again tomorrow, I assume?
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I don't know if we're going to be able to find exactly the parts we need, but obviously you can see we're still out there running. So.
Oh, there's more to be done.
Yeah, at home eventually.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so I think they're going to work on that and, you know, hopefully make the car... I mean, it's still out there running. They went back out there, so they just topped her off with fuel and sent her back out. So hopefully that means everything's going well. So you know what was crazy is right when they sent her out after they fixed the relay, like right after, she would have been in turn 3 or turn 4 about that time. And all we hear on the radio is red flag, the fire, you know, and we're like, oh my gosh, Aaron's on fire from the relay that just burned up. Yeah, I mean, we were scrambling. And then turns out it wasn't. And she was like, oh, I'm just back here. And we're like, oh my God, you know, geez Louise. So we're okay. We're doing good.
Well, I'm happy to see the car out there. Obviously, time loss is there, but you get another stab at it tomorrow, 8:30. We'll all be back here. You'll be back tomorrow. I assume you're not in the car for the rest of the day.
I don't know. Maybe not now. And honestly, plus, why not let our new person get
Yeah,
some time,
absolutely.
so.
That's the point.
Yeah, and
Run
I'm
the car
going
until you
to
can't.
professional bull riding tonight
What?
from a previous sponsor of mine had tickets. So in Duluth, about 20 minutes from here, we're going to watch some bull riding tonight.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Better you than me.
Yeah, those guys are crazy.
Oh, come on.
We're crazy.
Come on, Brendan. Enjoy the vibe. Come on.
No, I struggle with vibes, Ryan. You know that.
Oh.
Yeah. I went into Gainesville last night. I mostly just go do the brewery thing.
Yeah.
They're running a 5K through the main interesting part of Gainesville. So
let me guess. You got out of the car and started running in that 5K, didn't you?
Yep.
He looks down at himself.
boots.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I parked next to where the 5K was and then realized that the walking path that I was trying to get to where I was going to was the 5K. Like, okay, well, now I got to do something.
So you were in it. You were in the 5K.
Running opposite direction.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Sweet.
No, I wasn't. I was not a part.
Hey, well, at least you got beer after, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Perfect.
And, yeah, listen. That's all you can ask for, right?
Yep.
Go to the race. spend your day at a racetrack, drink beer afterwards. Anyway, that's enough of that.
Squirrel.
So I haven't been to a WRL race weekend other than Charlotte since the beginning of the year. I don't know that I've crossed paths with you or Shift Up Now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while.
Where's Sarah Montgomery at in terms of things?
Honestly, being 30 years old doesn't get it any easier to pitch yourself to people. So I'm just grateful. Yeah, no, right. I'm grateful to have the partners that I have with me. In fact, one of them are actually here this weekend, him and his wife, Dwayne and Felicia, with my big partner, Team One Logistics. They're cheering us on this weekend, and it's just people that still believe in me. It's really cool, and what we're doing, what we have going on, it's always easy to sell that, but I am happy being in a race car. That's the hardest thing I can ever ask for. And all of my friends are just slowly trickling out and away from it. And I just am really excited and proud to still be here because I know it's not easy and I appreciate it more and more every time I get to do it. So,
at the risk of over promoting WRL here, I do feel like there is this series has created real positive consequences for people. You still have opportunities to go racing where you're not having to sell yourself where you're not having to sell hundreds of thousands of dollars in sponsorship to get a full season together, right? You can do this easily under, especially sharing the budget across multiple drivers, on 5 figures, right? And that makes it easier to have longer term partners because they're not having to shell out all at once.
Yep.
Do you feel like WRL has created or find it kind of nestled itself in that space of, hey, I can have fun in a race car with a sponsor, with somebody that's willing to pay for it because they believe in me, they believe in what I'm doing and what I'm capable of, but to do it in a much more sustainable way for a lower cost that allows you to have what you want, that allows sponsors to have a little bit of visibility to come out to a track, enjoy a race weekend as a spectator, a partner, or whatever.
Yeah.
In a place that otherwise might not exist.
Yeah,
if not for a series like this.
Yeah, and we were actually having this conversation yesterday. I kid you not. This is the amateur IMSA because I don't have $1 million to go run anything in IMSA, but it's still not cheap, folks. But
it never is.
No. But it's definitely a lot more affordable for you to be able to race a GT4 car. And to be honest, where are you going to find this much seat time per driver in any series out there? Every IMSA race is only about maybe 2-ish hours. So that's for 2 driver split, so an hour-ish a piece. And then out here, I'm getting 2-ish hours at least a day. And we have 2 races. So that's like 5 to 6 hours of drive time every weekend for probably half the cost of what you'd spend on something different. So I definitely think it's great. Just a lot of seat time, bang for your buck,
Sarah Montgomery, thank you for coming up and joining us.
Thank you, guys.
You're, of course, welcome anytime. Ryan, if you have any parting words, thoughts, etc.
Sarah, just keep crushing it, man. Like that's all we can do. Of course. Are you kidding me right now? Like, come on now. I will hopefully get to see you one more time at least this season.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's my goal at least. But yeah, no, definitely. It's always great talking to you. I like your perspective on things. I like that you're out there doing the thing, and it's cool to show my daughter pictures of me standing next to a female race car driver, and that's just for me. That really puts my daughter out there, and she's just now getting to where she's really interested in sports, and as much representation as we can possibly have, I think for me is a big deal. The Olympics are going on right now. We finally reached parity with that. With regards to number of athletes, we've got the WNBA has started to really take off, buoyed by some. I don't even think it's that there's stars in the WNBA now that are quote good enough to market end quote. I think it's just that finally they figured out how to market it correctly, if that makes sense. It's not there's nothing super special going on. It's just they finally figured out how to make it work. And so I'm glad that that's the direction we continue to go. And it's ladies like you who help push it that direction. So thank you.
No worries. And I have been using this saying way too much, but recently, but it's I just work here. I'm just doing my thing.
But surely there must be some real gratification in being able to just say, I just work here.
Yeah.
You're not overextending yourself. You're not just, feeling like you're carrying this massive weight on your shoulders. You show up, you do what you love, you do it well and perform as best as you can. Around your peers.
Yep, and
that must be really
little
cool.
work as that saying makes me sound like I'm doing. Trust me, there's a lot more to it that people don't see. Yeah, so it's just my I don't know how to answer that saying I just work here. So
Right. I do have one more question, at least. Now that Brendan brought it up, it kind of brought up a point. Can you give me a ratio of hours in the car to hours you spend on the phone and or in meetings trying to get this stuff working? Is it like a 3 to...
and just like the mental stress you have every single day about it? It's like what? Probably like a 0.01%, you know?
Okay,
Or
got
that
it.
is a
Okay.
percent. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, just like always. And I thought of 2 other potential partners that I could reach out to of just things that I like to drink and eat. Like, you know, I'm like, I should just reach out to them and see what they say. So I have a list in my phone of things I'm about to reach out to here Monday morning. They don't know what's coming for them.
Is it the lemon cottage cheese pancakes lobby?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So try and get whatever money I can find here and there, you know? And that's all the phone calls and emails and the stress of, oh my gosh, I finally got an email back and now I have a phone call. Now what do I say? And then you panic, you know? Just like, oh gosh, I'm doing it. How do I do it?
You don't strike me as somebody that struggles with that, though. You just kind of settle into yourself.
Well, the worst thing is it's normally like a Zoom call or something, and my cat is demands
sounds
to
like
be
the
on
best
every
thing. Are
phone
you
call.
kidding me?
But not when you're trying to ask these people for like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Then they're the
and
wrong
cat-
people.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
That's the valid point, actually. Oh, you don't like this, my cat? No, okay.
I don't want to work with you
Talk
anyway.
to you later.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a valid point. I'll try that next time. But yeah, so it's a lot of work, but obviously worth doing because I get to drive race cars around. So not mad about it. It's just a lot of back end work that people don't even realize.
Sarah, thank you for coming up and spending some of your valuable time
Yes.
and hanging out with us. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. If you have more to share, by all means, come up, check in with us tomorrow. You're always welcome up here.
You know, we'll see.
I won't insult anything. I won't ask you your age anymore.
Well, now we got it all out there. Yeah, now the world knows. Now the world knows.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Well, I did my job anyway. I just work here.
It's journalism. You just keep asking questions.
That's exactly it.
Well, thanks for having me,
Sarah.
guys. I will see you guys soon.
Sounds good. Sarah Montgomery out of the number 119. Shift up now by AE Victory, Audi R8 GT4.
So my question is, how do we get Sarah to do our sponsor and or series relations and just have her be the salesperson? Brendan does that, and I could in theory. I do have the background for it, but it sounds like she does it all the time. She's well practiced. So if we could just cut Sarah in on liaising with sponsors and such, I think that might be a plus EP move. 2 hours and 43 minutes remaining. We are going to enter into the pit cycle here in probably the next 20 or 30 minutes or so.
It's technically starting, Ryan.
Yeah.
The Auto Sports Mercedes is
Right.
in. This is kind of an initial tipping point for...
Right.
Well, really, the race outcome as a whole. Right?
They're going to be... I think they're a little early. They still need 2 more stops, I think, is the problem. And
I don't know. Can they do an hour 20?
I don't think so.
So let's make another point here. They're taking tires under green. Most of their competitors took tires about 35 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, under full course yellow. So that is going to cost this car some time. As a matter of fact, I think here comes GTR 99, complete 163, and actually now takes the position. 89X comes through and is actually going to put the Mercedes a lap down. It's the tires that's going to cost this car time here. And in order to make up the time loss under green, they're going to have to, I think, save a pit stop.
And just, unless they're, well, again, the yellow situation is still something that they can catch a yellow correctly and still be okay, but this taking tires here is not what they were looking for, I think.
Yeah, it's a long tire stop as well.
Yeah.
Look, I think this car is still, as far as we know, punching pretty well above their weight.
Right.
It wasn't like it set the world alight in qualifying or anything like that. It's been a quick car. More than anything, it's been really consistent today. It's gone long on fuel today, and their strategy execution to this point has been alternate, but I think very, very good for what they're trying to do. So let's let this shake out after another round of pit stops, because that'll give us a little clearer idea of just how this fuel situation is likely to stretch itself out. At this point, its target's going to be an hour 20. So
You know,
that's kind of the number we need to focus on here for the car that is now on its way, the GD Autosports Mercedes.
I would imagine that it's harder to do the pit stop here in North America, where the tires probably bolt on the other direction. They're used to doing it in Australia, where it's, you know, Southern Hemisphere. You put everything spins, the toilets swirl the other way.
What are you talking about?
Bolts go on the other direction. It's the Southern Hemisphere, so everything's like backwards, right? Drive on the other side of the road. The
Is that
toilets.
Team Australian? What do you know about DD Autosport? I know very little.
Yeah, they came. Come on, they were here at COTA last year. Remember?
Oh my gosh, I do remember. Yes, absolutely.
Come on. What are we talking about?
Conversation about Will Brown was here. They're here. Jason Marks was here. Yeah, now I remember. Thank you. Had to jog the old memory. Sorry, this is what happens when I don't.
None of my jokes have landed today, and I'll be honest, I'm a little rusty at this. You know, I haven't done one of these in a little while.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm just gonna stay up here and keep taking hacks.
I got you.
I'm just gonna keep taking hacks. 2 hours and 40 minutes. You know. I am indeed here. This is true. This is a true story. You know, lots of people have been saying it. They've been missing. He hasn't been there a long time.
Let's come back to the race here, just very briefly.
Just got an ear piercing.
If you're watching trackside or following along YouTube, Facebook, etc., the two Stratus 58 and 59 Sebago and VO1s have separated themselves at the top of the field here. It took us a while to get to this point where the GTU cars had cycled through to the top and then started to stretch the margin, but I think we're there. The 58 in particular has been quick and consistent over the last little stretch here.
Quicksistent.
Other than the 153, the rest of the GTO contenders were in after the last red flag. And it's left the 89 from 89X Motorsports and the 70 from Round 3 Racing. I believe both of which took tires last time at the front of the GTO field. 92 from FPRS sits in third in GTO. That car did also take tires, but lost quite a bit of time in doing so. The GTR 99, meanwhile, I think led GTO, other than the DD car, led GTO back to green, and since then has lost a bit of time. Just slipped to fourth now overall. It's been consistent. It's not been ragged or anything like that. Just putting in its sort of middle stint here, where it solidifies itself inside the top 5. They'll attack again before the end of the day. So don't write that car off by any stretch.
That car was going a little on the slow side there, Brendan.
Which car was that, Ryan?
The blue Sebago.
Oh, no, it's the 58. That's the race leader.
Yep.
Slow into the pit lane. That car has no headlights. It has no periscope or inbuilt light on the roof that is designed to enhance visibility of that car. It is, I think it's still under power. Oh, no, it's a left rear suspension failure. I think it's the upright has failed on that car. That is disaster for your overall NGTU race leader. Just when we were saying those two Stratus cars had consolidated themselves at the top, it's all come a bit unstuck here. And straight into the paddock for the blue number 58.
Now, they can make that change. The bodywork on that car comes off in individual pieces.
Yeah, it was a modular car that's been made more modular.
So they can get that squared away. I am not tremendously worried about the prospect of them getting that figured out.
So, just to think about this quickly, if you walk back through the WRL schedule from earlier in the year, we had the races at Charlotte, which don't really put shock through the system. You had a race at Road America, where some of the exit curbs do, if you tend to use them. But GTU cars were at a bit of a disadvantage there anyway because of the long straights. Mid-Ohio is pretty smooth curbs. Barber's got smooth curbs. And Eagles Canyon, you can't really use them. This would be the first place where you're really putting the car up on pretty tall curbs with the car still loaded up. That left rear, riding the curves there, probably the exit of 7 and the exit of 10 would be my guess. Just wonder if that car is being pushed along the curbs and things like that more than it otherwise would be in other tracks on the calendar, and we've pushed it beyond its limits.
Should I do the David Brabham Peugeot Le Mans story again for the 9,000th time?
No. I don't remember it, and also no.
Well, I'm going to do it. If you don't remember it, I'm going to do it. So back in 2009, Peugeot entered 4 cars,
the curbs.
right? And David Brabham, being the elder statesman, he said, in the 3rd car, we're just going to...
Yeah, I got you.
We're just going to run the... we're just not going to run the curbs. We're going to be 3 seconds a lap slower. What happened by halfway through the race? The Orica car and the other 2 factory cars, broken suspension. The number 3 goes through, I believe, to...
It was a Pescarolo car, by the way.
That was back when Pescarolo did it. Not
yeah, it was
my
Benoit Charlier tried to fly into the scenery at the bottom of the S's. Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah. Anyway,
it was the Bourdais hero stint that came for nothing.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's the story. And anyway, that's relevant here. Don't run the curbs. You break the car.
We have an update.
Big
Contact
update.
listed between the 58 and the 99 at turn 5.
Oh my.
So that's not a curb-induced issue. That's not a wear-induced issue. That appears to be contact. And I'm not entirely sure how you break a left rear suspension unless you've been hit. But I also don't know how... Piece this one together with me, dear viewer and listener. Oh, car off, headed down the... Is that a Mustang? Or...
That's a 909. Aston Martin.
Right. And that's on the left side of the circuit where it's really difficult to recover cars.
And blind.
High-speed corner of the track, or high-speed section of the track. This is not going to cycle through well for the 153 because I think we're going to go full course yellow here. The only benefit if you're in that DD Autosports game is the fact that this probably buys you, if we do go full course yellow, enough time. Well, here it goes. Under its own power. It would buy you enough time to probably make it through without needing another stop.
Well, one more stop anyway. Yeah. But anyway. They've gained some track position right now. But
No.
Remember,
we're headed uphill here.
Right.
Anyway, in trying to reconstruct contact with the 99 and the 58, I'm struggling to make sense of it. I think there would probably be damage to the right front of the 99, but also can't imagine a world where the GTR car was passing the 58. So, intrigued. Contact listed between the 89 and the 74 from a little earlier on. That is still under investigation. Same thing goes for the 289 and the 5. Now, a couple hours ago, that'd be enormous news because of the standing of the 289. The car slipped through the afternoon a bit.
Has.
Down to... Where's that car sitting? 10th. From what was a pretty commanding race lead at the time. Good battle between itself and the 52 of ACT Tambury and Associates, however.
It's just nice watching a race from Road Atlanta. I will say it's nice watching, just knowing that there's somewhere where the grass is green right now. And that
it
rain,
is very green here.
And that rain exists, you know? I remember rain. Rain was pretty cool.
I think it might be cooler and more pleasant here than it is at home in Pennsylvania at the moment.
Wow. Incredible.
81 here.
Nice and balmy here. It's a balmy 93 here today.
Yeah. 84 in Eastern PA. 81 here.
Wow. Of course, shout out to
Sebring somehow.
As sort of a local interest here, shout out to the folks of Butte and Tehama counties this weekend who are battling an enormous fire. which briefly threatened and did indeed singe part of the city of Chico, which is close to our hearts here at DriversEye Live. Yeah, so is now stretched its way from Chico almost all the way to Reading. So pretty enormous thing there. So shouts to all the folks who are busy handling that for us.
We did eulogize the event that took us to Chico. We don't
Indeed
do the same for Chico.
Indeed. Anyway.
Yeah, this is the. Jordan, you're with us?
Are you with the people?
I am with the people now. And yes, that car has gotten from turn 5 and is now mowing the lawn towards turn 6.
I don't know why he doesn't just reset. Just tow, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
I do applaud the effort here.
Yeah.
We have.
Oh, the flag marshal is pointing. Very much wanted, I think, the Aston Martin to go through the cutout.
There's no cut there anymore.
Oh, okay.
It's not a solid. Well,
I'm looking at a cutout. It's right there underneath the Michelin.
banner. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because anything on that side of the track is going to have to be recovered under full course yellow to get it across.
Right.
You want it on the.
Oh, they're waving.
Going around the back.
Doing the wave around. Yeah. Okay. Right.
What I do wonder what is causing. Oh, now we're standing yellow with the waving green there at the bottom of the hill.
When was the last time they pitted?
Causing this?
When did they pit last? Is this like a fuel pickup issue?
No, I don't think so. I think it would have just stopped.
Yeah, there's body work, scraping, like diffuser has come off or something of that nature.
No. This is an outlap.
Oh. Wheel?
It's only run. Oh, no. Why is Race Hero so far behind? Yeah, it still says it's an outlap. Only 54 laps complete.
I have turned off Race Hero, and that screen is now being used for the Goff Pagula women's doubles at Roland Garros.
That is daughter of the owner of the Buffalo Bills and Sabres.
Oh, is that actually her?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And they said tennis was only for rich people.
That's quite good. No, it's not only for rich people. DriversEye Live.
Welcome.
Yeah, Race Hero stuff. Race Monitor is kind of carrying us at the moment. 89,
That's not what you want to hear.
The 89, no, it's not. The 89 is inching closer to putting a lap on the 70 here, which is pretty interesting to me.
That's not what I want to see, if I'm being honest. Like, on one hand, I want the 89X to get like a good win. Like, that would be fun.
Oh yeah.
Also, I would like the battle to be close. I'd like them to win in a close fashion, not blow everybody away.
Well, no, I'm bothered less by that. I don't mind the blowaway thing.
Oh, that's a slow.
Slow screaming goat. Is that still your GP1 class leader? I think it is.
It is. So PC racing.
Oh, you can't sort by class on the desktop. What?
You can on the DriversEye Live internal timing monitor.
Oh, that's a really good point, Ryan.
You haven't been using that the whole time?
No.
Oh, dude. Oh, you've been on Race Monitor? Oh,
Dude,
no. Oh, no.
I've bungled this completely.
There's your first mistake. Hello from the corner marshals at Station 9. Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to the broadcast. You've been listening to us all afternoon. Me making bad jokes on bad jokes on the PA.
Yeah, whether you want to or not, you've been listening to us.
Yes, absolutely.
Appreciate your support.
Of course, former corner marshal here, and then former person who didn't want to be a corner marshal because there's very little shade in Willows, California. That's why I elected to be a scrutineer instead.
Is anybody ever really a former volunteer? I feel like you're just up.
There are no
exactly
corner marshals. Yeah.
So anyway, the Screaming Goat car, that is your GB1 class leader, still ahead of the 44 and the 444. 444. That car back up to speed, or are we coming home slowly?
Oof.
Yeah, it just says slow, and it's down at 5A. No follow-up there, so I assume we're just gradually making our way back home. But let's just keep an eye on this this 70 and 89 situation, because I really don't think we're all that far away from getting a lap there. I was going to say, I don't necessarily need it to be close. I just want it to be correct. Let's call it fair, right? If they've earned a lap victory, by all means, take the lap and run with it. It's really hard to do in a field of 29 cars, and makes it all the more impressive.
Excuse me, Brendan, you'll have to carry for a moment if you're still there. Evidently not, so I'll do this until Brendan confirms that he has returned.
No, it's guest time again.
Oh, it's guest time again.
Yeah,
okay,
when I go silent like that, if I'm still at Discord TeamSpeak, that's what
that
this
is what I
becomes.
need. Beautiful.
Yeah. So this time around, it's been a minute since I think we've had you up here, or I've had you up here. But Sadako Kalsa joins us from this time behind the wheel, the number 338 Toyota Supra with Kingpin Racing. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. And holy cow, Georgia, Road Atlanta, awesome. WRL still super delivers, this place and this organization.
This
amazing.
Can't be your first time to Road Atlanta, is it?
Totes.
Really? Yeah. Shocking.
No, man. iRacing.
Yeah.
I hate it, but it's like an excellent representation of reality.
We've had this discussion before. You are anti-sim racing.
No.
Or anti-iRacing.
Man,
Sorry.
I hate iRacing so much. But that said, I'm up to speed real quick.
Sure.
California boy.
Yeah. So we've talked to you when you've driven the BMW M4 F82.
Yes.
You've been behind the wheel of the G82.
Yes, 2023 with Auto Technic in GT4 America.
Yep. This time, still behind the wheel of a BMW.
I know.
Yeah, with the Toyota Supra from Kingpin. It's the second time we've seen the Kingpin. I'm sorry, it's the first time we've seen a second Kingpin car.
Yeah.
Number 11, pretty consistent players in the World Race. We've seen that their move up to the Supra. This time they have the second car on behalf of Rob Walker Racing.
100%, yes.
And that is how you find yourself behind the wheel of the Toyota Supra, is it not?
That's right.
So just staying within that Rob Walker stable, or are you kind of latched onto that at the moment, or what's your situation there?
I mean, if you're trying to imply that I'm riding Rob Walker's coattails, the answer is yes.
Yes, that's mostly what I'm getting at.
Yes, yeah, totally yes.
Okay.
I mean, I probably see Rob, a few times a week.
Okay.
Maybe more than that. He's got an office at my buddy's shop, and my wife works over there sometimes, and then I poke in after work to jump on the sim and goof around.
Okay.
So we're like really tight homies. And then the other two guys in the car, Chad and Murray, are similarly tight, although they don't sim race as much as me and Rob do.
Okay. How did you guys come together to field this number 338? Was this just hey, we all know Rob wants to do this, the other two guys want to do this, or was this was something more, or let's say less organic than that?
So Rob is living the dream.
Sure.
His calendar is typically 6 weekends in a row racetrack. So he's got a lot going on. And I assume what happened is earlier this year, he looked at his calendar. He's all, I got a free weekend. And he's like, from doing Lambo Super Trofeo stuff with Tyler Hoffman, Kingpin principal. He's like, they worked something out. And so they worked out a cool idea, and that's why this weekend's happening.
Is this likely to feature again with the number 338, or is this literally just a one-off? We had the time free, we've got a car, let's do it.
A few hours ago, Rob asked me, hey, Sodical, about how many times a year could you do this?
Nice.
And he asked Chad, and Chad's number was twice as big as my number in terms of events. But I mean, so it's like what makes this super cool for me is like Road Atlanta is like a bucket list track in terms of Petite Le Mans. And then there's a few other bucket list tracks for me and the other guys. So yeah, it might happen again, and it might not. I don't know.
Well, I hope it does, for all our sake. We had a quick chat off air earlier. We've seen you behind the wheel of now multiple different race cars. Your method of preparation is not to just go hard in the iRacing paint, but it does feature as a tool. You've also got yourself a fairly sizable bucket now of real-world racing experience behind the wheel of a couple of different cars. What has that process been like, kind of jumping around between the two, stepping up, your progression through from where we met you in 2022 into what you're doing now behind the wheel of the Supra?
Yeah.
What's that whole process been like?
I mean, everybody's going to have like a different vocabulary word. But my word for like a GT4 type car is a big car.
Okay.
Right? Like big motor, big tire, big car. I had never been in a big car before, being in the F82 M4 at Circuit of the Americas. And that was really like eye-opening and scary. And it took a long time before I was anywhere close to comfortable, like sliding the car.
Yeah.
So in terms of like feeling out the ends or the front end, the back end, working with that, that took a long time. Specifically last year, 2023, SRO GT4 America in the G82 M4. The first two events or first two weekends, like I was a fish out of water. I was super intimidated by the car.
Yeah.
Right, because not necessarily uncorked, but the BOP of a car, in a SRO or IMSA is going to be, maybe 100 horsepower more.
Yeah.
And it's on a Pirelli slick. Long story short, first two events, scared, timid. I can't afford to buy the car if I total it, and so on. And then third event, I had just done the right amount of prep work, and then I was really comfortable just, having my elbows out and doing work, sliding the car and being confident. So it took a long time to get confident with that car. Now to this weekend in the Supra, instantly comfortable. The Supra is the easiest car to drive that I have ever driven.
Interesting.
So what's kind of like front of mind for me is the comparison between the G82 and the Supra. The big old heavy BMW wants to be trailed. It wants to be threshold braked really hard and then trailed all the way to apex. But like the quantity of brake to apex like tapers off to a very thin trail. Whereas the Supra wants less of that. So it's a very less aggressive trail. And then it works really good. It's got great balance, great power. But yeah, instantly comfortable in the car. It makes me feel like a hero.
So we had always heard, or initially heard, when that car came into the World Racing League, that it was a very positive car. Not necessarily twitchy, but the front end was very responsive. If you asked it to do something, as long as the rear end had the grip to follow it, it would do basically what you asked it to do, which I can picture being confidence-inspiring as long as it's not chasing the front end around, right? Where you turn it in, you say, okay, I want the car to do this. It can be confidence-inspiring for a new driver or somebody, let's say, that's learning how to push a race car to start going quickly. And I think that's why we've seen more and more of them in the World Racing League. You have added the intermediate step of also having the G82 as well. Would you, if you were to cut out that middle step and just say, okay, I've run the F82, I've run the Supra, do you think you'd be able to push the Supra to the degree that you are now, or do you think you'd be at kind of a different place with it?
Oh. I don't know.
Interesting. Okay.
I feel like the sim work I have done has been really helpful.
How do you prep for the Supra? What do you run?
Great question.
Yeah.
So, like, our point of contact, Kingpin, is Tyler. Tyler's a pro guy doing pro stuff. Like, I emailed him and explicitly said, sim work, iRacing, what car should we drive?
Yeah.
And he said, the Cayman GT4.
Fascinating. That would not have been my guess.
Yeah. So, right, because the Supra does not exist in iRacing, to my knowledge. But so me, Rob, Chad, and Murray did a lot of sim work in the Cayman, Road Atlanta, and it's the closest car that I've found in the game.
Interesting.
The Supra. Yeah.
Interesting. I wanted to ask you another question in sort of your driver development stages. You went last year and ran a lot in SRL America, right? GT World Challenge America. It can be, I think, easier for a professional driver with a ton of experience and a really good understanding of vehicle dynamics, tire dynamics, things of that nature, to go back and forth between a DOT tire and a racing slick, right? You have done there, and then back again, right? So where you start on a DOT tire, you feel that a GT4 car, you go running on a slick where theoretically it should have oodles more grip, right? Or be a little bit more, let's say, responsive to what you're trying to get it to do. Come back to a DOT tire that maybe requires a little bit more finesse. Have you also had to kind of plug that into your mental matrix as you get behind the wheel and start making decisions behind the wheel? Or is it just a, hey, my butt's in the seat, I can feel what the tire is or isn't going to do, or are you just not at that
point? For the most part, I'm not at that point. Okay. It's embarrassing to admit, but when I'm, working with the pro coaches, they're talking about stuff that I'm like, are you sure that's happening in the car? And they're like, yes, I'm sure. I'm like, God damn it. I wish I understood, or I wish I could feel more. I wish I was better at this, because these guys are clearly like pro-y pros.
Yeah.
With respect, but so here's my take on the tire. And so, you can go talk to Billy Johnson or Thomas Merrill or Johann Schwartz, the guys that actually know stuff, and they'll say no Sodakal's full of it. But here's my take. So first of all, we're on the Yokohama. It is excellent. My experience with the Pirelli Slick, again, this is like my novice conclusion, is it's as if it's designed to create an interesting show.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, if you have a tire that doesn't fall off, that doesn't change, doesn't do anything, then, like, there's a whole element of skill that you're choosing to not engineer into your show.
Yeah.
And my take on the Pirelli Slick from GT4 America is that it was designed to work well, have a gradual fall off if treated well, but if driven by a bronze am who's like clumsy in the gentleman driver car, right, it's going to be really easy for me to just like slide it a few times too many, or slide the front into a braking zone, get too much ABS, and then basically ruin the tire and hand it over to Rob. And then Rob is like, this car is terrible. And it's like, no, it's not the car that's terrible. It's also not the tire that's terrible. It's your co-driver that's terrible, because he handed you a junk tire because he like overworked it. So my conclusion is that this Yoko, the tire that I'm on this weekend, does a really excellent job of recovery and not getting like, after I hurt it, it's not hurt. Or after I do something that would have hurt the Pirelli Slick, this is like, whatever, I'm a street tire. Like, I'll just like, take a health potion and I'll be right back at it.
Sure. I don't want to get, in some ways I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole of tires, because it's not why people get into racing. However, I do think it's important. We have spectators here this weekend that, might otherwise just come out for Petit Le Mans, the reasons you would come out to enjoy racing at Road Atlanta, and understand that there are different things happening at this level than you would have when you see those big purpose-built race cars go out and do their thing for 8-10 hours at a time. Here, these tires, they're louder, they make more noise, they have less grip, they're less, maybe you could say they're more or less forgiving depending on your perspective. But it's interesting to hear you say that if you hurt the tires, they're not necessarily hurt. Does that also hold true for temperature? Do they retain, because you can feel the race car tire, right? When you overheat the tires, there's a runaway situation going on there where you're just taking too much out of it. Does it return to a normal operating temperature pretty quickly, or can you get into that sort of runaway condition there where tire heats, you heat up the tire, it slides a bit, you heat the tire more because you're sliding it around, and then all of a sudden all the grip's gone forever?
Sure, yeah. I don't know. I can't tell.
Interesting. Okay.
My ability to feel the force is quite weak.
Weak is probably strong, but it takes, I'm sure it takes a level of understanding of what's happening behind the wheel and a large bucket of experience to understand what you're feeling and where exactly that specific issue is coming from. At the same time, you are somebody who has gone back and forth a bit, running different types of tires and different setups of cars. I'm just
what I liken it to is when I'm iRacing last week, NASCAR at Indianapolis.
God bless you.
Yeah. Oh man. So it was just kicking my ass. Very difficult. But I have this knowledge that the more that I slide the tire, the less speed I'm going to have later.
For sure.
So what I am self-aware of is if I'm sliding, when I'm sliding, and then what I'm doing that's putting too much heat in the tire. Now, I'm not getting or at least I'm not able to use the information as it comes to me, but I know that I need to not hurt the tire.
Sure.
And so what I was getting in my stint, so I think I was in the car from like 12:30 to 2. I was the fourth guy in the car. In my previous sessions, yesterday in the qualifying, I was driving the car differently on the 4-hour-old tires than I was on those tires. I was sliding the fronts in 7, which I didn't want to be doing, and then I was also sliding the rear, getting into 6, sliding the rear in 6, the fronts in 7, and then it just turned into this game of like I need to iterate and just like get the slide out, but try and keep the min speed up.
Yeah.
So my ability to know, does that hurt? What's going on?
Chaotic.
Yeah. Yeah. Turn 12 is crazy. Yeah. I'm just trying to not hurt the tire. Just trying to hang on to it because, not that I feel it, but I do know that if I slide it, I'm going to have less of it, and that's going to hurt my lap time, and then my ego is going to be hurt, and then why even go to the racetrack? I'm going to have a hurt ego.
It's a very simple way of slapping you on the wrist for bad behavior.
Yeah.
Right, is you're going to pay the price a little bit more immediately. Maybe not forever, but you'll feel it there. I almost feel like going down that pathway there is you can really get into the weeds as you develop as a driver. Is there anything beyond WRL for you now that you've kind of had these experiences? Are you looking to mostly kind of stay attached to Rob and do the amateur racing, sports car racing thing, or do you have your sights set on more for the future?
I don't know what the future holds.
Okay.
Last year, 2023, was like I kind of won a golden ticket. And it was just an amazing opportunity. Like, as a race fan, like, I am such the biggest dork in terms of, like, I know that pro, I don't know that pro. In the Kingpin paddock, like, Eric Filgaris is hanging out with this. I'm like, cool. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So, like, for the fan, the ultimate thing is, like, he's all, hey, Sodicall, I haven't seen you since Sebring.
That's cool.
And I'm like, oh, my goodness, I'm the coolest guy that I know. I'm second to, every single pro I meet. But last year I had, like, the ultimate fan experience of, bump drafting Jason Hart, hitting Terry Borscheller, like, just...
Oh, man, don't we all wish we could just...
Oh,
no, I like Terry Borscheller.
Okay. Well, I have some video to show you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so I had like an amazing fan year 2023, and I don't expect that it'll happen again. But I'm at that place where like I can die happy because holy cow, that was just like amazing.
I certainly hope you can continue with us in the World Racing League. It's a pleasure to have you, and to have you be a part of the paddock and to join us here on DriverSeye Live when you have the opportunity to do the same as well.
just a quick note, the left rear bumper has begun hanging off on the number 5 from All-Star Racing. Apparently that car spun and knocked itself into the tires down at the exit of 7. It's done a fair bit of damage there. Still on track at the moment, but keep an eye on it. Yes, All-Star Racing, 5. Ryan West with us as well. Sadakok also joins us out of the number 338 Toyota Supra. New cars sometimes throw me the numbers, but I got some this weekend.
Sure.
Yeah, so are we going to see you in WRL for the rest of the season? We can kind of wrap up on that note. I know this was kind of a one-off. Hey, didn't expect to be here, but a few more races. Watkins Glen, have you been to Watkins Glen before?
Watkins Glen is bucket list for
there
me.
There you go. See?
Never been there.
Yeah.
Holy cow. I want to be there so bad.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the point of having it on the calendar. We know there's a lot of people that want to get up there. And close enough to a home track for me anyway. Thrilled to be there. And I hope we do see you guys up there. Great to have the depth in GTO. Kingpin, it's been really cool to see their progression over the last couple of years and getting the Supra up to speed. Tyler Hoffman is a super guy.
Dude, he's just a rad bro.
Yeah.
Like, let's hang out and have some lady beers.
Yeah.
You know?
I like Tyler a lot. I know Ryan likes Tyler a lot as well. It's very, very cool. I do hope we see you guys, continue to come back. And, invite you to, if you've got interesting things to say, you guys certainly have 7 hours of racing to come tomorrow. Feel free to, stop in, say hello, and let us know how things are going.
Rad. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I guess thanks to WRL and Road Atlanta. I'm having an amazing weekend.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. That is, I think, what everybody here at WRL strives for, and certainly Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta delivers time and time again, whether it's pro racing or amateur racing. It's one of the best in the country. And, thrilled to be here as part of it as well. Sadakok also, thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll see you sometime soon.
Thank you so much.
The World Racing League live from Road Atlanta, these hallowed grounds. Played host to so many great racing moments throughout history. If history means since 1997 or whatever. Indeed.
Is that when this track was built?
No idea. I really was just.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought it was recent-ish.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I feel like it was in the 90s. Road Atlanta.
Today?
Track was built in 97, right?
No, the track was built in the 70s. It was modified into its current state in 98.
98, okay.
In advance of the first the turn 10 chicane and kind of reprofiling of 10, 11, not so much 12. And the building of the pro paddock that all came in 98.
Got it. So this is the modern era.
It is. I think it's defined into two pretty unique eras, particularly because of how, pardon my language, how badass the backstraight was. Some of the IMSA footage from the late 90s there of the GTP cars at top speed through the old gravity cavity at the bottom of turn 10 were just bonkers. Those cars made so much downforce. It was such a violent compression. And then you rise up towards the bridge at turn 11. The bridge is still in the same place, but you arrived at it. It was basically like a 70-degree corner. So you're pointed at the bridge above it in the braking zone at top speed. Probably 175, 180 miles an hour in a GTP car. Pretty wild stuff. Yeah, so you would be approaching the corner kind of out where the timing tower is now. Maybe not quite that much. But at that similar kind of angle. But I think what I love about Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in particular is the redesign really didn't take any of the character out of it. I don't know of anybody in certainly the sports car world who thinks, oh, I wish they hadn't built the chicane at Road Atlanta. It's still a pretty awesome place to go racing. Thanks, guys.
I think the gravel looks really cool here. Did a good job on that.
Sure. matches the color palette fairly well. I
Yeah,
would
I
say.
mean, look at that. It's great looking gravel.
I always found that people who race motorcycles around here are fairly nuts. We should also reset our race standing once again. I find ourselves doing this a lot, but we've had more guests than usual, I would say, today, owing to the fact that we're operating at full capacity this weekend, which we do love. So 89 leads 70 in GTO. That is to say nothing of the GTU battle where 59 leads 60. We can put that to one side because it really only concerns those two cars. But elsewhere, particularly in GTO, the 89X car leads the number 70 in class. The interval showing there at 29.5 seconds. Another 32 seconds back to the 92 of FPRS Motorsports. That is a battle we've been talking about since, I don't know, 2 hours into the race, 2.5 hours into the race. About the time we have remaining here, and it's gone through its different phases, but still, those cars within a half a minute with 2 hours left to run. DD Autosports on that kind of alternate strategy. It's another half second further back, very, very much in the mix on the GTO lead lap. AOA Racing about a minute further back there in the number 74. So they've dropped a bit of time in this cycle, as has the GTR 99 Supra, and it's kind of left the 89 Aston Martin, the 70 Porsche, the 92 Mustang, and the 153 Mercedes up at the top. Not a collection of cars I was anticipating talking about today. 70 has featured well this season, but man, just super, super strong days from the other three. Really, you do genuinely love to see it. The problem earlier for the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 in GP1 has allowed the Bruce Innovations number 444 up into the class lead. Minute and a half in hand over the PC Racing number 44. Harrison Motorsports again after some early issues rebounding onto class podium. Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft leads GP2 by 13.5 seconds. Another excruciatingly close production battle or class lead battle as we head towards the final stanza of racing today. It's 67 open throttle, BMW in second, 66 is in third. The 2 laps further back. GP3, the 85 from AOA Racing, just into the pit lane, leads by 4 laps over HC Autosport, the 162 from Open Throttle Racing. The World Racing League Live, DriverSeye Live. Jordan, that might be a fine time to queue up another quick ad as we approach the final portion of our Saturday Enduro here. We're into the final quarter of the race. Jordan does love an ad, I can confirm. And we love Continental tires, so it's pretty much a perfect marriage there. The spec tire of the general production classes and the World Racing League. We'll go say hello, a quick hello to Continental Tire. And we at DriverSeye Live will rejoin you on the other side of a quick break.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Road Atlanta, it feels really bad to introduce it after the commercial. Like, you know, like, Penalties Tire's a good partner of ours, obviously, so to just, like, the first thing we say when we come back is another tire brand just feels wrong to me. It kind of goes against the things that I've been trained to do. But here we are, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
I think title sponsorship of the racetrack would do that right, but that's fair.
I mean, look, I could just call it the Osterreich ring if I wanted, you know. We don't have to call it the Red Bull ring. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, you know.
A1 ring.
The A1 ring. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, in media-related work, you are kind of a little bit more obligated to use the Rose Bowl game presented by
Vizio.
Yeah.
I was very happy to see
Tostitos Fiesta Bowl.
the Rose Bowl.
PlayStation now, I think.
Yeah. I was very happy to see the Rose Bowl stand up this week and say, you know what? No, we don't need to be a part of the playoff that bad. We're going to continue to have this on New Year's.
I agree.
Which I think is the right move.
Yeah. In a sport that is rapidly eschewing itself of its long-standing traditions.
Yeah.
Yeah, stick that one. Have that one stick around. It's a good thing.
Indeed. I think the fact that a group of Karens from Pasadena are the people that are standing up to defend...
a little old lady from Pasadena?
Yeah, exactly. Is who's going to put their foot down to the NCAA about the tournament, basically, is a little laughable, but, you know, I'll take it. I can't wait to see, Michigan State play against... God knows whatever Mountain West team they throw in there.
It's still they're asking it to be a quarterfinal, right?
I mean,
is
it not still in I think if they're not picked for a quarterfinal though, because it was supposed to rotate quarterfinal or semifinal, and so I wonder if on the years where it's not the quarterfinal, it'll just go back to being the Rose Bowl.
I'm sure people smarter than us just figure it out.
I don't think they're smarter than us. I think they're just better connected.
It can't go back to being just the Rose Bowl because there's no Pac-12 anymore.
Well, that's why I'm saying, are they just going to pull in some Mountain West team and be like, yeah, San Jose State, why not? Sure, you can play Minnesota. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be pretty tough. Anyway.
Yeah. That's okay. On College Football 25, you can unblank all of that to your heart's content. So
sure.
I'm happy with that.
In the meantime, we have some racing.
We have some motor racing here. This is some motor race.
Yeah, look, in the WRL way, we've very gradually whittled our way, down to the cars that are going to contend into the end. For a while there, it just seemed like we had this big clump of GTO cars in particular that was ever-present, omnipresent, and ever so slightly, or over the stints, we've lost a few from contention. It is remarkable to say that without some remarkable or sudden turn of luck, that the cars on the outside looking in at the moment are going to include the 99, the 225, and the 123. That is the position we find ourselves in, and it was really not anything extraordinary that got us to this point. This is really good, high-level, consistent driving out of the top four. And you can happily throw the 74 from AOA into that mix as well.
What I'm excited about is the fact that DD Autosports is only 30 seconds off the lead. In spite of their being on the alternate strategy, it seems that has played out the way that I would like to see it play out. Now, they're still... this is intervals. Yeah, so they're 30 seconds behind second place, and only a second behind is FPRS in the Mustang with Racer X, and Racer X's instructor, obviously.
Racer X?
Racer X.
Denny Stripling?
No.
Yeah, slow BMW here. PC? I think this is PC number 44.
I don't think this is PC. I think this is Bruce Innovations, the leader in GP1.
Too much.
Which yellow?
Oh, I thought that was headlight glare. You are absolutely right, Ryan. I genuinely thought that was amber headlight glare, and just the TV I'm watching on was that poor quality. I think you're right. It is the 444.
Man, who purchased that TV? Oh no, I bought the other one. Never mind. You're good. I thought that was the one I bought. I'm like, yeah, what idiot. Oh, no. Yes, indeed. So this is the triple Ford of Bruce Innovations coming to a halt.
GP1 class leader. Let's not lose sight of that.
Which is going to put PC Racing back into the lead. They were a lap down. This will almost certainly take them more than a lap to clear, though. So some luck finally goes PC Racing's way. they only really have themselves to defend against, with PC Racing being a lap up on Harrison Motorsports, who are 3 laps up on Screaming Goat. Nobody now has run clean in GP1 today.
So for a 16-car field, I didn't really expect this to be a race of attrition, but that's kind of where it's ended up.
It is.
I mean, even Harrison Motorsports, we've made the point a few times, they were one of the first to run into problems despite being, haven't started on the pole, really.
Yes.
Or at least on the front row. And they now find themselves potentially into second, depending on what the next steps are here.
Yeah.
Wonder if this is going to result in a full course yellow here.
I have to imagine that it will, and this will bail out the 153 here. Well, not quite.
What do you think it's bailing it out of?
I was going to say they can make one more stop, and then they just need a splash, but like that still isn't.
No, I think you're right, but I think it's for a different reason, as we now do pull the double yellows.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a good thing for them because it allows them to stretch the mileage. I think they keep doing what they've been doing and just stay out, pit when you need to pit because you need to pit. I even think saving yourself a stop. Well, let's look at it a different way. They would have to pit under green. If we go green to the end, they would have to pit under green with about an hour and 20 minutes remaining, regardless. Right, even if they pitted now, they would still have to make a stop. It might be slightly shorter, but if they go green, you're either going to have to make a slightly shorter stop under green, or you're going to have to make a full-length stop under green. You might as well not give up the track position here, where you know everybody else is going to pit for the second to last time, and just keep playing to your strengths like they've done all day. It's got them this far. Mm-hmm. They could still walk away with a podium here, even if just by virtue of the fact that they are in that lead quartet.
Yeah, the team that's in trouble is FPRS, who is a minute behind the 2 leaders and on the same strategy as the leaders.
Very, very awkward entry into the plane here. I don't know if we can catch it on the 12 camera, but it's down, of course. Yeah, my bad. So the 60, is this a 64 BMW? Yeah, 64 open throttle BMW couldn't decide whether or not to pit and was kind of straddling the blend line. The 123 had absolutely committed. The 64 kind of darted late to try and get back into the pit lane, and the 123 had to check up. The Thunder Bunny number 225 ran right into the back of the Mercedes. So they made contact. It was a light contact going slowly at the pit entry, but it was still contact. See what comes of that one. I think the 225's defense was going to be, the 123 braked unpredictably, and the 123's defense would be, the 64 entered the pits unpredictably, which I think are all perfectly valid discussions to have.
Who could have predicted it?
123 listed for unsafe entry. I think that's incorrect. I think you're burying the lead there with the 64's unsafe pit entry, but I'm not a steward.
Yeah, you got.
I just work here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
we all do.
So 89 was into the pit lane straight away. 225 we know is in. The hood is up on that car. The 123 has already come and gone. That doesn't put the 123 ahead of the 225, does it? Does. The 70, the 153, and the 92 have not been in. When were they last into the pit lane? But 13 laps for round 3, 13 laps for FPRS. When were they last? 18 laps for the AOA, number 74. DD Autosports lasted 33 laps ago. Maybe about another 25 minutes. It's probably 17, 16 laps. I don't know what their longest run is. Our script here projects they can do another 12. A couple of laps of caution here will probably get them another 3 on top of that. But all of their competitors are now, maybe not all. 70 is into the pit lane. The 289 is into the pit lane. And the 92 is not one I've seen yet. $153 stays out, confirmed. 92 stays out, confirmed. I do
So
think...
is the 70 the only car making the right move here?
And 153.
And the
I
one
think
for
for
right.
Yeah, and I think for the 153's position, the Freeman go-kart pulls in directly out of Thunder Bunny. I am fairly confident that if you were not the 153, for the 70, the 89, the 92, that pitting here is making a pit stop you didn't need to make. All this does is shorten up your final stop at the cost of track position now. And I'm not sure that, one less can of fuel is worth starting. If we go green from here to the end, is worth giving up 10, 12, 15, 20 seconds by being, and maybe more than that, by being at the back of the queue. I think I'd stick with the track position, know I've got to make one more stop, and just say, nope, we're coming in as soon as we get into once we're into our fuel window, then we'll start making our next pit stop, whether we stretch it long or we jump at the first full course caution. However that tends to work out, I think that's a more correct move. But I'm up here in the booth, they're down there on the wall. And there's a lot more, pieces of information to consider, as we've talked about over the years.
So it's muted. They got the headset on.
Sure. As it were. They're plugged in.
Yeah. They're on the cart, shaking their leg. Doing
I used to have a terrible leg habit.
Terrible. And then you saw how dumb it looked on Christian Horner, and you were like, oh, God.
No, it was air traffic controlling that got it out of me. When you're nervous all the time, all your nervous habits, they go away. Safety car is into the pit lane. It's going to be the 99 GTR Toyota Supra. Very nearly said BMW there. That leads us back to green. And with heaps of time in hand over the next GTO car, which I think is going to be the number 74. 89. Oh boy, let's let this cycle through. 89 and 153 are right together on track, headed up the hill out of turn 1 into turn number 4. I think those cars are they on the same lap? They are on the same lap. 0.3 of a second across the line. The 92 is right in there as well. So if you pick out on track, dear viewer, the 89 Black Aston Martin, the silver-colored Mercedes AMG GT4, and the black and blue Ford Mustang GT4. Those cars are going to be more or less nose to tail as they work their way through this traffic. There they are on screen, headed towards turn number 7. Huge mess of traffic headed down into 6. The Kingpin Toyota Supra slides on the throttle right off the nose of the number 153. Certainly hope there was no contact there, but they're both going to scoot through, that car and the Ford Mustang, past the number 11 Supra. There's the number 70, buried much, much deeper in traffic, and in fact is behind both of those cars in the overall running order, but still on the same lap, number 198. So the race for the GTO lead is on track. And it is a 3-way, potentially working towards a 4-way fight between Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ford, and Porsche. You'll love to hear it. The 74 AOA BMW that's just come through the shot
the red and white car. That car is off the front end of. Actually, I think it is a lap down. No, off the front end of going a lap down. Right, because that is the Aston Martin into frame there. So close to going a lap down, but another safety car can save that here for AOA. And in any case, if they can hold on to their track position ahead of the number 89, they could theoretically cycle through here. Back fully onto the lead line. We got some dudes over at the back straightaway camera. We've had some dudes throughout the season. Now we've got another one. But the balance here, if you're on board that DD Autosports Mercedes, I can't purport to know exactly what the strategy calls are there. You want to take the fight to the 89 here. You want to be able to push that car hard, maybe into a mistake. You want to be able to stick with them in traffic. But your primary concern absolutely has to be fuel mileage. If you're committing to doing this on one more stop, which by virtue of not pitting last time, I think you are, you've got to be hitting that fuel number to stretch this stint as long as you can so you can make your job that much easier the next stint. All those laps of yellow that we've had since about an hour and, what was it, about an hour and 10 minutes ago when that car was in, will have helped.
It will have helped, yes. That will have helped the situation with the fuel mileage game.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you had dropped off again.
No.
Oh, okay.
Just pondering my next move, you know?
I think
Commentary is like chess. I hear people say that a lot.
Are you going to boogie on down to the cameras area with like a baton?
Why would I do that? I'm not sure where the baton comes in.
To get the people to be away from the camera location.
No. They've stepped
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good.
Maybe they heard it over the PA.
Probably.
I don't want to overdo this point, but there are races we come to, race weekends we come to, where the finish is never a foregone conclusion, but you do tend to end up with the same cars in the mix. Where, okay, you know roughly how GTR 99's race is going to go. You roughly know how the 123's race is going to go, 225. You know, the teams and drivers that have been around the World Racing League for a while, right? Because they get it. They do what they do well. They minimize their mistakes. And you can project what an 8-hour day, a 7-hour day for most of those teams are going to look like. I just can't get over how much different today has worked out. And it's not anything weird or funky that's gotten. We're just seeing cars in the top tier that it feels like they've caught up. It feels like their car development has caught up, their setup work has caught up, their strategy, their pit stop execution and decision making has caught up. And now we have a depth of talent at the top of GTO that, not even just on the right day, on any day, can have us with a fully different mix of cars up at the top. Speaking of up at the top, change for the GTO race lead. DD Autosports and the number 153 Mercedes, fuel mileage be darned, has taken the class lead from the number 89 Aston Martin and put a couple of car lengths between itself and the 89, headed up the hill out of turn number 1, heads into the SS now for the 203rd time. And FPRS Motorsports, it is the Ford Mustang just off the tail end of that. So very much in the mix here as well. They all go 1, 2, well, it's 2, 3, 4 in that gaggle. Out of turn number 5.
Oh, wow. I just had a whole point about the parody of cars, and I was on mute again. But we're going to do crank it up here. Fantastic to listen along. No, just as Brendan said, you know, we have quite the grouping of cars at the front of GTO here. Now, we'd be remiss if we didn't at least mention that there is an element of the success ballast working its way into, you know, making that an opportunity. We no longer see the same 2 or so cars at the front. It is, as Brendan said, anybody's game as we go into these races. And my hope is that by the end of the season here, the success ballast game has sort of worked itself out, and everybody's roughly at the weight that they ought to be at. And then next season, we can just solidify that, put it up there, that's it, and don't have to worry about it anymore. We'll have hopefully achieved complete parity at this moment in time, and then sort of allow teams to do what they need to do to catch up, or, you know, make changes, stuff like that, and not have to be worried about the success ballast. I don't think anybody is worried about the success ballast, with the exception of the cars that have won multiple times this year. The Supra being the top of that list. You know, currently carrying the most penalty, I believe. But again, the GTR 99 prior to its penalty was also running up front. So, I mean, we've got to at least be pretty close here, having representation across the board. Unfortunately, no Porsche Cayman GT4 cars here this weekend, but another car that I think probably could have used a little bit of help, given their naturally aspirated engine and things of that nature. That car, of course, a little bit older than the rest of the spec of cars that are now in vogue in GTO. And indeed, some teams stepping out of GTO, not wanting to play the buy a new GT4 car game. Choice Racing, for example, steps back down to GP1. GP1's been an incredible class today, really a class of, as we had spoken about before, attrition. PC Racing, the longtime entrants, now running at the front of GP1, hoping they can keep their car in one piece here for the remaining 90 minutes or so and bring home a well-deserved win in that class. Chattanooga Tourenwagen, who have not run clean either. They've had some mechanical woes. The number 369, they are in the lead of their class over the open throttle 67 and 66 cars. So an all BMW podium there in GP2. And then GP3, HC Autosports has now consolidated this position at the top of the GP3 class over the 162. Of course, GTO, the battle we have been watching here, it's the 153 Mercedes-Benz of DD Autosports, followed by the 89X Aston Martin, and then the number 92 of FPRS Motorsports, followed by the 70 of round 3. That's the Porsche Cup car. So, for those who weren't here earlier, the 153 does owe us a stop. They are slightly off strategy from the rest of the class ahead here. So we believe that everybody in class has to make at least one more pit stop, but the length of that pit stop is going to be, I believe, different amongst the 4 of the competitors here. So a well-timed yellow, I think, puts everybody on the same strategy and everybody kind of in the driver's seat to control their own destiny. If we get a yellow flag in the next sort of, call it 20 minutes or so, I think that bails everybody out and puts everybody on the same strategy, the same lap, the top 4 next to each other on track, in theory. We have sort of a knife fight, if you will, for the end of the race. If it does go green, I think we're going to have to see the strategy play out, and pit stop time is going to be crucial. Of course, with some cars needing more or less fuel than others. Taking a look here at the final sort of turn 10 complex, the sort of chicane, low-speed corner, before we go back up over the hill and then down the hill into turn 12 for the final turn as we come onto the short front stretch here at Road Atlanta. We're very pleased with everyone who has stayed with us to watch the Road Atlanta 8 hours on Saturday. We'll have another event tomorrow on Sunday, a 7-hour, a 2-hour sprint, wherein due to local regulations, we will have a little break there in between. So it'll be 2 hours of action and then 6 hours of action on the other side of break. So an even shorter sort of cycle for the end of that race. But the front half of the race, of course, usually done by one driver, is quite exciting to try to set yourself up for success for the final 6 hours of the race. I believe you will have Scott Michaels joining you tomorrow in my place, along with Brendan Kazmarek, as well as JT Tammy. JT Tammy, of course, I thought was returned by now, doing some racing this afternoon. No sim racing here. No reset button, as the old people insist on telling you. This is real racing. As if hitting the reset button doesn't completely pose your race. Our production associate here, Jordan Worth, knows quite a bit about sim racing.
Yeah, there's
he's
also
sampled.
No, go ahead. No, after you.
No, he's sampled some Road Atlanta in the last couple weeks in the Formula 4, I believe.
Well, you will not believe where the FIA F4 Esports Regional Tour Americas goes next week.
Oh, where? Where does it go?
Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta.
The
Excellent.
Michelin
Was it not
Raceway.
at Road Atlanta a couple?
Road Atlanta. No, it was
Road
at
Atlanta.
Road America. The other Road A.
Okay, got it. Road A, right.
Right.
I imagine that would have been a little tedious in an F4 car. I'm going to level with you on that.
Well, not that bad.
Are they... No? Okay. They're not bump drafting on the straights and, you know.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of draft, but it goes by faster than the Toyotas did at Spa.
That's a struggle.
That's a
struggle.
3-minute lap time, and yeah, that's a rough one.
Yeah, that is tough. And that car still doesn't. And again, I am not a good sim racer. I'm gonna just be 100% transparent on that. I am pretty good at autocross, and I am reasonable at driving on a mountain road. Like I feel like I'm in the upper half of most people at those two activities. But in the sim racing, which one I don't do very often, and two I can't feel the car moving, I'm not that great. I don't like how the Toyota drives in the sim because I feel like it doesn't have enough front-end grip. I cannot get it to rotate the way I would like to. It seems like when it does slide, it slides too much. Like it's really heavy. Like you feel like you can get it up on the shocks a little bit, and then the tires are narrow. Not a huge fan of that car, and so I imagine at Spa that would be really tedious.
Yeah, you can flip over, leaving pit road if you take that turn too fast.
I have to imagine that's not how it works in real life. Like it cannot be.
Maybe it is.
Because I remember when that car first came out, people could do that at the Nürburgring too. When you came back onto the, like if you're doing the Grand Prix and full track sort of 24-hour circuit, when you take that left turn to come onto the regular track off of the F1 circuit, people could roll them right there too, which I also thought was not real. But what do I know? I've never driven one.
What a beautiful day here in Road Atlanta. Look at the sun out now.
It is. Sun causing Brendan to do more running around here. You love to see it, of course.
Shining off the gravel, this great-looking gravel.
It is someone's job to determine which color the gravel is ought to be, and I imagine that the gravel in Georgia generally is probably close to this color. It's probably difficult to get a color that isn't this. But it does look quite nice.
It's well manicured.
Yes. Groomed, as it were. Like a nice ski slope. That's all I got. That's all I got on the gravel, man. You're a lot better at that than I am. I'll tell you that much.
It's like a good bunker. You know?
Yep. Good.
At the top golf courses, the bunkers always just look pristine. Same with the gravel here at Road Atlanta. I mean, look at the gravel right here.
That is good looking gravel. So, I don't know if they've done this on your end of the country, Jordan, but here they've been doing this thing where Topgolf will actually rent out a baseball stadium in the off season, and you can do Topgolf from like the second deck at a baseball stadium. I always wondered if you could do that at like Daytona.
It'd be the perfect place to do it.
That would be great. Like you could you absolutely do that. Or at Homestead, or any of these NASCAR tracks where you have the big sort of grandstand tower thing at the top, and yeah.
No, Daytona would be perfect. You tee off from the 300 section and just hit the ball into the trial of the grass.
Perfect.
Why not?
Perfection. See if we can break the windows on the not Chevy dealer.
Oh yeah, that little area. They got the old Victory Lane area.
Yeah.
I think about that every time I'm walking down there. Like, this is where Victory Lane used to be.
These hallowed grounds.
Mm-hmm.
You go down there and you think, wow, I'm standing in the same spot that Jeff Gordon stood in.
Well, that's not the driver I'd be thinking of.
Wow.
Maybe Sterling Marlin.
Okay. All right.
Ford Burton.
Speaking of NASCAR drivers, I haven't seen Kyle Busch return to WRL recently. Usually he's like a once-a-year entrant, but I don't know if he'll be returning.
Well, NASCAR is off, right now.
And that's true. That's true. We could have had a lot more entries here.
Could have showed up.
Is Road Atlanta on like the Xfinity schedule or anything?
I don't know.
Or trucks?
If they've ever run a NASCAR race here, or at least not in modern times.
Right.
This was
I
always
feel like this would be a good
testing track.
Go ahead.
For NASCAR.
Okay, got it. I was gonna say, I feel like this would be a good truck series track.
Could be. Yeah.
And they could even run the short course. Sometimes you can see it where you go down the S's, and instead of going to that back chute, you just turn back to the right and head back the other direction. I feel like that'd be a good little track for a truck series race.
Instead of making this left right here, there's a right after this gravel. Yeah. That one corner. Yeah, with the turn right.
In fact, this camera might be on that bit of the back, depending on where Brendan placed it specifically. I usually put it on the tire wall where that track section is. I'm told they don't run that very often anymore. Like, even the schools don't elect to run that cut through. Yeah, because there's not the right safety stuff there, I guess.
Is that the exit for that? What we're seeing way up there in the top right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no curbing on the inside, and then the way the fence is, they would have to put temporary fencing in, and then you couldn't use this whole area right here that we're standing in for spectator access, because it would be cut off. So, maybe logistically a problem, but, I like, and this is a popular take amongst me and all of my, associates, I like that NASCAR's going to more road course races, because they've been, by and large, pretty good races, most of them. The Coda one, I'm still kind of indifferent about. I don't think that's a great track for it, but the rest of these, the Chicago, the Portland, all the I've kind of been into it a lot, and that becomes appointment viewing for me, which is not something I thought I would ever say, that NASCAR is appointment viewing.
I agree. I've loved the Chicago race the last 2 years. Fantastic.
Oh, good race. That's the best decision they could have made. I talked about that for a long time, and they still haven't done it. But before the Chicago thing even got floated, I was a big proponent of they need to run at the Long Beach Grand Prix instead of running, because they used to run World Challenge there, which I thought was fine. But I would much rather have seen Xfinity or the Cup Series go run at Long Beach instead of going to Fontana. And now that Fontana doesn't exist, and that they can't get anybody to go to that Coliseum thing, I think now is as good a time as ever to try to make that happen.
There was a rumor about that this last offseason.
There was, and I think they sold the remainder of the track to the person who owns the first half anyway, so now that's kind of back, in the air. And you also have the looming threat of Artie Moreno potentially building his stadium in the parking lot there, which I think would pretty well scuttle that event. If they build the Angel Stadium there, that's been locally, among Southern California people, that's something that gets floated a lot, is using that, basically where the paddock is for the IndyCar. They're going to build the Angel Stadium right there. They've talked about that a lot, and so the way they'd have to redo that stuff, I think it would make it hard to do the race, at least in the current format. So that's kind of a looming thing that may or may not occur, but as we've seen with the MLB, not to get too specific into my stuff, as we've seen with the MLB, the motivation for cities to throw money at that kind of thing is very low. So maybe that won't happen after all. We'll have to just wait and see, because now he's trying to sell that team as well, so who knows.
The Long Beach Angels of Los Angeles via Anaheim.
Yeah.
we're just going to continue to make the name longer and longer and longer every year.
Yes. Long Beach is a cool city. I do like Long Beach. As a rule, I don't like Southern California. I think as being a Northern California guy, that's where it ends up. But Long Beach is pretty nice. I like Long Beach. It has like a small town vibe. Have you been to cities, Jordan, where it's clear that it... Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you. I hope so. Where there's part of the city has now been subsumed by the sprawl of the main bit.
Right.
But it still retains its character, even though it's only in like a pocket of like where it was. Like LA and Long Beach weren't, like they were next to each other, but that wasn't always one contiguous sort of thing. There was like some separation there. You know, there's a lot of like suburbs that are like that in like the Chicago and Minneapolis area, where it used to be a little exurb town, and now the sprawl has met it. And sometimes they tear everything down and redo it. But like for Long Beach, for example, they haven't really torn anything down to redo it. It just still has retained the character of it being Long Beach, and it feels really different than the rest of the kind of metro area there. Mm-hmm. It's a lovely city, and the event is fantastic. If anybody ever gets a chance to go to the Long Beach Grand Prix, it's 100% worth it. Absolutely go. Probably the best event, like all around, like stuff to do, stuff going on at night, concerts, the whole nine, of any of these sort of like IMSA IndyCar races. It's got a lot going on other than, you know, just racing. Like, for example, you come to Road Atlanta, and like, while there's a party atmosphere and it's camping, it's just the race is really all that's going on. So, if you got like family, for example, you want to get exposed to racing, Long Beach Grand Prix, right where you want to be.
Beach isn't that long, though. I looked at it on the map, and I was like, where did the name come from?
You're not wrong. You're not
kind of a regular beach, but, you know, all right.
Sure. Yeah, you know.
Why not?
That, of course, used to be...
Back, and so am I.
Wow.
Yeah.
We love it. You just listened to me try to pitch Road Atlanta as a Craftsman Truck Series, or whatever, the Gander Mountain Truck Series.
No, it's back to the Craftsman Truck Series.
It is Craftsman. Yeah, okay, got it. Brendan, what's your take on having the Craftsman Truck Series run at Road Atlanta?
They got bigger problems to solve.
Who, the Truck Series or Road Atlanta?
No, the Truck Series.
Truck Series,
yeah,
okay.
They do. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
They got to go back to running exclusively short tracks and or road courses.
So I talked about that. Use the cutout.
No, I mean, they ran at Heartland Park, Topeka. I mean, you can run it at road
did
courses.
They?
Oh, yeah.
They did.
It was the first road course they ran. Yeah.
Gross. Okay.
I think that it has a base. I moved this camera for sense of speed, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like it.
I have another detail to point out here. Just real quick. We'll go back to the Craftsman Truck Series.
Sure.
Don't you worry. So you'll remember how when the Mustang GT3 came out, the very first thing that happened was it
the trunk
popped
came
the
off.
Deck lid open.
Yeah.
From the back. So they made the fix to the GT3 cars. Not convinced they did it to everything else.
Oh no!
It's popped open on the 91. Yeah, it's the same issue in the same spot where it pops open from the front of the deck lid.
Interesting.
Behind the window and pushes up against the rear wing. That kind of prevents it from blowing off completely, or until it breaks apart.
What a goofy issue to have. Even when I saw that, and like I understood, I was one of the first people among the online commenting that I was doing to point out that, like, listen, you can test stuff in a wind tunnel, but when you're on the banking at Daytona and the air's doing goofy stuff as you're driving in and out of traffic, like, it's hard to simulate that. So, like, you cut them a little bit of slack, but it's a real weird situation for sure.
Yeah, and when you're running around, you know, prototypes and bigger cars, things are a lot more turbulent. I wouldn't have expected it to happen here, but also these cars. Do the GT4 and or Challenge cars run anywhere other than run for anything like this long anywhere?
At the Nürburgring.
Did the GT4 cars run the ring this year?
Oh, I assumed that they would have. They used
I don't
to.
know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I possibly, but I don't know. Anyway, it's interesting. I'm not convinced that these aren't some of the longest race condition tests that they've had.
Oh, among the longest.
they've had.
Yeah, absolutely.
another point to WRL there.
Sure thing.
In terms of providing meaningful race condition track time. Anyway, not that hood issue. The deck lid issue not fixed on the Mustang. There. Yeah. So keep an eye out for the 92 from here to the end. Back to the track. Craftsman trucks.
All right.
We talked about it at Charlotte, so whatever. But the value of the truck series was having a big name national touring series that ran at local venues. Right? That went to the places the Cup and the Busch Series couldn't afford to.
Or ARCA.
No,
right?
But nobody runs it on. You're not getting the pull of big names, big sponsors, brands, teams. I mean, you could go look at or go watch a Richard Childress run number 3 Goodwrench truck with, I don't know who ran that truck, but Napa and the 16 running as was that a Hendrick truck? The 24 with Jack Bragg, Quaker
Okay,
State.
so just for a moment, because I'm not in this world. Jordan.
Yes.
You're a NASCAR guy.
Yep.
Does the fact that the numbers on the trucks bear passing resemblance to numbers of trucks and or cars that ran in NASCAR in the past have any bearing on people enjoying it? Like, is that actually a factor?
You mean basically how the truck paint schemes looked like Cup cars?
So, right. Like it's cool, but is that really? It's like, oh, I'm gonna go watch because it's the 3.
That was only a thing for the first couple years of the truck series.
Okay.
In the mid and late 90s, because there was a 24 DuPont truck, I think it was a 5, and there was the 3 Goodwrench truck. There were a bunch of trucks that looked like the Cup cars, but that kind of went away.
Right.
The appeal of the truck series definitely became, these are a bunch of veteran guys that you remember watching in the Cup series, like a Mike Skinner, Johnny Benson, Ted Musgrave, and then that just kind of went away, and now it's just a bunch of 17-year-olds.
Well, they've legislated away the ability for people to run that every week. Right? Like, you can't just be a Cup car driver and I'm going to go do it. Like, they stopped that, obviously.
You have to declare your series,
So I guess my question then for Brendan is, are you saying that they need to find a different audience than what they're finding right now? Or they need to go back and chase the sort of old school thing they used to chase?
I just don't think they have an audience. I mean, because the same audience watches on Friday nights that they do on Sundays, I think you could get more people to watch from Sunday to Friday night if you do something fundamentally different with the series. We have to table this for a couple of moments.
Sure.
Because we have a guest. Bryson Lee. Yeah, oh, man,
all right.
I did it again. Try that.
Bryson Lee.
Yeah,
here we go. Hey,
here we go.
Yeah.
Hey. Out of the number 64.
64
Open
car.
throttle.
Yes.
BMW, as it will forever be. You told me just a moment ago you're celebrating an anniversary this weekend.
It is, yeah. My 1-year race anniversary from first race last year with the GP onlys. That was wonderful.
First race of any kind behind the wheel of a car.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Had you done? I mean, did you have experience doing any time attack stuff or
Zero.
autocross or anything like that?
Little autocross when I was a teenager, and then there was a big gap, and then bought a car, did my first track day 2020, and was like, what do I have to do to get racing?
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. How'd you end up hooked up with Open Throttle and running WRL here?
Great question. So, I go to Dakota a lot, did a lot of track days there, spoke to some of the instructors that have raced before WRL. They told me, hey, it's really easy to get in. And about the time I wanted to start racing, it was tough. And they don't require a license, but you had to have some guys vouch for you, some higher ups, some pros, from whoever coaches. And spoke to some guys. They said, just do a race school. I did Skip Barber because one of my good friends was an instructor there. Did that. What was that? January last year, January 2023. And then started calling around. I met Cole Lofsgaard.
Oh, yeah.
In Vegas.
We love Cole.
Out of all the places. Yeah, I went out there to go work for Sagier Motorsports and just to crew for them on their KTMs. I met Cole out there and I asked him, hey, how do I get racing? No one will let me drive. He said, hey, reach out to these 2 or 3 teams. Couldn't get cooked up. Everyone wanted a driving resume. Didn't work out. I called Mike and he's like, yeah, come on. I was like, sick, cool. So he made my life easy, and I told him, thanks for the opportunity. I'll take care of your equipment, and I'll be loyal to you until I move to a different class or something. So, yeah.
Very cool. So you're I don't know that you're the only person we've ever had do this. Certainly the one who's been forthright about it. Come up and say, look, I got into this with no experience, no wheel-to-wheel on-track experience. You've been at this, I don't know if it's been consistently a year, but like you got your foot in the door.
Yes.
Have you been running with open throttle since?
Yes.
Okay.
Only team I've raced with. I think this is my 7th race now.
Okay.
I did a lot of iRacing.
Sure.
Lots of iRacing. That taught me a ton. Oh,
about what in particular?
Awareness.
Okay.
Driving offline. Passing people offline, letting people pass, traffic management. I really pride myself on that, traffic management, taking care of the car.
It's interesting you say that. The 64 is the GP1 entry, correct?
Correct, GP1.
So you're taking, you're kind of getting it from both sides, right? You're passing GP2 and GP3 cars. You're kind of in the middle of the, let's say the middle of the pack in GP1s. A couple quicker cars. Yep. You guys are more consistent. So you're doing a bit of passing there and being passed. And then obviously you've got 30 to 35 GTO and GTU cars that are passing you constantly.
Yes.
It's interesting to hear you say you learn about traffic management, because I don't know that we get a lot of that from GP drivers. You hear about it at the top, but you don't hear about it in the production cars, and especially coming from a sim racing sort of background, or somebody that's learned by sim racing. When you say traffic management, what does that mean to you, especially in the mid-pack?
Mid-pack, you could see a car coming, and you can kind of dictate when he's going to try to pass you. So do I need to lift a few turns earlier so I can line that up to where we lose the least amount of time on a pass? Same goes with the car you're going to pass, GP2 or GP3 car. If I can line up, we're sitting at the box now, right at turn 12. I don't want to pass a car at T12, like right at the apex, I'm going to lift a little bit here. I'm going to come wide and get on the throttle way before the apex so I can have a long run, and then I'll pass the GP3 car after the exit.
I am so excited to hear you say that. I think it can take a long time to learn those skills and techniques in road racing, and to apply them in real time behind the wheel of a race car, right? You're doing all kinds of other things, 100 other things your brain is trying to process. Making those decisions so that you're not costing yourself time, you're not costing your competitors any time, well, minimal time, right? You're not putting your car, your team, or the cars around you at risk.
Yep.
That is such a skill, especially for somebody who's only been doing this for a year, right? But you sound confident. You speak very confidently about it. No, I get this now. I get it. And for somebody at a year's experience, it's pretty remarkable.
Thanks. It took a long time on iRacing for it to make sense, and you got to sit it and watch the deltas. Like, if I lift here, I'm going to lose 3 to 5 tenths maybe. But, I'm running the lap times in the car that I'm running, staying off the curbs. If I let a car pass, I'll eat a curb. Mechanical sympathy. I want the car to last the full race, and I want my teammates to have a great piece of equipment to work with, right? So I avoid all the curves until I need to take one to eat up some time back.
Yeah.
So, especially at turn 5 at the top of the hill, if you want to just ramrod through there, you can. But you're beating up the shocks. The wheel bearings take a big beating too. We saw some failures last year and got it fixed quickly, but it is my job to take care of the equipment for my team. So,
Talk about the concept of team for a moment. It's interesting, so many times up in GTO especially, we see, the car owner puts a team together around him. You want consistency there. You want to have that trust and reliability in your teammates, your strategists, your pit crew, the guys building the car, repairing the car as needed. But open throttle is much more decidedly renter focused, right? That you have an opportunity to get in, pay your way into a seat and say, I want to go do this.
Yes.
What is that team building process like? Because you talk about them like they are your teammates, right? They're not just, we happen to be in the same car because that's how it worked out. But you're taking that very team-focused mentality to guys that you may or may not be racing with ever again.
Right. So, 2 of the teammates that are in the Cherry right now, Car 64, 2 guys I've never met. 1 guy's never driven that car. 1 guy's never driven this track. So, it's a good group activity. We have to work together to get to the finish line. We got to work together to make sure that we have the best result we can in the car. And if you put everything else aside, all your selfishness, everything comes together.
Is that pretty natural, you think, for most new drivers to kind of figure out and realize, okay, this isn't about me and my time in the car. This is about us and our time in the car and our result. Or do you have to have those discussions together?
That's a really tough discussion to have because it's tough to understand what their goal is. And at that point, you don't want to step on their toes. I will say my first race last year, it was all about me. I wanted to develop. And, I hired Cole on as a coach. He came on. It was the greatest first race ever. It was GP onlys. I drove under him. He coached me the whole weekend. I asked some, to me, really high-level questions I didn't really know how to articulate. He delivered all. It was great. So I would say my first couple of races was pretty selfish. Like, it's about me. But, if the team says, hey, we got to split up some time, that's fine. And then later you find out you trust the team, you trust the process, and it all comes together. So
that's very cool. These aren't discussions we get to have because we don't get to talk to a lot of very new drivers.
Sure.
And if they do, there's somebody that comes in with a slightly different background or knows somebody that was in a team, not just pure, hey, I want to rent a seat. What does this take? Let's figure this all out. But again, you speak very confidently. You speak very knowledgeably about this type of racing, which doesn't come naturally to a lot of people. So what is... You've been at this for a year, as we said, your 1 year anniversary.
Yes.
Does this give you the appetite for more? Is more realistic for you, or do you find yourself comfortable with the level that WRL racing provides?
I love this series just because the drive time versus cost. There are some pros that race, and semi-pros. Gentlemen like Johan, he's very open-armed. You ask him any question on the planet, he's great to answer, to help you develop. There's many guys out there that can help this organization and help drivers grow. But I went to the Spa 24 race last year.
Oh yeah,
with Rafa Racing. That was really fun, and I think that's the ultimate goal.
Okay.
I think those seats are like $250,000.
I believe that.
So the only way I can get there is build my business, sell it, and then I'll allocate some of those funds for that party time. So that's the ultimate goal.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Spa looks bonkers. It's interesting that you would say that because, again, I think you understand multi-class racing very well based on what you're saying. That's single class, all GT3, man.
Yeah. No, are there LMPs in there?
No,
not that one.
24,
No, the 24.
No, it's all GT3s.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they all kind of end up in a giant wad together
it's
at the same place on track.
Yep.
The weather is nuts. I mean, we're not, we had showers on and off for the morning. But you got to be ready to, handle it all, man.
Yeah. So I know I'll get my butt kicked. There's guys that have been racing for 20, 30 years that are still out there that never want to race, or even podium. It's just all for the experience and just look back when they say, man, I was able to do that for myself. So that's what's in it for me. IMSA or, somewhere overseas racing. So, yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Looking to move out of GP1 anytime and give these GT4, GTO cars a shot, or are you comfortable where things are at?
I would love to, but the budget.
Yeah, sure.
The budget's, it's almost quadruple the cost to get into a GTO car. Good gosh. But I like door cars. I like regular looking race cars. That's my jam. I don't know if I would ever get in a prototype. Unless someone said, hey, come drive for free, cool. But if I'm paying for a car with doors that looks like a car.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Well, Bryson Lee, again, we don't get too many brand new drivers that come up here and say, no, this is what I'm doing, I'm learning, but this is what I have learned, and this is how I've progressed. We're obviously unbiased media personnel here, but I appreciate you coming up because you're giving us kind of a name to root for. I like people who are students of the sport, who really want to learn not just how to drive a car, but how to race and how to do this type of racing, endurance and sports car racing specifically. And, by all accounts, it sounds like your head's on straight and you say, no, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right. And you're learning all the right things. It's so refreshing, so cool to see.
Appreciate that very much, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Bryson Lee out of the number 64 Cherry.
Yes, sir.
BMW from Open Throttle. Best of luck to you, this weekend in the future. And please come up and see us sometime.
I will.
Sometime again.
Appreciate you.
Thanks. So the Craftsman Truck Series.
The Craftsman Truck Series?
Yeah, Jordan's here. I think Ryan stepped away for a moment.
Hey.
Hey. Doesn't have the same, it's people watching trackside. Hey. But, I mean, they've been watching the same thing we've been watching, which is 200 plus laps of race cars. We're literally just about to click into the final hour here in a few seconds. And these are race-defining moments here. We already saw a pit stop for the number 153, which I put in the Discord there. Sure, you guys called it. It's going to be tight on whether that car can make it through to the end. It was in about 5 to 10 minutes earlier than I thought it would be. I think it's going to need some help to get to the end. Certainly some yellow. If not, I think it's just going to be losing too much time off the throttle trying to save fuel. For anybody else, you can come in now and make that final stop. 89X and FPRS Motorsports going at it. Second and third overall, 2.5 seconds apart. A little bit further back, the number 70 from round 3 racing. That car is less than 27 laps ago, which, other than the DD Autosports car, is the most recent car of the contenders to have pitted. FPRS Motorsports should be next, last in 42 laps ago. The 89 should be in here in about 6 laps after that. So within the next 10 laps, should have both of our leaders into the pit lane. And that round 3 car is going to go substantially further. The knock-on effect of that car going further is it needs a much shorter final pit stop. I don't know that that should necessarily drive your decisions with 2 and 3 hours to go, but we'll definitely have some role to play here between now and the finish. To get the most out of that, though, it's going to have to be basically a green flag run to the end here. The 153 also desperately clinging to the tail end of the GTO lead lap. The number 89 is directly behind it. Jordan.
Brendan.
Hey. Let's do this. 58 minutes to go. Ryan stepped away very briefly.
I haven't.
Take it. Oh, you haven't?
No.
We're real quiet for no reason. Let's take one more quick break. We may have one more to do before the end to get to a full course yellow, but let's knock one out now. 57 minutes remaining. DriversEye Live in the World Racing League. Just about halfway through our race weekend here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Appreciate you all being with us. We will rejoin you here in just a couple of moments' time after this brief commercial break.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta pit stops begin for the final time. The 92 Ford Performance Racing School Motorsports Ford Mustang into the pit lane. Picked up behind the number 550 from Fifth Gear Motorsports, who is not at exactly the speed limit. Lost him that 92, just fractions of a second here down the lane. This will be the longest of the final stops by virtue of it being the first of the cars to pit inside the last hour.
Yeah, but it's like IndyCar. Now he's put everybody else at risk.
Yeah, except for the
153.
The problem is he's not the overall leader, so he's not dictating who.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's a positioning of the Stratus 59 that's going to determine how the field gets split under safety car. expecting the 89X in next in about 6 laps time. I think I'm revising my estimate on the 153. I don't know. I think its pathway to make it through to the end of the race on one more stop is dwindling here.
Just needs a yellow.
We done any irresponsible math lately?
We haven't, but like I don't know if there's anything that you can glean from it, especially because a lot of it has been yellow flag influenced. I mean, I guess we're close enough to the end that it kind of knows.
So the pit stops at pit stop. Try that again. The pit stop estimates are pretty accurate at this point. We've got a good set of data, at least 3 or 4 stints total of running to, well, let's say 2 or 3 stints of running to the green flag limit. I agree with you to some degree it's yellow flag influence, but from here to the end, it knows where everybody is and what they've got left to accomplish. So
right. We're looking at the 89 is heavy favorite, followed by the 70. That's what the math says.
89 then 70. Yeah, so 153 has kind of been.
Yeah, 153 is probably third
bumped
or
out
fourth.
of that.
Yeah.
How many pit stops I think it has left?
They need help.
It does like it, yeah, roughly 4th place, which is interesting. But in this point, or at this point, when, you know, if it didn't have to pit again, it might be okay. If it's got that extra pit stop to make, which I think our software thinks it does, you don't have any even really track position to fall back on. See where it comes out here relative to the 92. That will be interesting. '89 is in as well. It was a couple of laps earlier than I would have thought.
I mean, if you can make the stop, I feel that you should.
No, I think you wait until you try and do it under yellow.
I suppose, but at the same time, like I still want to be protected.
I think your crew should be ready so that you can bolt in at any time. But I just stretch this as far as you can. Run lighter on fuel. You're running every lap you wait is, you know, maybe it goes yellow. I think you just push it as far as you can. So
maybe
let's keep an eye.
Maybe the car doesn't handle well light on fuel.
Yeah, maybe that could
you never know.
So 89 is stationary. Let's keep an eye out for the number 92 from FPRS Motorsports. I look to my right-hand side, toward turns 11 and 12. Exactly have eyes on that car. There goes the 89.
Are we clear on the weather front?
Yeah,
it looks
so.
Yeah, okay.
It's improved substantially throughout the day.
All right.
Tomorrow has worsened significantly, by the way.
Well, that's good.
But here comes the 153 down the hill through turn 12. And this the 92 coming through? No, I haven't. Where is that? This has not come around?
Oh, that's a great question right there.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. Well, some regulars we haven't heard from yet, including Glenn McGee, as well as Justin Ford. We may make stops in the booth tomorrow.
Is Glenn here this week?
He is usually the named driver for the Bruce Innovations car.
Yeah.
So I would assume
having something of a day there.
Right.
.317 was the pit stop lap from FPRS. They did come through. There's the 89. Still 20 seconds behind the DD Autosports Mercedes, who itself, I think, is only about 15 to 20 seconds behind the class-leading Aston Martin. I'm sorry, second place in class Aston Martin. Because that number 70 still has not pitted. That Porsche Cup car likely to be the last hit here. Clear Aston Martin into the pit lane. This will be the 289, which ironically was just ahead of that number 92 FPRS Mustang. Never suggest anybody's playing a team game there, but
in racing, no,
never.
That doesn't happen. You have sim racing hill climb champion JT Tammy shortly to return.
Oh, champion.
I mean, I assume so. I'm just,
Yeah, probably. I'd like to thank everybody for their company this afternoon. It's been a fairly enjoyable day of motor racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Thrilled to have shared it with you all. Of course, Ryan West, JT Tammy, Jordan Worth on the ones and the twos, and occasionally on microphone. Few things better than watching race cars in a race place, regardless of the circumstances or the context. And we've had a pretty good race today to go along with it. Weather's held up pretty well. Keep an eye out on that forecast for tomorrow, though. Temperature forecast has dropped. Chance of rain for tomorrow has increased substantially.
How many fold has it increased?
At least 2.
2 folds.
2.5 maybe.
Wow.
Last I looked, we're
Was
about
it like 4%?
We're about 20%. We're up to 56 now.
Whoa.
In the afternoon. Yeah, it's a big number. The high is dropped from 85 to 81, 82. We do love to see.
You do.
Yeah.
You know who else loves to
that
see
means
that?
for-
The cameras love to see
Yep.
that.
No, that's why I said we. It includes you, me, JT, Jordan, and all of our technical assets. If you enjoy what we do here at DriversEye Live, please do give us a follow over on Facebook and follow us on YouTube as well at DriversEye Live on Instagram, although that gets used much less often these days. We attempt to provide this type of promotion and visibility for amateur and grassroots motorsports. And World Racing League, great partners of ours from the very beginning. We've been with them since 2017 really, but 2021 we did the bulk of their season. We're on for basically the full season this year as well. In 2024, and also partners with the SCCA, the Hoosier Super Tour. We've been here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for that weekend back in March, one of my favorites, and many more.
Indeed.
Interesting opportunities on the horizon.
I do want to take the opportunity to say thank you to Mo Janka for leaving a nice comment in the chat. I'm sorry your wife is having a tough pregnancy, but I'm glad that you're there and able to help her with that. And we do look forward to seeing you in the future. But, of course, keep us abreast of that. I hope it goes well. I'd love to see pictures and that sort of thing. Mo Janka, of course, making his premiere in being a new dad to a new child.
Yeah, Mo certainly strikes me as a man who has his priorities in exactly the right place, but also will not be around away from the racetrack for terribly long.
Indeed. I was, unfortunately, the GTR 99 team sold a E36 BMW, and at just an incredible price. And
ludicrously.
If they had given more notice, I would have attempted to purchase it. But I believe Mo Dadka would have outbid me for it because he really wanted it as well. And let's just say that my available leverage funds are not at the same caliber as somebody like Mo.
You didn't run a season in Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
I did not. That's 2 sets of tires for Mo. You know. So.
Mo nominally did, but you know.
Right.
Yeah. Couple of laps missing there. Through no fault of his own, to be very clear.
I think they were scared. They saw that the WRL guy was coming in and about to crush some skulls.
It was Cole, wasn't it?
It was both of them. Both of them ended up getting hammered, I think. They were, not pleased with the new boys coming in to threaten everybody.
Sure.
So.
Interesting to note, our top Toyota Supra at the moment is the GTR 99, 8th overall. And what does that leave it? 6th in GTO? If that success ballast is having the effect that was projected there.
Well, they had a penalty, did they not?
GTR.
Yeah.
I know NFC did. I didn't know that GTR ended up with a penalty. That's normally JT's job, to be fair.
Did they not end up with a penalty for their contact with the... Yeah, and so that I was saying that to Jordan right after you had left. I had added on to your comments that you had made prior to leaving, and I was muted, so I added them on again. It was very annoying. But, it kind of flies in the face of the BOP is bad, blah, blah, all that stuff. But we've got a mix of cars in the front, and the GTR was running up front too. So, and it's subject to that same success ballast. So I feel like it's getting pretty close to where it needs to be, and that I hope that we get to the end of the year, and it still is pretty close, and we just go, okay, cool. That was the right amount. Yeah. We're good. Now we're just going to leave it alone, and we'll be good.
I'm seeing no penalties for the 99.
They're under investigation for the contact with the 58 earlier. That broke the, what appeared to break the upright on the 58 for the left rear.
Yeah.
But that has not gone final yet.
Okay.
I have to say, I popped into race control about an hour ago to go ask the question of Dave McDaniels, timing and scoring extraordinaire.
Did you hold out the Race Hero screen and say, fix this?
Well, so I said, what's going on with Race Hero this week? And we had a quick chat for probably about 45 seconds before we were interrupted by another voice in race control who was talking over another voice in race control. It was so loud. And there are times you walk into WRL race control and everything's quiet and smooth, and you hear the broadcast, maybe somebody's watching, RJ's watching. Hop in, say hi, and everything's going great. And then there are times you walk in there and it's just people moving around, kind of chaotic. This was definitely more chaotic. Organized, definitely organized chaos, but just a low to moderate hum, constant. In a way I don't know that I've experienced up there before. We're just we're all getting stuff done, One thing you can, you can say many things about race control and WRL. They are thorough. There are no stones unturned when it comes to making decisions.
Yes.
Every T is crossed, every I is dotted before penalties are applied, and the overturn and appeal process is well documented. And if that's a pathway that needs to be pursued by a team, that door is open. It's just such a thorough and complete process. No rush judgments or anything like that, which is refreshing.
And as I discovered with RJ and Trucker at, where were we? They have literally done 1,000 at least reviews of it.
Yeah. They've
done it literally 1,000 times, and probably a lot more than that.
Yeah, it's not 1,000 penalties, obviously. There's a
No,
lot of
no,
stuff
no,
that
but
gets
there's
reported
1,000
by a marshal or whatever
yeah.
that needs to be looked at.
No, this was 1,000 video reviews.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
because crazy.
RJ threw that number out there to a competitor who was, justifiably frustrated when he went up to the room, and they ended up smoothing it out. It ended up being not a big deal. And then after the competitor left, and it had been a couple minutes, I kind of looked at RJ and I'm like, thousands? Has it really been thousands? And he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. And so then Trucker pulled up they have their like server thing where they store all those clips, and started like going through and trying to find. He's like, yes, since we've been doing the server, it's been about 900. And this is only since we had the server. We did it before too, and kind of did some research. It has been thousands.
It may be a little bit less than that because with the server, you're taking usually video from multiple cars. You
right,
take
but
the
thousands
attacker
of
and the
videos
attackee.
reviewed.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely, and consistently.
Right. Exactly.
There's no favorites played. There's no well, we trust you. No, we know who was in the car. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Every process is handled start to finish the same way, and a standard is rightly upheld.
Yes.
And I think I was thinking about this going into this weekend. Like, what is it really that sets WRL apart? Right? Yes, the schedule is excellent. We go to a lot of really amazing places. We try on some new clothes every now and again. We were at Charlotte last time out. We went to Eagles Canyon right at the beginning of the season instead of going to NOLA, and that bumped up the entries a little bit. It turned out to be a pretty good race at a really interesting track and facility. But we do tick a lot of the bucket list boxes here. Road America, Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen, for the first time this year, Coda, Sebring. The places that sports car racers want to race. But I think it goes well beyond that because anybody can go rent those tracks for a weekend. I think it goes deeper into the consistency and the fairness of how races are judged and officiated, the consistency and the fairness of the rule book, the clarity of the rule book, and when question marks are raised or loopholes are found, those things are either left open for all to take part in or closed if it's not something that's in the spirit of what WRL is trying to do. And it's not done suddenly or unfairly. It's done with good communication, open communication, and always an open door to ask questions, whether it's RJ Tiller or anybody on the race control or stewarding staff. Jim Davis, the Correct, that are upstairs. Mm-hmm. They're a part. They are one or both of them are a part of every race weekend we run, and there comes consistency and comfort in knowing that they're the ones who are ultimately going to be coaching you, adjudicating, whatever your situation happened to be, and that you as a team can be confident that whatever happened, whatever your penalty is or whatever is fair. And that if it happened to somebody else, it would have been handled exactly the same way. That's, I think, the real value of what WRL provides beyond just a technical platform and a racing schedule.
You mean there's not four decision makers in that, and one of them is always a local ASN representative who has an axe to grind, and some. Well,
one's a former driver who.
I mean, to be fair, Steve and Jim are former drivers.
Of course,
so
many.
I don't want to go there, but it's like,
No, it's. But they've embraced the role. They're not, like you said, they don't have an axe to grind. They don't have, they're not taking out frustrations of a career that didn't go the way they wanted to and making themselves out to be better than anybody else. They've really embraced it.
And my question is, since that was a dig at F1, obviously.
Sure.
Why isn't it Alexander Wirtz, who's the head of the Drivers Association anyway? Like, would that not just be the most clean way to do it?
Too many personal connections, I guess. I don't know.
Does he have really personal connections though? Because everybody,
he's awesome. Does he have any friends?
I don't think he has Red Bull friends. No.
Toyota friends.
Are there any Toyota relevant people in F1 right now? No.
No, probably not. Alan McNish.
Sure. But it's almost
notable
certainly
for
somebody who
riding off a Toyota F1 car and a sizable section of Suzuka Sarko.
Gotta be Narain Karthikeyan.
Sure. The 70 is into the pit lane.
All right.
59 into the garage and out of the garage. That was exceptionally quick to the point that we didn't even notice it.
That leaves the Soissons as the leader in GTU.
What happened to the fifth nine? Lost 6 laps.
That's, I don't know, man. It's a great question.
No notes on the race control log. So this is where you start to run into issues with live timing and scoring not being live or not auto-refreshing.
Hey, man, our timing monitor works.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
But that's also the monitor I'm using that shows race control and all that. I usually just have a monitor for race here. I don't know. It's sort myself out. Anyway, 70 is in. Next time we see the 89X, it will come through and take the lead. I think it may already have done, actually. 50 seconds was the margin. There's the 70. I look to my right for one of 2 charcoal-colored Aston Martins. The one with the red-trimmed, red-trimmed grill area comes through and takes the class lead. I think the Stratus 60's had a failure at the left rear. It's smoking down the front straightaway.
It is.
That was your overall race leader, your GTU class leader, and is now the third of 3 Sebico NB01s from Stratus Racing to hit problems. 2 within about a 15-minute span.
It's 2. Well, it's like, how do you articulate this? Like, it bums me out that they had a problem. If they'd had a problem earlier, it would have made the prospect of being caught under yellow for the GTO class more interesting. Unfortunately, I think they've all made the stops they need to make now, and it's kind of sorted out. But, I mean, if we do have a yellow here, that whole situation will still get clumped right back up.
So this smoke is bodywork smoke. I think they've had a suspension failure at the left rear, much like the 58 did earlier, although we believe that was down to contact. It may not be down to contact, for all we know.
These are Janetta supplied parts.
Yep, these didn't tear a third of the race car off with it.
That's true. That is true.
Twice.
Where did those parts originate? Were they Jaguar parts? Or?
They were Jag sedan parts. They weren't even like XK. It was like from the old XJ or something.
Hey, JT. Are you sitting in front of a fan?
My bad.
I'm pretty sure we had that exact exchange in Charlotte.
We probably did.
Word for word. Except your response was not anymore. So, 58 comes through as... I think it's still going to end up behind the 59. Yeah, just behind. About 7 laps. It was a quicker diagnosis and repair. It's definitely a left rear failure for the 60. And it happened down around turn 12 because it was already committed to being on the racetrack last time. The smoke didn't start until it was headed down the front straightaway and well past pit entry. Feeling more and more like this is likely curb-induced here. Turn 7, turn 10. Occasionally turn 12 as well. Although, I have to say, Road Atlanta's done a good job digging out filling in the rut that typically makes itself apparent on the backside of the exit curve here. Much more flush to the curb this time. Even from when it was here in March. Very, very noticeable. So, after all that, we're going to be left with GTO cars at the front of the field. The 89X comes through and leads. It's 8.4 seconds from them back to the number 153.
Does 153 make it?
I don't think so.
And like, even if they can make it, they're not going to make it aggressive enough to like go out and catch somebody.
Exactly right. I think they're 30 laps to go at basically a minute and a half is 20 laps. It says they need to pit in 15. If they haven't been saving fuel this whole time, they're not going to save enough to do 5 extra laps. They needed to be saving, I think, at the beginning of last stint. it was always going to be close, but I just don't know that I see an obvious. Unless they pitted at the very beginning of their window and knew they were going to be able to make it, I don't know that I see it.
Yeah, I agree. I think they needed the yellow. What does it say for laps until pit?
15.
15? Oh, yeah.
So they're about 5 laps short.
Yeah, they're not going to make it.
Tell.
Right.
The 70, obviously the last of the GTO cars to pit, had the shortest stop. So it's about 38 seconds behind the overall race leader, number 89. And FPRS, about a lap further back. Did they drop a lap at some point?
Which car?
The 92. They did have a 1-lap penalty. 9:49 this morning, contact with the 9:26. Incidental, but still resulted in a lap.
I'm confused. When?
What?
You said a 1-lap penalty for
incidental contact.
Which car?
Oh no, that was the 926. That's the highlight.
Yeah,
one, I think.
Yeah,
okay.
No.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
They got hit.
Sorry. The problem is they were both highlighted because 9.2 appears in both searches. They're in both boxes, so Control F kind of failed me there. But you're right.
I believe they only have a warning on pit lane.
Yeah, no, you're right. So they've just bleeded a little bit of time away over the final, over the last hour and a half or so. They have been caught by a full course yellow too. Not sure exactly how that worked out for them. But I mean, there for a while, they were right on the tail end of the number 70. And I just don't remember the 92 losing an obvious chunk of time. Inside the final 30 minutes of racing for your Saturday at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, 7.5 hours now. 7 hours of racing coming tomorrow as well. And this seems like as fine a time as any to introduce our little wrinkle that we were provided only once or twice a year. Those are the quiet hours.
Oh, I've been talking about that.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Comply with local regulations.
Sure, yes, but the actual protocol of it all, how it's going to look and feel.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, so tomorrow morning, race gets underway at 8:30, which is half an hour later than we typically start the Sunday race here. So that's very interesting. If anything, because it means our run to the beginning of the locally mandated quiet hour period is going to be about a half hour shorter. And you do just wonder if that means anything for fuel mileage, or the way you draw out that first stanza of racing, knowing that there's a full course yellow and a red flag coming. Somewhere between 9:40 and 9:50, a randomly chosen time, we will throw the full course yellow. The safety car will be deployed to go pick up the race leader. Cars will be brought into the pit lane and to a halt, such that the race engines are shut off by 10 o'clock.
In the AM.
In the AM, yep. We'll go quiet for 2 hours here. No racing to take place, no race engines between 10 and 12 o'clock. Sit down, have a coffee, enjoy the peace, solitude, and scenery from around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And then at 12 o'clock, promptly, refire the racing engines, get everybody out on track. The safety car will do the outlap, come straight into the pit lane, and we will go back to racing for 5.5 hours, not 5 hours, 5.5 hours to conclude a racing weekend here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. There's a little bit more nuance to the pit lane procedures that we'll get into tomorrow, because details do sometimes matter, but they've been flushed out over the years to make sure that they are fair, consistent, and that nobody gets caught out in a way that is going to struggle. Spinner at the last corner. It's number 50 from Matt Connolly Motorsports. Backwards down the hill, puts a bunch of grass on track, but recovers really nicely. Quick 360 in fourth gear. Never hurt anybody. Grabs a gear and carries on. Happened right in front of the GTR 99. I'll tell you what. Whether or not you think your car is going to stop spinning after 360 degrees, it must be absolutely terrifying to come over the crest of turn 11 and see a car facing you in the grass.
At that point, as long as it's safe in the grass.
Well, that's the problem, is that the car was still rotating. You know, you hope it stays off the driver's left, but this one kind of spun its way back onto the track before it picked up traction again and carried on its way. In any case, it was, oh, the 70's in.
Again?
Now, why?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Again.
okay. Interesting. That's too bad.
Has it got a flat left front?
They were contending here, obviously, for a second place.
Well, so it goes up in the air jacks, but they go to the left rear first. To be fair, I think that car, it's going to take a lot to fall into the clutches in the 92 at this point. Right, because that margin was a minute and, well, it was a minute 27 from 70 back to 92. The better part of a lap. We should be concerned with where the 92 is. The 70 is already on its way. I have to be honest, it looked lower at the left front than it did at the left rear, but I suppose it's how these things go sometimes.
So it goes.
It's already been sent. Comes the 91, sans rear deck lid, through turn number 12. And there's the 92. So they've lucked out here. Also, huge turn of luck for the 153. I mean, they were almost without question going to lose second place if they had to do a splash and go.
Yeah.
And by virtue of that unexpected, unscheduled stop, the number 70, it's given them the flexibility to come in, make a splash, and solidify second place. I think if I'm them, I just cut the losses and say, look, we're probably never really going to have the opportunity to get after the 89, but we have the chance to just, you know, basically lock up second place on the podium, provided we don't make any, you know, mistakes out on track. As long as we get the car to the checkered flag, we can't do any worse than second now. I think I would just bring the car in and give it the splash now.
See, would you, or would you still hold out for a possible yellow?
I think a yellow hurts you more. I think a yellow hurts you more. I think you just get your stop done. You're not going to lose the position, and you know there's no chance of you being caught at the end of the pit lane with, you know, it being held there, or you know, the field getting split in an untoward way that drops you into the clutches of the number 70 directly. Can't get into the pit lane for some reason. I don't know.
But my counter argument to that is the car is running consistently quicker at the moment, and if a full course yellow were to come out right now, you would still be on the same lap, because they're only 4 seconds back out on track. So, I mean, they're going to have a lot of traffic in between them for doing that splash, but at least they're on the same lap.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And we don't have a GTU car there anymore because they've all had issues. So it would just be those two cars. Oh, my goodness me. Really close stuff down the front straightaway. Between the 52, the 338, and one of the open throttle BMWs, all converging into the same point in space and time. Really remarkable, if you think.
As they do.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose it's true, JT. I just don't think
if you wait for a
It's not
yellow,
probable. And there's risk involved, but
and it's not just that. I don't think you can save enough. Like either the amount of fuel, the amount of yellow you would need to save the appropriate amount of fuel is going to end the race under checkered anyway.
yeah, no. So to be clear, they would still have to come in for a splash, regardless.
Right.
It's just doing it under yellow would keep them on the same lap, and possibly in a position.
Oh, they'd stay under the same. Okay, they're only 4 seconds back. I mean, round 3 came in and changed 2 tires or a tire, and was done in like about 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I think you could do the same service.
And
You
stay
know,
on the same lap.
you're also counting on not slowing down behind the race leader, because if you do, now you're bleeding away your advantage to the 70. I just think it's the lowest risk. If you're basically guaranteed to get in and out ahead of the 70 now, if you know exactly how much fuel you need to the end, the zero risk solution is just, okay, we're going to punt on battling for the race lead here. We're going to get our stop done. And now, no matter what happens, no matter when the safety car comes out, if a safety car comes out, anything that happens from here to the end of the race locks us into second place. And I think there's value in that decision as opposed to, you know, basically trying to play a yellow to no advantage, no major change. On board the shift up now by Victory Racing Audis, much to our pleasure, back out on track. Margin is still closing here. 153 is, I think, going more consistently quickly than the 89.
Yeah,
5.5 now. But it did actually go out ever so slightly. Maybe it just looks closer because it went out.
Maybe this is the move. Like get the position and hope for a yellow. That way you're in the lead and hope that you run the clock out. And like if you run out, if it starts to chug, then like you got to come in.
So being about 5 laps short, that would put you at about 8 minutes remaining. So they theoretically have about 10 minutes of fuel left here.
Right. Or their numbers say they've saved enough and now they can go.
So that's the other question, is can they really stretch it that far? The problem is they didn't stretch it far enough in the last stint to make it obvious that they could do it this time.
Holding their cards close to their chest.
Yeah, so they went from 159 to 206. Which is, oh boy, is 47 laps. 206 plus 47 get a 253. They're at 246 now, so 7 more. Yeah, that's exactly based on the last stint, which had some yellow in it as well.
Yeah,
I think that 5 lap short number is pretty much right.
I guess we'll see.
We are going to see. I think maybe there's a moral victory here in making the pass for the lead before you duck into the pits for fuel. They are pushing that car pretty hard. Down through. And we lose our S's camera, Jordan. Oh, it's going so well, too.
All right, roll Brendan, run out there.
Nope. Too late.
Calling it. S's camera. S's camera out. YouTube's starting to struggle with us here. Your donation will help us, it says.
YouTube?
Yeah.
YouTube needs donations?
No, it wasn't. No. The ad was asking for a donation.
Oh, okay. Let's say. Get ahead and wait for the yellow, says Mo.com. Okay, if you're not first, you're last. Thanks, Mo. Melissa Russell joins from Australia. Finally found out which son is driving the number 153. I forgot that was the Russell family. Put that all together.
Come on, dude, come on.
Courtesy of Ryan West earlier. I got you. I got you. Aaron Russell, right? Is one of the names? Yeah, we got it now. Supercars now just slip over the years.
They catch Brendan slipping on the daily.
I mean, when it comes to watching international racing, I just got less time than I ever had. Well, it's not true. I got a lot.
Hey,
less
man.
time.
If I want to ask
I was gonna say what?
I was gonna say if I have to ask you who won Formula V last time out, you got me nailed, so it's fine.
I actually don't remember.
Ooh.
So there's a
Is that
good
because they
battle
have too many
for,
Formula classes?
We're not.
Is that because
We're not going there.
All right.
Go ahead, JT.
I was say good battle here between the Thunder Bunny 766 and the 289 from 89X Motorsports, battling for a 10th overall.
While we wait for this battle to close down here and decide if they're going to run out of fuel or not, as they're within 1.9 seconds, I'm going to ask the question that racing people ask every 4 years or so, which is, what is it going to take to get F4 into the Olympics? And/or is that the right car?
I am desperately not interested. We have our answer. The 153 is in. In. This is probably a force in because we didn't have the yellow on this stint, but I like the strategy. I like the call. I think it was, I'm not going to say gutsy because remember what we're doing here, but
aggressive.
It was, and I think when you were on the limit and your fuel mileage to that point in the day has been great, I would say, relative to your competitors. I think you play that game every time.
Sure.
Because I don't think they'd have been in this position. They would have had one additional stop from where they're at now. So I think by virtue of doing what they did, it got them into second. A little bit of luck with the number 70 kind of solidified that second place. Bitter pill to swallow for this. With 153 already on its way. That is a super quick pit stop. Listen. I get the desire to have motorsports on a bigger stage, right? I get the desire to put it in front of a more interested audience, a more generally interested audience, not somebody who's just after it because it's motorsports, right?
Right.
I don't think it belongs.
Okay.
I think trying to make racing into something it's not is just a fruitless endeavor.
In a world where cycling, sailing, slalom, kayaking, any number of sports which are genuine sports that require a piece of equipment which is subject to tuning effectively, in a world where that's an Olympic sport, I see no reason why motorsport is not.
I'm not saying the level of preparedness and commitment to the craft is any different. I don't think it is. I just don't see the value in for the motorsports industry as a whole. That's largely driven at the interest, the top by, manufacturers and putting their money into racing, or interested amateur drivers with larger than average pockets, let's say. I don't know that providing a platform for young drivers to just throw themselves at the chance for an Olympic medal is doing anybody any favors.
I don't think it needs to be young drivers. I think you let anybody. I think your ASN nominates somebody or two. If Germany says, "Yeah, we want it to be," what?
153 is going to begin. One lap lead, driving through 4 pit stalls.
Oh my goodness! That is so disappointing.
That's the worst.
Well, you know what? I had not.
We got to keep an eye out to see where they are compared to the 70.
Yeah, I had not considered that this was going to be a possibility. My guess is it's going to immediately drop them behind
GTR,
the 70
probably.
at least.
You said it was a 4-lap penalty, right?
No, one lap penalty.
Oh, one lap. I thought you said
4 pit
driving.
Oh, for 4 pit stalls. Yeah, they'll definitely be behind the 70, and probably FPRS too. Honestly, I think there's potential that they fall all the way to like NFC and GTR.
What? Well, no. So round 3 racing has come through. Let's just let this cycle. Here comes the 92. So on track, they are behind the 92, which means that the 1 lap penalty will put them directly behind the 92. So if anything, it's now given us this scrap for the final podium spot.
Something to watch. Yep.
Yeah, with this
it's a 9-second gap.
Exactly.
Nice.
So there you have it. Still possible. I did not see a world where it did not solidify second place, but these unforced errors, you know, that is the one thing that'll get you.
Yep. To finish my thought.
Get after it now. Yeah,
Brendan. I think you let the ASNs decide however they want to nominate somebody. Like, do it. Like, if you won the world championship that year and you're from that country, it's probably you. You know,
what
like
championship.
Any like.
No, that's not.
No. Yeah, no. Like, if it's Germany, like, let's just hear me out on this. If you're Germany, right, and it's 2010 or whatever, then like obviously you're picking Sebastian Vettel. But if you're the German ASN, and obviously Germany's not doing great in Formula 1 right now from the driver's perspective, then like, yeah, sure. Is it a Formula E? Whatever. Like, pick the most successful driver that year and like just send that. Like, it's fine. Like, who cares? Like, it's for fun. Like, the Race of Champions sucks, and like no one watches it.
I mean,
no, I don't think you let young drivers do it. I think you let the same way that like Rafael Nadal and all these pro cyclists and all this other, like, they all get to do it. Like, just make it the same thing. And like basketball. And who cares?
I mean, people who have to pay for it probably care.
The IOC has
Ligier or Tatis isn't going to donate, 20 F4 chassis or whatever.
But no, but like, they don't need to donate the chassis. They just need to have. They need to have one team run them.
How do you allocate the slots that are available? Do you let teams like do we do this just A1GP style?
No, you do it the same way they do for every other sport. The UCI basically gets to decide how the cycling works. It's like, sure, like, we're going to do this. There's this many slots. If you do this number of qualifying events, you get to go.
The Olympic committee for every country has to nominate a team to run the cars, who has to nominate a driver.
No. You have one team. You have one team run all 20 cars.
All 20 cars.
Yeah.
I don't. Nah.
Like,
Andretti will be super happy about that.
Yeah, right.
Oh, right. Like, you pick whoever. Like, you could do. One team could manage 20 F4 cars for one set of heat races. Like, that's not.
For what? That's what I don't understand.
What's any sport for? What are the Olympics for anyway? There's professional of all these things. Like, if we're gonna start asking that,
why don't we pick this up tomorrow?
Because I won't be here.
Oh shoot! Yeah, that's true. Huh? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The opportunities for failure, for random problems to occur, aren't really that much higher than they are in any other sport. Stuff happens, stuff breaks. I get all that, and I don't.
And you can even allow like setup. You can allow setup changes too, whether it's the driver that dictates it or if the driver has their own engineer. The same way that, like, for skiing, for example, you still have to pick which wax you're going to use on the day of the event, and like that ends up mattering a lot.
Sure. Yeah, I get all that. In the winter sports, like skis and bobsled runners and stuff like that, that all matters. I'm not. Yeah. I just don't know that racing needs to be that, even for just fun. Like
I'm fine with it, just not a Formula car.
Oh,
okay, but if you make it not a Formula car, then
oh
wow,
it's 9.4.
Yeah, 84.
That was almost no good. It's a good thing that went up track instead of down track. That could have been.
Well, not just up track,
dreadful.
But did not bury itself in the gravel. Either.
Yeah, exactly.
Brakes and got it stopped.
Yeah.
99 is into the pit lane for what I believe is going to be a splash here.
I mean, why not? It'd be fun. And like, I think the F4 car is the most even. Well, probably not even, but like if you pick some front wheel drive thing, then you're gonna.
Cup. You're welcome.
The problem is, I think there's more likelihood of getting an unbalanced MX-5 Cup car
Really?
Just in manufacturing defects than there is an F4 car. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I 100% agree. And like, if your F4 car is unbalanced, you can make setup changes that like change the car drastically, and you could do that. I don't think you have as big of a window to make big swings on an MX-5 Cup car because there's no aero.
What if?
Well, that's the whole point, though.
What if
you're
we
not
got-
having a streamlined car? They run very well together. They can definitely move around quite a bit. They can rub shoulders. You're not going to have debris from a winglet or something like that.
Have it alternate. One year you do F4 cars, the other year you do MX-5 Cup, or
See, but then you're just making the whole thing into like a circus, and there's no reason.
not a
There's no reason for
circus.
that.
Not a circus.
It's
You show up to Manicourt. You show up to Manicourt. You do your qualifying. You do your heats, and then they do a race.
Yeah, but WRL can be a feeder series. Come practice your MX-5
No,
here.
forget that. Just get Open Throttle to put together a fleet of GP1
Yeah.
BMWs.
Yeah, there we go. That'll for sure be balanced using used cars. that'll be perfect. Anyway.
Put them all in the dyno. It'll be fine.
Anyway, I don't know. The sailing, especially, that's the one that always stands out to me. Like, they managed to keep the boats all the same. They're centrally managed. You get your boat. It takes like a day or two, and like they do it, and it's over, and it's fun. Like the racetrack's already there. And most of these countries they do the Olympics at have a racetrack that would be suitable.
Sure.
They'd sell a ton of tickets for it. You know,
It's fair. I don't think, as a racing fan, I don't need it. Like, I don't necessarily need my sport in global crosshairs. You know.
Do you need archery?
I also think that as time goes on, especially with where the Olympics are at the moment, that you open yourselves up to environmental concerns.
Oh,
interference.
Oh, I don't think so.
You're telling me, never mind.
Were those
Do you know how many
electric
miles
cars on this
how many unnecessary car miles were driven today to support a 36-kilometer bike race?
Sure.
Nobody said a word about
Nobody
that.
cares. Yeah, but when you put high-level cars out together at the same time, I think you're
it's
opening that
F4.
door a little too wide.
1.6. Like, you know, we use bio. They have that.
Sure,
They have that net zero fuel that Porsche runs. Like, you know, like there's. You use one set of tires for the weekend. Like, that could be an interesting wrinkle too. You get one set. So you're gonna grind them up in qualifying, go for it. If you want to grind them up for the race, go. You know.
Sure.
Yeah, I think there's a way that it could be fun, interesting, and not like convoluted. Like it would be simple, relevant to the real sport, and even.
Alternatively, you can just watch French F4.
Yeah, but I think the appeal is that if you told Max Verstappen, "Hey, good news, you can represent the Netherlands in the Olympics," he'd be like in.
Maybe.
Like all those F1 guys that are like kind of up themselves about,
forget
"Oh,
it.
that's the only real racing."
Forget it. Just bring back A1GP. Let us live the dream again. One of the finest open wheel series ever to grace the planet. Oh no, we love an A1GP race here.
Scott Speed in his prime.
Heck yeah.
This announcer's being such a doomer. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's fair. It is an opinion. It's just an opinion.
I'm just out here trying to have fun, spending more of the IOC's money, and Brendan's like, no.
No, they need to spend more of their money rebuilding the bobsled track at Cortina at the moment.
Yeah, no kidding.
We need to get that thing ready to go. No, don't need to be hosting or holding events for the Olympics in Italy and Austria. Anyway, I can tell you, dear viewer, listener, trackside spectator, the starter has a white flag in hand and has vision towards, this is an interesting move, has vision towards the number 89 who comes out of the final corner. The white flag waves, and with very unofficially about 1:38 left on the clock, begins its final tour.
Beautiful.
Of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. A race we thought was going to come down to seconds. Very suddenly kind of blew out to over a lap here with some bad luck from the number 70. A pit stop turned penalty for the number 153 from DD Autosports. Takes it off of the podium, but no less desperate a charge to get it back. Drops two wheels in the dirt on the exit of the final corner, ringing that car out for everything it is worth at the moment. A little bit more separation than I thought we were all going to get here in GTO, but nevertheless, we'll come home with a pretty stout margin in hand for 89X. Is this going to be 89X's first WRL victory? I think it is.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. So, a race that over the years throws all kinds of twists and turns at us, and does so in the pro ranks as well. Petit Le Mans, one of the finest endurance races you'll find worldwide. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, 2 years ago, from my memory, was one that kind of launched 89X into the minds of WRL followers and fans. An excellent opening stance of the race. It was let down just very slightly by strategy. No such letdown today. For the first time, 89X Motorsports wins the Saturday Enduro.
Wow.
At Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. They are World Racing League winners. Just a couple of car lengths behind them comes the number 70 from Round 3 Racing to claim second, 1 lap behind the 89X Aston Martin. We'll turn our attention to the battle for third. FPRS Motorsports ought to be headed down towards turn number 10 right about now, with the 153 crossing the line, 4.5 seconds in tow. Last time through, there is the Mercedes. FPRS across the line now. There it is. Will come through to claim the third place on the podium. Again, desperate charge from the 153 to try and get a podium spot back after a late penalty is going to come up just ever so slightly short, but a top 5 result for the DD Autosports team in the lead. Mercedes ahead of NFC Motorsports in the 123, who has had no less impressive a recovery drive from being 3 laps down earlier on, but ending the day in the top 5 in GTO is a pretty stout recovery there as well. Stratus number 60 is going to pick up the pieces in ETU. What at various points looked to be an obvious 1-2 for GTU cars is going to see the lead Sebico NP01 home in 7th place overall. 3 laps off of the overall race leader. GP1 is going to end up being a 1-lap margin from, I have to refresh. GP1 is a 1-lap margin from PC Racing back to Harrison Motorsports. 44 leads home 392. Big Mission Motorsports.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, for a team that I think will tell you has their occasional frustrations with trying to get these cars home. Older cars, a little bit longer in the tooth. They've been rebuilt multiple times. Getting a car home, 3rd place in a 16-car GP1 field is a really excellent day at the office, all things considered. All-Star Racing, the torn-up left rear bumper, comes home in 4th. They were in the tire wall at turn 7 at one point earlier today. And Open Throttle Racing, number 64, Cherry, as we heard from driver Bryson Lee earlier, comes home 5th in class. GP2 is led home by Chattanooga Tourenwagenmeisterschaft, who, after a couple of tough old races at the beginning of this year, getting themselves up to speed with a new car, a new chassis, takes home another race win for that 369. Open Throttle Racing, number 66 in 2nd, 2 laps down. 51 seconds further adrift is its teammate, the 67 from Open Throttle. 187 HQ Autosport in 4th, and Libre Racing, number 16, rounds out the top 5 in GP2. Back in GP3, 4-lap margin there between HC Autosport in the 455. Back to Open Throttle Racing's number 162. AOA Racing, tough day there. Trouble for the 75 and the 85. Those cars will end the race in the pit and paddock. The 55, who was in the tire wall at turn 6 earlier, will round out the class podium there in GP3. 8 hours, 0 minutes, 19 seconds on the clock. With the race complete, Jordan Worth has spoken his piece by making a point to say that tomorrow there is more Road Atlanta. There is always more Road Atlanta. And excited to bring that all to you tomorrow. Share that all with you here on DriverSeye Live. Ryan West, JT Tammy, if you've got any parting words, by all means, have at it. And we'll wrap ourselves up and prepare ourselves for tomorrow.
I mean, look, as you said, it never ends. It truly never ends, Road Atlanta. It keeps going. Road Atlanta is perpetual. What a race today. There was a lot of wrinkles that didn't play themselves out as far as like on-track passing action, but there was something to watch with the strategy almost the whole way through with the 153 on the alternate strategy there in GTO. GP1, of course, a race of attrition. GP2, Chattanooga Touring Wagon back on top there. And then GP3, HC Autosport, not a regular entrant, winning the GP3 class here. So it was an interesting day for sure. Love watching it. I love partaking in it. And I love talking to all the people. So I've really enjoyed my time, and thanks for having me.
Man, I always love coming to Road Atlanta because it's a good driver's track. It's a good track to race at. It's just a good track to watch. And I think we definitely had everything today. We had so many good battles throughout the race. A lot of close running, lots of traffic, and drivers successfully managing to deal with that. We've had cars fight, an entire stint with another car going back and forth like we saw with the 70 and the 92. We've seen so much good racing today. And I just can't think, WRL enough, the safety team, everybody, they put on a good show for us. And we get to do it again tomorrow.
Loved our chat with Bryson Lee earlier. Love when you find students of the sport, people that are really passionate about it and care enough to learn the ins and outs of it. We obviously don't get behind the wheel of a race car ourselves, but it's no less important for us to understand it. And what you find is that no two races are ever going to play out exactly the same, because every little twist and turn matters along the way. It doesn't always have a huge impact, but you can only ever tell the story of an endurance race with the whole story, start to finish. And I thought today was a pretty remarkable, let's say, upheaval of the power structure we typically see at the top of GTO in particular. We saw some new players play the game exactly right. 89X comes home with a win. 70 obviously has taken a few wins, but able to come home in second. DD Autosports, but for a late mistake in the pit lane, would have been up there on the podium as well. And it's just really cool to see that this is exactly how the race turned out today. Tomorrow we get to do it all again. The circumstances are going to change. Sounds like the weather is likely to change, and it means that start to finish we're going to get something new and exciting to do again on our Sunday. So join us, please. 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll get things underway a couple of minutes before that with 2 pace laps. Green flag will drop right at 8:30. We'll race till 10, pick it back up at 12 o'clock, and then run 5.5 hours to the checkered flag for what has already started out as being one of the finest race weekends of the WRL calendar for 2024. For JT Tammy, for Ryan West, for producer Jordan Worth, and all of our guests throughout the course of the day. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Thank you for being with us. Trackside on YouTube, on Facebook. Join us again tomorrow so we can do this all again from one of the finest road racing facilities in the country and one of the finest endurance racing series in the country to go with it. WRL, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, back tomorrow. We'll see you all then.